is below. I feel I feel like telling him though, you're like there's a problem that he doesn't like want to admit or something. Like the fact that if the horizon will truly never come up to your eye because you're fucking taller than the ground. You're higher than the ground. You'll never be like straight on, even like like standing out looking into the middle of the desert or the ocean. Like it's never gonna be fucking like right up to your eye. You're always still taller than the surface, and then that horizon. And it's weird because they teach you this in fucking art class in grade school. So why these globers like try to act like it's something that they can like slam dunk on the flat Earth? Like I don't get like what makes them think that that's a good point in their favor because he's like I'm 35,000 feet up in the air and I'm having to look down, to where my horizon or my vanishing point is, right? It's like, well, yeah, but if you were to take a straight position, a horizontal line, and like directly across from you, and you put someone else in a plane that's 35,000 feet up in the air, you're gonna be right across from them, and they're above the fucking ground, 35,000 feet up. So yeah, that makes sense. Why there's that little that why you're looking down at it because yes, it's still good. It's still come up. By the way, that's what he doesn't want to share with people. It still came up the whole time you get in the plane and you fly up, up, up. The whole fucking horizon comes up with you, and that's the whole point about that. That no matter
Not all
whether
the
you're
time,
on,
APOC. Just want to provide a point of clarification.
wait,
It's
you're
weather
saying not all,
dependent. It's weather dependent. Yeah, like if you got a thick weather system in the horizon that might be too far away for you to resolve, it's going to
true.
bring the horizon line closer, and the horizon will appear closer to you. Like this can happen if there's like in places where there's volcanism. Like you can have layers of volcanic ash, and it'll obscure the true horizon by creating a
Mhm.
false horizon a little bit before it, and pilots will see that from up high. There are all kinds of cases. Only in like clear, ideal conditions can you see the horizon cross straight horizontally from the back of your eyeball through the center of your eyeball's lens through the center of your aperture all the way to the vanishing point. And
No,
it's also true that in aircraft flying manuals that they say that if you see a distant airplane and it's below the horizon line, then it's below you, and if it's above the horizon line, it's above you. And that's a good general rule that mostly applies.
yeah. I mean, no, I mean, Amish. What I'm saying, Amish, is that the the your horizontal that vanishing line, it's never going to come all the way up to your eye, like ever. You know how like they show like planes with their HUD, and then they're like, look it, this is where the horizon's supposed to be, but it's a but like no, like they're not getting it. Like optically, it's going to disappear, right? Or it's going to vanish before, like for instance, that line. Yeah, they're right. That is the level line. They're right, but they're still higher than the ground, and you're not able to see into where that more of that land is or more of that ocean is because, like you're saying, it does get cut off. Even there's only so far that we can see before that vanishing point, and even on the most perfect conditions, you're still only able to see so far. But like and
Yeah.
that's why the infrared out, and they're
There's
like,
another
oh yeah,
thing too. It's like airplanes and they show an angled up pitch. I mean, part of it can be due to the airframe itself being engineered to have a positive angle of attack to create lift. But there's also something called elevator trim. In some airplanes, there's a wheel. It's like a vertically oriented wheel, and you can spin it up and spin it down. And it basically baselines where your neutral stick position is. So that if you let go of the stick, you could spin that wheel down or up and it'll pitch the plane up or down and re-baseline the plane's orientation. So we have like anti-flat earther pilots who take advantage of flat earthers not knowing this and the globe earthers not knowing this. They'll set the trim so that the airplane is angled up a little bit and they'll let go of the stick and they'll snap a picture and say, look, the horizon line is below the center field of view. Earth is a globe because it's curving downward.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
No, but how it could be like, if just imagine if we are on a flat earth and still if we are going up high, then it is not necessary that on the flat earth the horizon will rise to your eye level. So
Right.
it's a claim.
That's what I'm
It's a
saying.
claim of
It will never be exactly at your eye level. That's what I'm trying to say. Because optically, like, you're still higher, you're taller than it. It's I don't know how else to
I know
say
what
this.
you're saying. Like if you see a perfect conditions APOC, you look at the horizon and you look at the ground part just below the horizon line, you're technically looking downwards.
Right.
Yeah.
Not to mention reflective light effects as well, like causing illusions of a nearer horizon. And I like how you said that it appears nearer, and thus it will appear lower. Like, you know what I mean? I hear what you're saying, man. It's
just like for instance, I mean, we post those photos all the time of, like the where which one's the horizon, and if you think that the short no, the dark part is the horizon, well, and then yeah, like you're saying, like that would be way lower than what the actual horizon is. Matter of fact, I got a good photo of that. Let me post it. It's really good. It's a new one too that I just found. Where is it at? Where it shows like it's like
there's a lot of early flat Earth stuff content, like Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs and things like this that contain a lot of errors that people haven't corrected and updated their knowledge base with.
right.
Eric Dubé. I think Eric Dubé should not be entertained by the flat earth because he is not correcting himself. He thinks
Agreed.
himself a guru or something, like he said something, then it is true always. I don't know he is a truther or not. It's just like he got his 200 proofs book from somewhere else.
He
or
did.
He just translated it. Yeah.
I think that was a William Carpenter book.
Yeah, and he don't even research.
Yeah.
He doesn't
William
update
Carpenter
and
was
listen.
100, but he would have.
100.
Eric Dubé would have borrowed from Zetetic Astronomy and just like inventing some proofs as well, like that he thought were legitimate.
And how the book title could be 200 proofs of the earth is flat means it's not 199, it's not 201, it's just exactly 200.
Well, so here's another thing. A lot of these ancient Zetetics, these people from 100 years ago, these famous early flat earthers, we're talking Lady Blount, William Carpenter, Samuel Rowbottom, Parallax, all those people, right? A lot of their literature and pamphlets were wrong. They made the mistake too of using an azimuthal equidistant projection and calling that the true flat Earth. And they were wrong when they said that the sun and the southern latitudes rises due northeast and sets due northwest. And this is because there weren't a lot of people back then that lived in the southern latitudes that could write in and correct them.
I mean, yeah, Eric Dubé has a lot of things that are wrong, but it still has a bunch of things that are right as well. I mean, just because you have a few shit wrong, you don't have to throw the whole. You got to throw the whole thing out.
Yep.
A bunch of the history stuff are really good.
Yeah, so Amish, I posted a couple of photos that explaining like what you mean, like it's the visibility of it, and also it's also the optical phenomenons of it, like when sometimes the sky does, reflect onto the ocean, so it could look way lower than what it actually is, kind of like the photo that I posted. Like if you were adjusting to that or thinking that that's the horizon, and then you have your level, your head up display showing you would be way above that line, but you would be
Right. That's a reflection of the sky, like you pointed out.
exactly. So
There are other issues too that's kind of technical. Sorry, I think I'm cutting out.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, I'm lagged. I'm not trying to cut anyone off.
No, you're
Something
good.
that
You're
you've
good.
heard Indio bring up, which is absolutely true, is the blue color spectrum for our eyes holds the least amount of contrast. You can't differentiate between and among shades of blue as well as you can the other colors. So people already have a hard time differentiating sky from water in the far distance.
Right.
Yeah, like the dolphins.
This is also why you see scientific and military applications using infrared, because it provides better contrast in a wavelength of light that is not subject to optical path distortion as much.
Right.
It's also why I'm still waiting for Globers to send us infrared proof of the curvature.
Right. Yep. Like, oh look, infrared horizon. Yeah. Normal spectrum horizon.
Yeah. Not even once.
It is fake. It looks so weird. Like that looks extreme, but I don't know. Can it be? I don't know.
But where that point is, that false horizon below the boat, that is a point in the distance where the light is reflecting the sky.
Right.
Flat water and with the rough water in front of it also.
Right. Oh yeah, that's another good point too. I was talking to someone. What date was today? It was like a few days ago, and there was even the point like even on over different parts of the ocean or like on different like let's say on the east coast compared to the west coast, like the shelf, the continental shelf, that even creates the waters to look either more like smooth or more wavy or whatever, like where they're bigger swells, and like even that can make a like make your what you're seeing even like more off than what it would be somewhere else, just because the way the water is, like you're saying, like if they're rough waters coming in because now it's hitting like the baseline, like let's say it's really flat, like on the Pacific, you can walk out pretty far on the sand. You can go pretty deep into the water because it's a flat shelf and that goes pretty far out off the coast.
Yeah.
The East Coast, like you can't do that. Like it just drops. So
Yeah,
like
it's a
that,
shelf.
it's just like it's like literally a shelf. Like over here, like the water gets really choppy. That's why we have the best waves, and that's why we have that's why the Pacific Ocean is always being surfed and stuff because it allows that to be created, but it also it then creates the most gnarliest like swells and stuff like that. So that's another thing too, just to keep in
Yeah,
account.
I think that's an important point to bring up, and people don't talk about it enough. The bottom up obstruction in the distance. If you get in an airplane and you fly along the coastline and look out at the water, you can see where the waves have regular intervals and form these patterns. And those waves could be 5.5, 6 feet high. They could be a series of successive swells going far out to the horizon.
Massive, massive undulations. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I have a
But what happens if you go onto the shore and yeah, you look out on the horizon from the shoreline. Those waves are too small for your eyes to really see, but they will, due to perspective, appear to flatten. They'll flatten in your field of view. Um, you won't get any depth perception, and so those waves will compound and form a solid wall that you can't tell are actually waves being laterally compressed in
Yeah. You're roboting a bit though.
your vision. And any boat that is sitting behind
You're roboting hard now, man. Sorry, man.
that pattern of waves, or within a valley of it, will have the bottom up obstruction happen. And then as the boat goes further away, the top will recede with perspective.
Mm. Give it another go now, man. You still with us? Wait, is it me? Is it? Am I the one that's? Is it just me?
Nah, you're good, bro.
Okay, cool.
Back.
Yeah, you're all right.
Shit, man, always in the middle of a point. And always in the middle of a point on this part of my drive.
Yeah, man. Like, yeah, it was gravy, and yeah, it's just halfway through it, you just started chopping, man. It's happening again. Sorry, man. It's happening
Wait,
again.
I'll be brief. Get down on the. Is this better?
Pointless.
Yeah, you
Testing.
just keep chopping in and out, like breaking up, and like just hearing bits, like fragments of your sentences.
I'm stuck behind Amish buggies in a valley.
Oh shit! I heard that. That was good. That was clear.
Yeah. The waves compress in the distance. You lose depth perception. They're too small to resolve. Bigger boats with wider angular size disappear bottom up as they sail away.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. It's never. Of course, like why wouldn't academia say, like, yeah, guys, like this could happen, like even on our ball, like, you know what I mean, like with our refraction and all that, like there's these other factors at play as well. Like they know the ocean is turbulent.
Hey, dude, check out this video. Look how short the horizon looks. It doesn't look far at all, dude. And it's because the swell is so massive. Like, just watch the video, see what I mean. Like the horizon doesn't look.
Testing, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So Globers will say, well, waves will go up and go down. Why don't we see that? And the reason why is you might be seeing 100 waves, each of them 5 foot high, over 10, 20, 30, 40 miles. So as one dips, the other rises up. It creates a continuous wall of water that never settles down.
Right. If you look like 10 seconds into that video, like the horizon, quote unquote, it looks like it's barely fucking 100 yards away from the boat. Like it looks so like right fucking there. And imagine you're in the middle of the ocean, and that's all you see around you. The horizon is, but it's just because the way the waves are so the were so big. Like that's what. And that's doing this right now. He was talking about it. He's like, man, the waves are massive right now. He's going from Oregon to Hawaii. And there's like but oh,
Testing. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, it sounds like
Testing.
you need to get a new Steam engine for your phone.
Fuck. I think what APOC is showing is also what's happening with the oil rigs in that one photo that these anti-flat earthers share, as well as with some windmill photos and the video of the cruise ship going away. We're just seeing that as distance and magnified so that you lose depth perception.
yeah. It all has bananas where it's where we live. It's a dynamic system we live in. So where days you could be in a boat in the middle of the ocean and the horizon looks like it's only a, 1,000 yards from you. Or you can have a clear day where, dude, the horizon is all the way like as far as you can fucking see. Like it's crazy how different that can be. But it's a dynamic system that changes that. And I think that the globe ideology has hijacked our reality, and they have the wiggle room within those like contrasts, like because it's so dynamic, they could just fudge numbers to make things this or that to whatever they're liking.
One of the problems we face as anti-flat earthers, they know that these explanations will take a long time. And the longer it takes you to describe what's happening in these photos, the more impatient they become. They tell the audience that they should be impatient too, and that the flat earthers just making up gobbledygook because it's taken forever to describe something so complex and sophisticated.
Okay, yeah. Look, occasionally academia like comes out with some honesty. I mean, like it's like people genuinely out there saying, "Hey, we never considered this other thing before." Like they still won't let go of the globe, right? But they're introducing new information. They're considering other aspects and bringing in new information. One example is the paper that in India has got. It's mirages are something over flat surfaces. Like can't remember the exact title, but it's something about mirages over flat surfaces, right? And there's this whole study that these academics did in the desert, and pretty much showing how light in the distance can internally reflect and seem like it's not there anymore, right?
Yeah.
When you have a clear line of sight to it. Right.
They even measured the increase of intensity of obstruction over distance due to total internal reflection. Yeah, if that's the same paper I'm thinking of, that was done by some Chinese engineering student.
Right.
It's really good.
Or was it the Chinese? Or was it in conjunction with? I'm pretty sure I remember seeing an Arabic name in there too, or something.
Yeah, I think you're right. I referenced it in a paper I wrote. There's a really interesting graph there that shows under the conditions where the vanishing zone is behind the mirage and how it grows with distance due to your perspective. But for a while, we heard from anti-flat earthers that, oh no, light can't obstruct itself. It's like, well, what do you think like deconstructive waves are? Interference waves. That's exactly what's happening. Light interferes with itself.
Right. Yeah. There's yeah, definitely some weird shit that goes on, and within, you know, if you include the, you know, your weather conditions, you know, environmental conditions, and the way the light's interacting with its surroundings as well. I mean, man, like you get some crazy stuff that happening, you know, like looks like some weird stuff.
I love from the Skybrary called. There was a study done, and it was for safety reasons by the aviation. It says a fata morgana is a type of mirage, and mirage is an image caused by atmospheric refraction. And it goes on to say, like, talk about superior mirages, but then the portion of it though says this article details the fata morgana phenomenon, a complex form of superior mirage, explaining how temperature inversions over flat surfaces like oceans can create stacked and distorted images. And it's like, dude, they're like literally flat ocean. Hello, that's it. Enough said. Let's wrap it up, boys. You know what I mean? Like that's a wrap. Like they even are admitting it. It's a flat ocean. I'm gonna post the link so you can see it. Here you go.
Yeah, that's right. Like these academics, like, are just, you know, for all intents and purposes, you know, is what they'd probably caveat with, you know, like that. Yeah, it's you know, you treat it as flat, you can describe it as flat, and you know you'll measure it as flat, but like it's not, right? That they'll, at the end of the day, they'll say it's not,
Yeah.
right? But we get these.
Yeah, we know it's not.
You're right, yeah, but we get these guys coming in here that they're just so they're naive. Or they're just like, they're like kids, you know what I mean? Like that they think that they have this ground to stand on that's not really there, you know, and the academia isn't really supporting, you know, because and that's self-evident too.
Exactly.
That's evident when we ask them for the data for the support from academia for this stuff, and they can't find it.
That's why it's so very important to lean into academia. If anything is a hostile witness. We need more flat earthers to be interested in this.
Right.
Force yourself to read these papers. Look, you don't have to understand 90% of them. Most of them have formulas in them. And in the peer review process, their peers don't even want to read those damn formulas and equations. So typically what I do, I read the abstract, I skip all the way down to the conclusion or recommendations, and then I go to the middle, which usually is like an observations and discussion part. And I save that for last. It's true that when it comes to reading academic literature, that like when you go to publish, people know that if you put tables and formulas and equations, you're going to lose readers. You're going to lose your own peers at your same level who don't want to deal with that shit either. They would rather read descriptions and words.
Right.
And you can increase engagement if you can leave all that out or shove it all into an appendix at the end and only use some formulas to maybe suggest what you're going to present in detail later. That's usually enough. Like, peers will respect that. They'll be like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure this math is correct. I'll accept it for now. They probably consulted with the mathematics department to look at this. So we'll deal with that later. Let me get through the paper first, and then we can scrutinize the details after that. Like, nobody's sitting down with this stuff and says, oh, look, a new formula equation. Let me go see if I can derive it myself and do the same. I mean, there are some nerds that'll do that, but for the most part, no, they skip over that shit.
Dude, one of the most coolest like optical things I've ever seen. I was in Arkansas and we were driving through the hills, but they were doing like road construction. So they had like on both sides they had these like 4 foot like big round cones to kind of like let people, they're like bright and orange, so that way people knew like which road to stay in, where to be in. But it also rained, so I swear to God, it was so weird. I even have video on my old phone, I believe. The reflection of the cones, the way they mirrored into the ground while we were driving, it looked like we were driving above uh, like this, like I guess this road would have been like a pit, like almost like going down to like like to hell, like it was like a road to hell because the way the light shined, it was actually, you know what? I sound stupid saying this. Let me just try to find the video and I'll show you guys what I mean because I can't really fucking explain it. It just, in other words, it looks like it looked like we were gonna drive into and just fall straight down, but we were just driving straight across. Which I'll show it. Give me a second. I'll find it.
Yeah, that reminds me. So, how globers say that refraction lifts up curvature? Like, have you ever been driving and you're like, wow, this road looks really straight, but holy shit, I'm falling down. I'm driving over a hill, but it looks like it's so straight. Nobody's ever experienced that, right? I mean, I haven't. I drive a lot. I've never looked at a flat road and felt like that I was driving over a hill with my gut coming up into my throat.
Right. Let me show you this. Give me a second.
It's like, I know this road is curved because it feels like I'm going over a roller coaster, but damn, it looks so flat and straight ahead. Must be refraction.
Yeah, no, like, yeah, you're right. Like, it doesn't, like, a lot of this stuff doesn't get, like the waves thing, right? Because, like, back in the day, it was like, people would say, like, well, maybe it's a wave, a long, really, really high, long period wave or something, and they'd just get scoffed and laughed at, right? And it's kind of seemed like it wasn't like flat earthers weren't really confident to sort of stand behind that, like, as a possibility, like, but
Yeah.
like, I mean, it is a legitimate possibility.
Yeah, and it's maybe not just one wave, but dozens of waves. And you lose the depth of field because you've magnified the image. And so it looks like one wave.
I
You don't
found the
have the
video.
resolution to see them. Sorry.
I found the videos. It's okay. I found the videos. I gotta airdrop them though from one phone to the other, and then I have to like reduce it to upload it. So give me a couple of minutes. But I found it. But it's really weird to watch. You'll see. It's pretty cool, but reflections.
Here's a pro tip: use Dropbox. Sync all your devices. Put your meme
Yeah.
stack in Dropbox.
The thing though is that I know. I ran out of storage, and I used to have a Dropbox a long time ago, but I don't know. I'm just being lazy about it, which is counterproductive because then I don't have it allow me to be more lazy. I would not do as much. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, Mr. Fat Earther.
I have a new claim for today.
A new claim, like a claim nobody's heard before.
Possibly.
Is it a globe claim or flat Earth claim?
Well, I mean, one implies the other, does it not?
It depends, I guess, on the claim. Let's hear it.
The world is full of flatulence. Methane levels are at their highest level yet in modern history.
You're not wrong. You're absolutely right. And the longer this problem goes, the flatter the world gets.
I mean, some may say it's round and some may say it's flat, but it is filling up with flatulence.
Sure is.
Yeah, all those cow farts.
A lot of cow farts. So was that a new one or not?
So what's the solution? That is a brand new one, and should we increase taxes? Is that going to help?
I don't know. A whole bunch of people are eating more vegetarian food. That might be a solution. I'm not one of them. I mean, I will eat animals that are vegetarian.
Same, yeah, that's what I mean. I eat vegetarians.
Wait, so we can unflatten the world by eating vegetables instead of meat.
I don't know. I don't know if
we can
plants
flat Earth.
absorb methane. I mean, what absorbs methane?
Yeah, oceans. No, that emits. It's coming out of the oceans, isn't it? Big bubbles.
I mean, what about peat bogs? Do peat bogs generate methane or absorb methane?
They probably generate from plant matter.
Yep. So where does the methane go?
Dude. Well, we can end flat Earth today if we get on this case.
I mean, could we solve global warming if we just convince everyone that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
Because there won't be a globe to warm? Well, that's all I've got, guys. That's all my material.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not. Timing is everything, man. Those are pretty funny, and some of us are just like waking up.
I guess.
Some of us are probably still at bars.
That's all right. Hey, some people just do an all-nighter. They do an FE all night. They're kind of
I mean,
in and out.
you're a gas.
Exactly. Hey, you know what? At least if I'm an old fart, I've still got some more flatulence to add. I have something to contribute to the world.
I think 24/7 flatulence Earth has a nice ring to it.
He kind of sounds like that comedian, famous one.
You never know on Discord. We've had famous people drop by all the time, incognito.
I once spilled
Yeah,
some
like me.
spot remover on my dog, and now he's gone.
Wait, who was that? Joe Pesci? I just heard
Andy Kaufman.
Yeah, like me.
Joe Pesci.
I thought his name was right. I thought his name was right. The was it Steve Wright? I don't know.
No, Steve Wright is the other guy. The other night there was someone. He sounded like Steve Wright, and he was like, like he had that voice, color, like that whole shtick. But you sound like I'm gonna find the one that I think you sound like, and then I'll tag you.
Yeah.
He's kind of yeah. I just saw him on Theo Vaughn the other day. Anyway, go ahead.
I grew up on a one-way dead end road. Mom never wanted me to leave.
Ooh, nice. All right, here's the video, guys. Just real quick. The one I was talking about. Sorry to interrupt your comedy shtick. Go ahead. I upload it. That way you can see the reflection. So let me just do a little narrative. If you click play, you'll see that the light is reflecting and it looks like it's shooting down into the ground. And obviously the camera never does it justice. But while I was driving, like actually going through this, like those lights look like they go way deep. Like it looked like I was driving not on a road, but like just flying through like this tunnel. It was really hard to explain.
Fascinating.
Well, incredible. So, did you have like a planar reference where you were able to reestablish the flatness of the Earth from your view?
Driving in the hills, so those, swerving, going up and down, it was crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna find the guy I think he's telling.
All right.
$11 out of 13.
Yeah, actually, I would be happier with a flatter Earth. There's too many bumps, too many hills and mountains. They get in the way of the cell tower signals. I want better reception. We need to spend a lot of money and flatten out this Earth even more. Be good for the heavy equipment manufacturers. Everybody should drive a Caterpillar to work and flatten out a little bit more. Just think about it. If we just pulled apart 3 or 4 mountains, we could all build ourselves gorgeous homes out into the ocean. Waterfront property for everybody.
Nice.
We'll have a flatter and more just Earth. All right, guys, I'm tapped out. That's all I got.
Tough
Thank
crowd,
God.
bro. I'm gonna tag you though to the comedian that I thought you sounded like. Is that fair? Did you ready? Dude, when he taps out, he taps out. What was his name?
I don't know, man. I just call him Fat Earther.
Fat Earther. Yeah, he's the one that always comes in and says, right? We have a problem. The world's fat. He always says that.
Hats off to him trying to come up with something new, though. So he's trying to keep it fresh.
That's why I said tough crowd. It's just not your night.
Yeah, I got one. A fad earther treats Earth as a fad. Sometimes they're true earthers, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're beavers, sometimes they're globers. Jeranism is an example of a fad earther.
No, Jeranism is an example of an idiot.
That too.
Where's this guy at?
So, who's the famous 11?
Cindy
11 or
Crawford?
You mean like 11 out of 10?
No, 11 out of 13. Come on, you guys should know what I'm talking about. I want to know the famous 11. Put your name to it.
I'm drawing a blank.
Me too.
Hey, you see, I'm going to ban somebody for trying to make a situation better because someone came in and said a word they weren't supposed to say. And I'm part of an 11 that voted in favor of permabanning Nathan Oakley, then I'd put my name to it. I want to know the 11.
Hello, everybody.
What? What's going on, man?
I want to know the 11 out of 13 mods that voted to permaban Nathan Oakley. Put your name to it, so at least I could rest.
This is a back chat. This is a back chat discussion, man. This isn't for the live stream. Sorry, man.
Back channels.
Bunch of fucking cowards.
Get back to work. Yeah, no need to stir up drama, Neil. There's the call.
He left.
Everybody knows this is not a free speech platform. If we want to protect our presence here, we have to do what it takes. It's much better on this side of prison than on the other side.
Yeah, say the N word a few times with disregard. You gone.
So, do we have a kind of subject conversation here, or what's going on?
Hanging out.
Okay.
Waiting for a conversation to start up. Go ahead. Start it up.
Well, okay. The least interesting question would be: do you think the flat is Earth? Which I don't really want to ask. Give me a minute to think about it. Maybe I will come up with something.
Okay.
Did you say the least important or least interesting, Pablo? What are you thinking?
I think it's the least interesting, and if yeah.
So you brought it up?
Sorry?
So you brought it up? The least interesting thing in your brain is the first thing you uttered. Got it.
Well, I kind of have a question, more of a statement. So in the Philippines, my friends live in the Philippines, and right now the sun is setting, and then I live in the eastern part of the United States, and the sun is coming up.
Good morning.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. But for them, it would be good night. They're 12 hours behind us, which is true for any part of a globe, where you would be 12 hours behind somebody on the opposite side of the globe.
Okay, so you think the Earth is spinning?
I would have to assume that.
Well, we're not here to assume.
Well, so how would you trick a higher population, because Asia is higher population than the Western world, is
look
to the
what
eastern
Mao
world.
did to China.
Look
They're
what
Asian, aren't they?
okay. So Mao is behind
He's Asian.
making the sun go up and down.
No, there's one time zone there, dude.
There's one time zone. Okay. So how does
impossible
the sun,
to trick, aren't they?
Well, so you're tricking people. They think it's daylight, but really it's nighttime. And then on the other side, you're tricking them into thinking.
No, they think it's morning and it's actually dark.
You can do that?
That's what Mao did.
Well, so when people vid chat me in the Philippines and it's dark outside, I'm also being duped into thinking that there's
the Earth is a ball spinning, and that's what's creating it. Yes, you've been duped. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a ball?
I just stated it.
No, you said that you would have to assume.
Yeah. Yeah. That would be the logical assumption, correct?
Why?
Well, okay, so whenever I vid chat with people in the Philippines, right? So right now it's 8:35 in the morning here in the eastern part of the United States. So I can see the sun coming up, even though it's a little bit hazy outside. The sun is still our Earth is spinning towards the focal point of the sun.
Claim stack, and now you've got it. Now not only have you got a ball,
and so in the Philippines,
it's still dark in California. You don't have to go all the way to the Philippines.
Well, the Earth is tilted away from the focal point of the sun.
It's a ball and it's spinning, right?
It's a ball. Yeah, they're all. Well, it's an oblong ball. It's not. It's not a perfectly round circle. It's oblongal, which a lot of planets appear to be completely circular, but are oblongal because they have higher points on each side, north and south, due to magnetic development.
Yeah.
So the question is, if you say the Earth is flat, that means the Earth is kind of the middle of the universe, and the whole stars and
no, I'm not saying it's in the middle of anything.
Yeah, they're really not saying anything. They're just saying you're wrong and we're right.
Red is really confused. No need to further confuse him. He's already buried himself in assumptions.
Well, no, not assumptions. I've seen it with my eyeballs.
Logical assumptions, you said?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, okay, so if you're chatting with somebody on VidChat, like you can see their perspective, they can see my perspective, and I'm in daylight and they're in darkness. Wouldn't that be conclusive? It must be a globe, correct?
No, that's ridiculous.
Well, they're outdoors. I mean, I'm outdoors right now. I'm talking to you, and I'm standing outside of my house. So I'm witnessing illumination. You know what lumens are, correct? You understand? Light.
Yeah, we know what,
and if
light
the sun goes far enough away from you, you can no longer see it.
So okay, so there it is. Okay, so the lumens, the source of the lumens moves so far away from a source that you can no longer see it. Correct?
Well, don't forget.
No.
Okay, and how would that work on a flat surface? How would that be possible?
Of light,
unless it's extremely focused, and you narrow down the focal point of the lumens, which would mean that the sun is extremely close.
You can just talk and answer yourself, right? We'll just listen to you.
Yeah, you should listen to me. You're correct.
We'll just talk. We won't.
No, you got terrible logic. You think just because there's two different times of day that suddenly you're on a ball?
Why would I conclude otherwise? Do you think
because
that
you can have a gigantic table in the middle of the night, right? You can have a room with no light, right? And you have a little tiny light bulb on a minuscule top above a desk, right, or a table, right? Okay. It's not going to light up the whole table.
Okay, and then So
And so for one side,
Mercury,
the people on the table, it's dark, it's nighttime. For one side of the people on the table, it's light because the light is above them.
are Venus and
How
Mercury real
simple is that?
planets, or are they
So now
fake?
you're jumping
Yeah, I
somewhere
see the
else.
same
Why are
thing
you
you
hold
do
on?
in the
What?
sky, dude. We all see the exact same thing in the sky.
That's
You
called
just think
getting.
that, oh, I must be spinning on a ball because you were told that.
Well, are Mercury and Venus fake
This
news?
is
Like
called.
they don't
I see the
exist?
same lights in the sky as you do.
Well, they're not lights in the sky. They're reflecting. They don't create light. They reflect light.
How do you know
So
that?
these are
Pretty
objects.
bold
Oh,
claim for
because
somebody
these
who's
are
never been there.
objects. Well, these are objects that reflect light. I mean, I can purchase a telescope, which I've done, and
You can reflect light off of the lights in the sky?
Bro, that would still make them light, right? So you could just describe them as
no, they're just
light.
reflective surfaces. So
Yeah, does
so
that
there
make
must
something
be,
not a light?
Yeah, it does. It makes something not creating the light. It just makes it reflecting the
Who
light.
said anything about the source, the production of the light?
Well, so let's say I show you a mirror
from you.
of water. Could you drink mirror? Could you drink water through a mirror?
Oh my god, this guy's retarded as brick.
No. Think about it. So I've got a mirror, right? And I show you a table full of food in a reflection, or I show you water in a reflection. Could you drink or eat any of those products?
Let me ask you this. If you have a dark room and you shine a light to a mirror, wouldn't it not reflect the light?
That's what I'm saying. Now you're
And
agreeing
would
with
it
me.
not illuminate another place?
Now you're agreeing with me.
Okay, so again,
with
you're saying that we're disagreeing with you. If they are if they are a reflective source of light, they are still a light.
They're not the source of the light.
Did we say they were the source?
That's your claim, bro. That's your claim. You're going to have to stand by that.
Okay, so now everybody's agreeing with me 100%, correct?
No.
We see the same light, right? We see the same light that
So
we identify as.
we disagree that reflective sources are not
making
the
a
source of light,
claim
or
about
are the
it.
source of light.
You are, bro, listen for a sec. We're not making a claim about the source of the light, what's producing
You have a
it.
lot to say about what I'm doing and what you're doing, but you're not moving forward.
Making claims
You're not
about
moving
it.
forward with claims. Move forward with claims.
Put on
You
your
don't need to worry about what I'm doing.
You're an
Just move
interesting
forward with your own
individual,
claims.
Red
Do
Wild.
not talk over me.
This is how a
Put on
debate
your
works.
Don't talk over me.
This is how it's going to work. You're not going to talk over anybody.
Now put on your big boy pants and stand by your claims and stop trying to project onto others.
So what I'm saying is that the source of the light cannot be the reflector of the light, and we all agreed on that.
Okay,
Right.
so how do you know that the stuff that you see in the sky is in an outer space vacuum?
It's light dilation in can reflect off of surfaces at the speed of the change of illumination. So you have a source, and these things from the entity, from the source, and then to the next phase, which will be the reflection of that source, and then to myself, which is another point of illumination. It's called the speed of light, in the simplest terms possible. I'm trying to be simplistic.
What is the speed of light?
Well, you're doing pretty bad
The
at that.
speed of light is what is from the source to whatever the outcome is. So the source is the initiating point, and then to you or to the observer would be the x, the axis of that point. So lumens spread, like the dilation of time and expansion of that source of light has to be taken into effect. So the sun, being a round object just like the Earth, would be spinning
That's begging a question.
huge rippling field of light all around it. It wouldn't have a pinhole focal point. It
How are
would
you
be
going to prove that the sun is the same as the Earth?
that it's round.
How are you going to
I thought you
prove
said
that?
the Earth's oblong.
Well, most gravitational pull is circular. So I would have to assume that all
This is
things
your
affected by
logic.
gravitational pull
Which
is
gravity?
circular.
What?
Well, it's circular. Gravitational pull is like a tornado effect. It
Dude,
has a core to it. Yeah, it spins things
which
around
gravity?
and it pulls things towards it. It's not in a
Hold on. So you're
pinhole
talking about
direction.
Newton gravity and not Einstein. Well, you're a little out of date,
No,
I'd
I'm
say.
talking about both.
Oh, both. Oh, I got you. Yeah, both.
Yeah, gravitational pull is not flat or has sides to it. It should not have a beginning or an end. It is an infinite pull.
What in the hell are you talking about, bro?
Okay, man.
Well, I mean, okay. So let's say you're on a flat surface, correct? So you should have different gravitational pulls.
No. Let's say we are on a flat surface. Welcome to flat Earth. You agree?
Okay. So how would you have a difference in directional pull if you're on a flat surface? How would that be possible? How would you have like a center and then edges and
That's
so
your
on and so
claim,
forth?
bro. Stop trying to use that as our claim. Why are you trying to impose gravity on us, bro?
Hold on.
Okay.
Do you think
Yeah, you all
flat
don't
Earth is a
believe in
disc in
gravity.
space?
Yeah, you have to believe in gravity, man. It's your religion, man.
So what is keeping you on this flat disc? What?
Why would we be going anywhere
Oh,
else?
I knew it. I knew it.
And who says
You think
anything
it's a
about
flat
disc?
disc in space, don't you?
Yeah. There's no solar system that's a flat Earth.
With a very small pinhole of light coming from some alien source that nobody can prove.
You are
Dude, you're all over the place, dude. You're all over the place, man. You just need to chill.
You think that light is like a focal, like a laser? Like a
Who
focal
said that? Who said that?
Why don't you just stand by
Nobody. I had to say it for you.
Oh,
and we
so
just
you want to straw man us? Okay, that really helps, right? So it makes your argument better than ours because you're straw manning us.
See, we don't have an argument. Hold on. We don't have an argument. We have facts. No
You're
argument.
not giving any facts. I'm giving facts.
No, I mean, I'm saying
No. The facts are Earth is measured flat. It's not an argument. It's a fact.
Yeah.
But why is it flat?
Because it's measured.
That's just what
flat.
it is. That's how it's practically used.
It's
That's how we
it's
use it.
navigated. It's aviated.
It's the way you
And
see it.
it's flat.
Got a quick question.
But why is it flat? What would be the practicality of a flat planet?
No, what would be the practicality of a round planet? And there are no planets. We see lights in the sky. Come on, it's 2025. Go back to 2015. You got a time travel machine.
That's conclusive. Okay, that's
Wild.
great evidence.
Are you aware that we don't claim that it's a disk or a pancake out in a second law of thermodynamics violation known as outer space?
You haven't made any claims. You've just you've been interrogating me and then humoring yourself at my expense.
Interrogating.
Well,
you're
pretty left field, man.
Yeah, you're just.
I mean, can we just stick to one point?
Right.
Okay, let's do one. Because that's how you win an argument. You focus on one thing. When
1 point, stick to 1 point, and reach
stick to one point. Because that's a simplistic way to handle an argument, especially if you exceed the knowledge. Yeah.
If all of this is true about what you're saying, all of these claims, then there should definitely be measurable curvature for this globe, right?
Well, I just said it. I said daylight. That's time
not measuring.
Bro,
that's not measuring a curve.
I mean, you're giggling. You're laughing.
That's just assuming the consequent.
So let me
That's pre-assuming the ball in the first place. Because
so what happens when I call my friend in the Philippines and I say, "Hey, can you walk outside and
I
show
told
me
you. There's a light over your house, and there's not the same light over theirs. That
There
doesn't
is a
suddenly make
light.
it a ball.
What is the source
In
of
fact,
light?
there's nothing about the
The
sky
sun,
that will
moron.
tell you that the ground is suddenly a shape.
So
Now I know why you think that, because that's what we were taught when
Correct.
we were all
Correct.
taught the
Yeah, we
globe,
were
right?
taught
They
that,
told us
yeah.
to look at the sky. That's how you know you're on a
And
globe.
you've expanded beyond that education, and you've come up with your own.
Well, we
your
found
Yeah,
it
they
own
give you a
to
lot
be
more
not
stories.
true.
But
So-
you haven't measured the surface of the Earth, have you?
I don't have to. People have done that.
Oh yeah, which one?
Who?
Magellan.
Magellan.
That would be
let's
off
see
a
it.
flat surface. All measurements are off a flat surface. Cannot get a measurement unless it's a flat surface. Well, tell me about your measurements of curvature, because they're elusive.
They're elusive. So if when I'm in an airplane and because I've flown to Hawaii before.
Stop.
Well,
I don't go flat Earth.
Okay. And I've flown to Hawaii before.
Magellan.
The time changed.
What was
Red
Magellan's
Wild, you need your T-Dub, you moron.
What was
Now we go into
Magellan's
Ed Hum. Now we go into Ed
bro.
Hum.
Bro. What was Magellan's methodology for measuring the curvature of the Earth?
He used the star constellations.
Oh my god, bro. Talking about the
We're all laughing, we're all giggling.
It's hilarious, dude.
Welcome to flat Earth if you use the stars.
Okay,
You just
so it all goes
explain
after the laughing and the giggling. It all goes quiet.
And use all a bunch of
Ishgal, ad hom, ad hom, ad hom. Yeah.
You, man. That's you.
Nobody's ad homing, dude.
Yeah, you're the gift scalloper.
What are you talking about?
Okay, there we go. So what you're saying is that when I contact my friends in the Philippines, that somebody somewhere on a flat Earth has moved
stick to one thing.
the light around.
He got speaking ADHD.
To trick us for some odd reason? I mean, that's a very large investment. To just
When you're on a ball, the guy told you that's what you were educated in. That doesn't mean it's fact. We found out to be that
That's a good way not to answer a question. That's a very good way to not answer a question.
Red Wild.
Okay, Red
Very good way.
You said
Hold on.
Magellan.
Hold on.
You said Magellan
Hold
had
on,
measured
hold
the
on.
Earth, and
you stuck with that.
Hold on. Y'all give it a second. Hey man, we're trying to keep to one point. Stop talking like you have ADHD for speaking.
Well, that's what a cult does.
I mean,
A
dude,
cult
no, that's what you're doing, dude. That's what you. Yeah, we want to address one point.
You haven't.
And
You've never told me anything to contradict.
Well, you're trying to keep speaking when we're trying to ask you a question about the claim you just did about Magellan, and I think it was Flat that was actually asking you the question. Flat, can you continue?
You're asking. What was the question you want to ask me?
Well, T-Dub asked you as well, what was the methodology that Magellan used to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Constellation.
That is incorrect. You can't use the sky, something that is not measurable, to measure the ground.
Why can't you?
Would you like to try again? Because it would be affirming the consequent and begging the question. It would be assuming the ball in the first place.
Correct.
That's
and then proving it
illogical.
This is moron, dude.
He has no problem being illogical. That's why we're laughing, dude.
So how would you measure your flat Earth? How would you do that?
By measuring the ground, not the
Measuring
sky.
the ground, not the sky. Okay.
Yeah, or the
and we've
water.
done that. So who
For instance,
name the
they
person
tell
who's done
us
that?
the Earth's surface is nearly 70 to 75% water.
Correct. It's
if you find out that large bodies of water lay flat, what does that make the Earth?
It has to be flat.
Yeah, because you can't have a 70% flat ball, can you?
Now name the person who measured it. One name. Pull a name. I pulled a name. Now your turn.
There's actually quite a few in here.
Let's
we
do
have
one.
Plenty
Just one. You don't need quite a few.
falsification of the globe geometry of 3959 that has given us, from the
Name the
NASA
name.
component.
Name the person.
Oh,
I
we got a company, Effie Core.
Name the person. Just one. I named a person.
Effie Core was one of them.
Effie Core, myself.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
And
not going to give
yourself.
you my name. You could say flat
Well,
void.
you've measured the Earth, correct?
Yeah.
You
Not
laid a
in its
measuring
entirety.
tape in the ocean.
No, I took
Hey,
a distance
here. I'll tell you
and
something.
I tested the
Look at.
globe's geometry. Have you?
How does the wind blow or overturn of water or anything on a
Redwell.
flat surface?
Why,
Hey, Redwell.
why are
Go
you
ahead.
going to?
I know you
Hey,
want to
Redwell.
deflect from the actual question, like Magellan's methodology, and how you think that pointing to the sky is somehow a measurement of the ground.
Well,
Because
the
I think
sky
you're
moves.
realizing you don't have
The
a
sky
measurement of the
moves.
Earth.
So the sky moves
supposedly.
because, or the Earth moves. It has to be one of two things. So
Hey,
either
Redwell.
the sky is moving around us
Can I
because
explain to you how it's
constellations do
measured
move.
and who
What's that?
measured it? Can I explain to you how it's measured
Let's
and
go.
who measured it?
Let's go.
So let me explain it to you, and then hopefully this helps you. Okay. So there's a way that you establish a position that's going to be according to the elevation based off of mean sea level.
Okay.
Do you follow? Do you agree to that so far?
Of course.
Okay. So when you level your instrument, and then you look through the eyepiece, and then you mark something away from you, okay, away from your position. Now,
correct.
You establish that elevation, okay. Now you
It's
created a
called
horizontal.
topography. It's called topography.
Okay, so check it out. So you created a straight line, okay, that's parallel to what? To mean sea level, right? Because that's where we transfer inland, right? Okay.
Correct.
So if
Sea
you
level.
okay, so listen, pay attention. If you keep doing that over and over and over, and you start from New York, and you keep transferring that straight line, and every time you establish a vertical, or let's say every time you get plumb, right, with your instrument, and you're saying it's level and creating a 90-degree angle now, or position, to the other position, because that last one was a 90-degree. And now you transfer that line, and now you're 90-degree. So now you have a perpendicular position to one another, right? And remember, all of these transferring benchmarks are going to represent a straight line that is what again? Parallel to mean sea level. So as we take this straight line, transfer it, and we go all the way across the United States, and then you get to California, okay? And now you're at the ocean now. And now let's say you're God, and now you want to zoom out, okay, and you go all the way, and now you're floating above Mexico, really, really high, right? You're south of America, okay. Now you're going to look across at all those transferred straight lines that were parallel to the baseline of mean sea level. And because you did a 90-degree and a 90-degree and a 90-degree and a 90-degree all the way across, that's what makes it level, flat, straight. Okay, all the way across. So when you say who measured it, so hold on, I'm almost done. So when you say who measured it, I will answer you this. Everybody that ever transferred a level line is keeping parallel to elevation. So so guess what? If you straightened out a photo in your room, right, a picture on the wall, like you are keeping, because it's level, it's flat, you are keeping to that position as well. So everybody, every time you take a measurement, you're keeping level and flat. So go ahead, and now you name anybody, and that's going to be your answer. So when you say, well, who leveled it? Who measured it? Dude, name anybody, because everybody does that. But go ahead.
Right, and that explains how I can go out and witness a sunset into the ocean. Because what happened was somebody's light bulb fell into the water line.
So you're just retarded at this point.
Well, I don't think that's well. First of all, I'm not ableist, so I'm not going to repeat that because I value human life. But I would say that if you've ever seen a sunset, maybe you all haven't been outdoors.
Yeah, that's actually my bad. That's actually disrespectful to someone that does have retardation. So my apologies to someone that is, because you are worse than that. In this
I'm worse than that.
Yeah. Because you're a pompous, arrogant moron that thinks he knows what he's talking about, comes in a room, thinks he's smarter than everybody.
Can you explain a sunset? Can
You don't
explain
even
the sunset?
explain the sun. I thought we were talking about the Earth.
I've seen the sun come up and I've seen the sun set in
What
the
does that
same
matter?
way.
But we're talking about the Earth.
One second,
Go
I'll
ahead.
buy it. I'm wondering if you could describe the sunset to me.
It looked like a round ball of gas that was on fire went into the ocean. That's what it looked like. And then with the sunrise, it looked like a large ball of gas. Because I've flown quite a bit in an airplane, so I've actually seen it from two different vantage points.
Looks like a large ball of gas, man.
It looked like a large ball of combusted gas came up out of the water, which would be impossible because I don't know how a large ball of plasma and gas that is literally burning itself can come out of the ocean or also go into the ocean.
Bro.
I don't think you know what literally means.
Literal means I've experienced it with my own eyes. It was illiteral.
So you saw a ball of fire go into the ocean?
I did.
Literally?
Yeah. It would have had to have went into the ocean because you all tell me that we're not the thing that's spinning, but all of these balls of gas and all of these
look at this
firmaments, all these planets and stars are moving around us.
Hey, Redwild, look at the side chat. Tell me, did that plane go into the building? Just look at the side chat. Press play, watch it, and then answer me that. Did that plane go into the building? You tell me, genius. Since you sound like you're so smart.
Explains a lot. Okay, so this is how flat Earth works. Okay, so it's a flat disk. Okay,
No,
and then
wait, hold on. Answer me. Wait, answer me. Just answer me yes or no.
Dome over it.
Hey, Redwild, answer me, Redwild. Did the plane go into the building? Yes or no?
But here's the thing. So when I look at
no, bro, shut up. It's a yes or no.
The moon is round. So
yes or no, dude. Just ban this fucking idiot. Get him out of here, dude. He's a waste of time at this point. We could be talking to other, even just amongst ourselves would be better than talking to this moron.
Okay, nice. So that we have a little room, I have a question.
Go ahead, Jackson.
So, I'm open for both sides.
Flat earthers and nothing but retards.
Sorry?
Cool story, bro. Wait your turn.
Yeah. So, if I assume that the Earth is flat, then we have the Antarctic ice wall, basically, around our space. Is that correct?
Who knows?
That's on the globe.
I mean, we know it's contained, but by what and what shape? Who knows? I haven't been there. Have you?
Well, could you how about connect the two? How did you connect an ice wall to a flat Earth? What did you do to do that? On your flat Earth, you said if the Earth is flat, so you've got your flat Earth right now that you haven't presented yet, and somehow from that you got to an ice wall in Antarctica. Can you help people connect the dots here?
Sure.
No one here can read your mind.
Sure.
You have to demonstrate what you're. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, flat Earth would say the north is the middle, and the south is the outside of the Earth. But what if you fly or swim south all the time? Sometimes you hit Antarctica. Do you?
Well, now it's a question. Okay, so which one is it? Is it something if flat Earth, then you got an outside and an inside?
Kinda, or
well, it seems
else.
Like you might want to polish this up a little bit and try again.
Okay, I've seen this typical pictures of the flat Earth, that we have on all over the internet.
Let's see that. What were we looking at?
Mm-hmm.
A typical picture of a flat Earth. What's that?
Like at the North Pole is the middle,
Yeah, can you?
And then it spreads out.
Let's ram that
in
in
a circle.
chat. What did you see? You Googled flat Earth, and what did you see?
Wait, give me a second. I can do that.
All right, let's check that out.
You brand new to this?
Well, it sounds like he's more than brand new because he's got his own if. He's got his own flat Earth he's going to present today.
Let me send it in.
Your first question is way out there, huh? You got to know about the ice walls?
Well, let's see what he comes up with because he started off with, "Hey, if the Earth is a flat," and we're like, "Okay, sure. Let's see what you're talking about."
Oh, I'm not so long on this server to post pictures, but it's literally the first thing.
DM me.
That comes up.
I'll DM it to me. I'll post it. Is it crit? DM it there, the crit.
What an interesting night.
So basically, if we differentiate between a globe,
yeah, here, Jackson.
The flat Earth would. Huh?
Yeah, Jackson. Let's see that flat Earth you're talking about. Let's DM that to me, and I'll post it for you.
I see. Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah. Make sure it's a God's eye view of the entirety of the whole thing, and side by side with the God's eye view of the globe.
Well, we're just going through his flat Earth right now.
Yeah, I'm sure it's circling the sun. It's got some syrup on the pancake and some ships falling over the edges. But it's the God's eye view that he's got. I'm sure of it, that another human has given him the entirety.
Roto, that sounds so good right now. Pancakes and syrup.
looks like
Det är sån jävla gamling här inne alltså.
Talking about the globe, not the flat Earth. He posted an.
Do you think Australia exists?
He posted an AE projection.
I don't think so.
That's the globe.
Yeah, that's a globe, dude.
Yeah, your globe's got the ice wall, buddy. You didn't know that?
Yeah,
you didn't know the globe's got the ice wall?
It says here what would happen if the Earth were actually flat, but then they show a picture of a globe projected from top to bottom, called the AE projection.
Exactly, and this is my question: what is that true?
You think that map is wrong? Is that map wrong?
You're not tracking.
Do you think what you see there is that right or wrong? Would you say that? Would you agree or disagree with this?
It looks kind of wrong.
Okay, well that's your globe. That would be a globe that you think is wrong.
Yeah. Yes, it's just spread out and it's very distorted, and of course, but the conception of it, is that something that you're up to?
That's not flat Earth.
Do you have an accurate map of any sort?
No.
Jackson, look what old dude posted. It shows exactly how they make that AE projection.
Do you have an accurate map of the Earth of any sort?
Right.
Because what you got right now, Jackson, is you said if the Earth was flat, and what you did, we took a globe and slapped a flat Earth sticker on it, then said it doesn't work. Okay, well, so your first statement right now is the globe doesn't work if you apply any level of mathematics to it.
I want to see a working map of the whole thing. Do you have one? Globe or what have you?
I think he needs to understand that when we say flat Earth, that's not what we're talking about.
Oh, it's what he's talking about. Yeah, that's what when he said flat Earth, he was talking about the globe.
Right. Yes, maybe a little presumptuous. I'm not super familiar with the matter, but I'm very interested in hear a different opinion. So, very respectfully.
Jackson, what if I said that the Earth can be proven as a stationary level plane north of the equator? What would that do for you?
As a stationary what?
Level plane north of the equator. If the entirety of the north of the equator is a stationary level plane, what does that say about anything south of the equator?
That it doesn't exist? That it doesn't exist?
That what doesn't exist?
The south
Be more
of
specific.
the southern part of the equator.
Doesn't exist?
So
That's pretty bold. I'm saying that north of the equator can be proven as a planar level Earth.
So then I'll assume the south would be on the other side, or
don't worry about the south right now.
Okay.
There's a whole lot of territory north of the equator. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
What if it's all flat and treated as level every single day? What about it?
Nothing. Also, it wouldn't change
What do you
anything
mean
for
nothing?
me.
That doesn't if A then B you at all? If the entirety of north of the equator is a plane and level and used that way for the entirety of its surface, what does that most necessarily dictate about the south? You don't have to answer that if you need time to think about it.
Honestly, I don't get it.
It's not that complex, man.
Then the south would be also. I don't really understand.
How the surface would be on the flat Earth?
Flat.
And how the surface would be on the sphere?
Sphere, round.
Curved.
Yeah.
How we will realize that both what is one or different or other?
Water, yes.
If flat surface is flat on flat Earth, how we will find out if it's flat surface or curved surface?
You could go to New York with a laser, and you can go to here, Portugal, and set up a sensor. And then you measurize them in a way that the laser would hit the sensor, and when the water will disrupt the laser, then the Earth is round. If it will go and hit the sensor, then it's flat.
Did anyone do that?
Not
You think
necessarily, man.
you think it's 2025 and we're just getting around to these ideas, man? Do you think mankind has been using a level plane to operate on for hundreds of years?
Yes, I heard that when you explained it to the other guy. But the problem is that this would work on a round surface as well, because
it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Because what you're dealing with is a perpendicular. You're dealing with an inescapable perpendicular. This is natural balance. This is physics. You're in this perpendicular as balance, or you're out of it, meaning true vertical and true horizontal level. It's everywhere. It's also not everywhere. It just depends on if you want to submit to it. But the perpendicular is everywhere, on a mountaintop, on the water top, under the water, underground, of course, on ground. There's no place that men's feet can go to escape this perpendicular, which is natural balance. All the perpendiculars are in ratio to each other. They're relative to each other. So all of your verticals are going to be parallel. Every single plumb is going to be parallel to its brother. So are your horizontals, your levels, elevations, elevelations. Yeah, levels. Straight lines, horizontal. Yeah. So perpendicular, it's inescapable. There's no curvature to be had here. So before mankind began operations of roads, pipes, aqueducts, drainage, travel, flight, rail, all of that is based off of the perpendicular, the horizontal, and the vertical. They do not waver. 100. They do not waver, ever. They don't.
Okay.
The plumbs don't diverge or converge. Nope. Over all heights, depths, and distances, parallel. Same with the horizontals. This is how we measure the earth. This is how we use the earth every day. Yeah. So this is all the operations in the north, as I'm saying. But the first thing you want to know about is ice walls. You go check your globe for that first. You go check your globe for ice walls first.
Jackson, what you're hearing, right,
your
is
ice
that
walls are on the globe. So you go figure that out, and then if there's something interesting about ice walls, then you bring that back. Meanwhile, the actual Earth is measured and utilized flat every single day.
Yeah, but then what form does the Earth have?
and I think what you're trying to get, Jackson, is some sort of like shape or image, right? I mean, I think most people, when they lose a globe or they feel like they're losing the globe, they're like, oh man, I need to jump on board something else, right? Well, then what does it look like? Because they just pulled down the map in school and showed me, hey, this is where you live, right? They just put a little ball in the room and they go, hey, look, this is where you live. And that's how it was introduced to you, right? But I think what you're hearing from the panel, right, is that what it looks like is not important. It's what it looks like in its entirety doesn't suddenly tell you that everything, right? In fact, you can just know that the earth is flat by, getting a small section of a large body of water, doing that measurement in multiple places, right? You can find it locally all over the place, and we have, right? That there's no curvature of this said ball or geometry, right? And to be fair, that doesn't magically tell us what it is, right? It tells us what it's not. And it tells us that it's not the map they pulled down, and it's not the little spherical globe that they put in the front of the room.
Yeah, I'll do you one better, Jackson, because any human that has told you, and this is what you have been told, is that they have got a God's eye view of the entirety of this place. They're lying to you. That's what we're up against. People being told that another man has seen the entirety of this place.
And what's the person of doing that?
What's the what?
What's the purpose of doing that and selling wrong information about the Earth?
Brother, listen, I hate to tell you, man, you don't live in a cotton candy house, brother. Okay? It's not a nice place you're in. Okay? Men do things, don't they? Oh yeah. Turn your back and see what happens with your neighbor. Oh yeah. Why do people do things? That's akin to asking about the ice wall. There are much more fundamental aspects to see here. But the men that tell you that they are flying to these lights, landing on these lights, making a mockery of the celeste and the majesty of the heavens, that they're just jotting around up there freely, right? They're lying to you.
All your money. I mean, would you lie for $60 million a day? I think a lot of people might. I mean, what if I can control your worldview and you're going to purchase stuff from my store because you you believe it's good for you, and that's what you want. And all I'd have to do is teach you that you want this product since you were really small.
Yes. Well,
I mean, what if it has multiple reasons? To be fair, we're not the liars here, so a lot of this would be speculation, right? I can't be the liar, but I do know that most liars, when they do lie, it's to gain something.
Yes, it's either out of fear or personal interest.
Could be insecurity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Floyd, not to be a stickler, but it's actually 69 million a day.
Oh man, I was being generous.
And so, but still, I have a little difficulties to imagine some sort of shape, or is it endless?
Nobody knows that. It's just it's a plane that we view like so. For all intents and purposes, to you, it can extend forever. But that's the thing. You don't know the extent of the realm, nor does anybody else. We don't make a claim to that. So any other inquiry into that would just lead to we don't know. So the speculation's not going to get you anywhere at the end of the day.
Plus, just to one up on what Alpha's saying to you, Jackson, is that no matter how you slice it, you as an individual are going to have to wrap your own mind around infinity or finite, one way or the other. When you look up, it's either infinite or it's not. You're going to have questions either way.
I see.
Yeah. So just because you're on the physicality of material here on the earth, how far out does it go? What is truly south? These types of things. I mean, how far does it go? Well, it hasn't been seen is the answer to that. There's a maximum to man's altitude, and there's a maximum to visibility that we know about. Do some men know more than others? That's quite possible. That's quite possible. Do some men know more than you in the grand scheme of the borders? That's quite possible as well. Should they let you know? I mean.
Okay, then I have a question about compasses. So it shows to the north. What is the north point, and how is it set? And why does that work?
The compass utilizes magnetic field lines on the Earth, and they're not always pointing to the true north.
Yes.
So that's something you need to look into because it's a lengthy conversation. But to give you just kind of a summary of that is that compasses don't point to these specific static cardinal directions. They're based upon magnetic field lines that the Earth
yes, they change also over time.
Yes, we know this. But that's the thing about compasses. So you wanted to know, that's what I'm telling you.
You could rely on Polaris.
But I find it also very strange that like all governments decided to like not go to Australia, to the South Pole. Like, when did all humanity come together to one single opinion? Yes, and this is like
right before
super suspicious.
the forming of NASA.
Yeah.
These are true historic data points. Does it tilt ahead? I'm sure it does. But what are you going to think about it?
But Jackson, do you see how that doesn't magically tell you anything about this Earth? It just kind of, it's an endless speculation. It's kind of a dead end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, for instance, even the term ice wall actually comes from the government exploring, right? I mean, supposedly we have accounts of like Admiral Byrd going there, even claiming that there's land on the other side of this quote unquote ice wall. And don't get me wrong, it's a very interesting story, but it's a dead end. It's a cul-de-sac, right? It's just it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, please apologize my incompetence to have brought this up.
Not at all, dude. You're not the first and you're not the last. but yeah, maybe in this case, if I told you it was a ball, you'll never really question the outer extents, right? You'll just say, oh, that's why they had to give us space and this infinite. Oh, just look up, and I think it's kind of the same thing when you kind of have these. Don't get me wrong. If you go on TikTok or X, there's a lot of quote unquote flat earthers that are talking about this edge and making speculations and literally generating AI photos of the quote unquote other side, and it's getting pretty ridiculous.
Yeah,
Some of that
I've seen that.
I personally think is to make fun of us, and some of it is again just really highly speculative, and they're trying to get clicks.
I mean, I also spent 2 times a week in a plane, and I think if you fly above the skies, you should be kinda able to see some curvature, which I never did personally.
No.
And you would think so, but according to the globe math, you still won't see it from 40,000 miles up.
Okay.
His name is you can look him up actually, Paul Larson of the Planetary Director.
Oh yeah, I have this name is familiar.
Yeah. But yeah, your eyes aren't deceiving you. It does look pretty flat. And you do sometimes even ask yourself, I remember it as a kid, like, how far is that? Kind of eerie when you're up there at 40,000 feet, right? And kind of looking out like, whoa. It may be a small world after all, or big, not really sure, but it definitely measures flat.
I mean, what came up to my head right now is if we say the sky or the cosmic, the space is here infinite, then in theory the Earth could also be infinite. I mean, why not? We have like the above and we have the below. Yeah. Could that make?
I mean, who's to
sense?
say?
Huh?
I mean, it's kind of like what Roto was kind of putting forth to you. Either way, you're going to have to kind of decide, is infinite just a concept, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because, for instance, we have an infinite expanding universe, according to the globe model, right?
Mm-hmm.
But even that has an edge that is expanding, correct?
Yeah.
And yeah, also, Roto, into what?
Yeah,
and you get into this infinite regression fallacy, right? Where it's just going to lead to another, well, what's the edge of that? Oh, what's the edge of that? Oh, what's the edge of that? And to be fair, it could be finite, and that could be terrifying from some people.
I mean, the concept of infinity sounds strange as the infinite space, because if it's expanding with the speed of light, how would be able to see the stars in the first place? The light would stay at the same point and not even travel anywhere.
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
I would say so. I mean, you have actually all kinds of paradoxes. I mean, why isn't the entire night sky lit up? If supposedly there's this whole field of stars, and we're even seeing the ones that like don't exist anymore, which is just hilarious, right? That the light is just like traveling through a large distance. It's ridiculous,
Let's say
on its face.
Let's say I have a baseball, and I put some energy into it, and I throw it at you, and you catch it. You receive the energy in some period of time, which was created by me, basically. So this kind of makes sense. The light thing.
Well, it's more like an energy transfer. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like,
Yes, exactly.
it makes quote unquote sense, right? At least to the paradigm. Like, yeah, it would have to be a really large distance, right?
And
But I mean, another one that's weird is like the 1,000,000-mile internet, right? That they're supposedly sending these things off into, a second law of thermodynamics violation. I think once you actually understand that you can't have gas pressure without containment, I mean, every story about space is absolutely laughable.
You mean that round gas objects were not be able to exist?
No, the fact of the matter that me and you were breathing gas pressure right now, roughly about 14.7 psi. And according to everything we know about gases, right? I mean, we got Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law. I mean, gas pressure, a requirement of it, an antecedent of it, is containment. So don't get me wrong, that doesn't tell us the properties of a container, it doesn't tell us the shapes of a container. But the fact that we're breathing gas pressure tells us that we're not next to a vacuum of outer space. And it really is that simple. Now, where do rockets go? They probably come back down in a parabolic trajectory, right? To be fair, I mean, they've had to make up a lot of components about this outer space lie. I mean, they've even gone, oh yeah, we went to the moon, but we can't go back, Oh, now we got this low Earth orbit in the way. Now we got radiation. Now we got asteroids. I mean, the stories just don't stop. And then they even update them like, oh, we were wrong. This is how it really works. They've updated the distance of the sun like 7 times in history?
No.
I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know the distance to the sun, but I'm not going to make a claim 7 times. See what I'm saying? The globe keeps shooting itself in the foot over and over again. And, one of the best ways I think you can prove it to yourself is actually going to a beach and putting the globe Earth calculator to the test for yourself.
What is that?
Because I would say you could listen to us all day, but some of these things you really have to demonstrate for yourself, right? Like even gas pressure without containment, like really try to do that. I mean, if you really must, prove it to yourself.
I work a lot with gases. I know what you're trying to say. What you say.
Yeah. And so you know it pretty well, even how violent it could be,
Yes. Also, I worked with a lot of vacuum with like values up to E-6 torr, which is like
insane, right? And then we're told an outer space vacuum is like -17 torr.
Right.
Are you in?
It's pretty hard to stop gas from like expanding into a vacuum of that type, right? If there's no barrier in between, right?
And here's the irony: even a vacuum requires a container.
Exactly.
Any manipulation of gas requires a container, pretty much.
It's also not even a natural phenomenon. Like you've never walked into nature and been like, "Oh shit, a vacuum."
And when I say difficult, I mean impossible.
Can't be shown otherwise.
Oh, I just dumped it into a vacuum. Oh, good.
Like, can you imagine you're walking around? I can't breathe. Oh, dude, I think I hit a vacuum pocket.
A vacuum well.
Oh, it's a. Oh man.
Jackson, how much have you heard about this side of things, man?
Sorry?
How much have you heard about this side of things?
Mainly what you guys mentioned earlier, this typical TikTok stuff with the firmament, with the ice wall, the stereotypical things.
Mm.
Which is why I'm really glad to hear you guys giving me another point of view on the whole spiel.
Yeah, more serious aspects, right?
Yeah, TikTok is global, pretending to be flat earther.
Yeah, there's a lot of mockery, Jackson. I'm sure you've seen.
Yes, of course. People are trying to put the people who believe in the flat Earth down and make them look stupid and just silly. Of course.
Well, for example, flat does not mean smooth.
Yeah, of course, the mountain is a mountain, but the idea is that the Earth is not a globe.
Correct. So just on the operations of the horizontal, just to have something like altitude or depth from sea level is going to be based off of planar axiom, right? That's the way all the operations run. So when you understand that it is truly a plane, as far as the eye can see, all eyes can see, when you see the trajectory of something like a missile or a rocket, you know for sure it's not being slingshot around a globe. It's probably doing exactly what it looks like.
Like a ballistic.
Flying, arcing, and going to land somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Probably the most simple explanation for rockets.
Yes.
Well, to go a little bit farther into flight, there are maximum altitudes that we can take density. Things, craft that are made from elements of the earth, taking them into these pressures of altitude. Dynamics change. There are limits to what we can do, as opposed to what men have told you they have done. So there are actual world record altitudes in manned flight and unmanned flight. And as you'll see, these are different craft that have to be used.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of restricted airspace, which I find kind of sus too. But another thing, Jackson, like, just because it seems like you're kind of coming from the TikTok flat Earth and X flat Earth kind of stuff. Have you heard a bunch of claims about like outer lands and more circles, or like even the moon map?
Yes.
Yeah. which is super dangerous, right? I mean, to again point to the sky and start to fall in love with this quote unquote model of reality, right? That desperate search for like repairing the globe, right, for all of its faults. Which is why we try to stick to objective reality here, right? I mean, it's okay to say I don't know when you don't know something, right? In fact, it's even humbling, and in my opinion, makes the Earth even that much more beautiful, right? You know, as knowing that some things are unknown and maybe unknown for a reason. But I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the moon and its light too, just as much as the sun. But yeah, extremely dangerous because, like we were saying before, like it either makes flat Earth look dumb, and in many cases, like Radwin was saying, they're actually just other globers trying to be popular, right? Because they realize that flat Earth gets a lot of clicks, and that even having these really crazy ideas they start to believe in flat Earth. And we would even suggest that flat Earth is not a belief, because a belief, by definition, would be retaining an idea without any evidence. But in this case, we have knowledge, right? We have measured the surface of the Earth to be flat and not curved. So it's kind of like when you measure a building, right? We can have a subjective opinion about a building. We can be like, well, that building feels tall. Well, that building feels small, right? But me and you can measure it together and go, no, it's exactly 500 feet tall. And that is objective. That is true. That is a measurement. And we didn't do any science, did we? We just measured the object in question.
Yes.
Now, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of unmeasurables, like we've been talking about this whole time, right? Like going past the 60th parallel, going into restricted airspace. Gosh, some people can't even like leave their city, without documentation. And people think they can just freely go anywhere. And that is definitely not the case. I mean, I think a lot of people saw it 5 years ago.
Yep.
A limitation from the government themselves are so questionable. It's like, what are you hiding? Why am I not allowed to go there? Like, this is a big rabbit hole to jump in, which I don't really want to do right now.
Their excuses are well articulated, though. Like their reasoning behind the restrictions for Antarctica, for example.
When they were?
The story they give is believable. Oh, we're restricting it because of science.
Yes.
Oh, well, science. Okay, of course, science.
Yes, the penguins need a home.
Maybe this is just a game of communication. I mean, we restricted because of science. Maybe the fuller sentence were because of we want to stop the science to happen at this specific point, like until now and no further.
Yeah, they'll basically just slap science on anything. And unfortunately, we get into the scientism, which I think we deal with a lot of people today. They just think, well, science proves the globe, realizing that it's actually a geometric question and not even a cause and effect relationship question.
I mean, Lloyd, the thing is, most of my customers are universities, and every university is sponsored by the government. So, what do you expect from the research results to be? Yeah? You need a budget. The guys go to the government. They say, "Hey, we do research on this and that. We need money. $15,000."
Oh, I know it, brother. I actually teach at university, and I just I got our department $850,000 in grant funds so that we could buy in more computer labs and more like drawing monitors, because I teach architecture. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean, and it really is just that. It's a business, but the more that you understand it, the more you can do the right things with those kinds of things. You know what I mean? Obviously, I didn't see a penny of any of that. I made sure that it went entirely to the equipment and the maintenance of that equipment over the next 10 years. It can be done right, but unfortunately, a lot of people choose greed or control or power.
Yes,
or a sloppy version of the definition of science.
What is the sloppy definition of science?
Like slapping it onto something that isn't science.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with pseudoscience, the term?
Tell him.
Pseudo, essentially meaning not, right? Or fake, or false.
Make the impression as if...
Well, in this case, it would be something that doesn't employ the scientific method, pseudoscience, where it's relying on maybe correlation or causation instead of actual testable, repeatable, and verifiable instances. Like, for instance, astrophysics. They can't actually go up there and test it. Therefore, there is no experiment, which means it's not the scientific method.
It's an
However,
assumption.
Exactly. Right. And unfortunately, this one assumption is all hinging on a darn radius of a globe that nobody can seem to measure, which is why Flat Earth is winning big time. Because all you have to do is pull this little string right here on the side that says, "Don't pull me." And it says, if you open up the paper, it says, "How was the radius measured?" Right? And nobody wants you to pull that cord. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it's got firewalls, right? There's another piece of paper that says Eratosthenes and sticks and shadows, right? But at the end of the day, you'll realize again that's an assumption of a curved globe in the first place.
I mean,
it's the elephant in the room, for sure.
I watched a video about this Greek guy, Aristoteles. What was his name? I don't remember. He put like 2 sticks into the ground at a distance, and then measured like the shadow from the sun and the difference of the length. But that would also apply to a flat Earth. That would apply to both. So,
Precisely, it's inconclusive. Both need to make assumptions about the sky.
Yeah.
Which is why, I mean, it's a good instance of showing why it is so fallacious to try to connect the sky to the ground. That you can get different interpretations based on the assumptions.
Okay, so then I have another question. The concept of gravity.
I knew it.
All right, which one?
What is the difference between Newton and Einstein?
Well, one superseded.
Huh?
Are you familiar with the term superseded?
No.
It means to replace, to get rid of, right? So in 1910, Einstein proposed relativity, right? The theoretical gravitational push of relativity. And it superseded Newtonian gravity, which he didn't even claim in the first place. Poor guy. I kind of feel bad for that dude, but but what about it? I mean, is it needed? I mean, what does it explain? Does it explain anything, or is it simply just an explanation, not really a causal mechanism, right? We can't isolate gravity. We can't put it to the scientific method, right? I mean, Cavendish tries, but poor guy didn't realize he was making a Foucault's pendulum, and it's not even spinning. So, I mean, these quote-unquote globe parlor tricks, right, really do even start to contradict each other, right? Such as like gravity and Cavendish, right? Or even Foucault's pendulum and the supposed spin of the Earth, right? You have an instance where they literally almost use the same device for two different reasons and two different interpretations of something, right?
I see. So,
Jackson. Hey, Jackson. You think of the education that you have, that you've been bestowed. All right. Now I'm going to ask you a question. Why does an object go up or down?
Because of the displacement in the caused by different density.
Jackson.
Correct.
Here's a silver star. Wasn't that difficult, was it? Now, let me ask you, Jackson. Is it always that way? Can we rely on an object going up or down based on medium every time?
Sorry, what?
Can we rely on an object going up or down based on its medium every time?
What do you mean by based on its medium?
Well, the density of an object versus the density of its medium. Will that necessarily dictate the object going up or down every time?
No.
Can you give me an instance where it doesn't?
If I have a helium balloon and I throw it downwards pretty hard, in one certain period of time, it will move in the same trajectory.
So you're saying you're forcing the balloon down?
Yes.
Yeah. But it doesn't want to go down, does it?
Yes.
It wants to find its equilibrium, its buddies. Yes. Yeah. So you've been told about gravity.
Mm-hmm.
That it was once a pulling force that resided in the center of the earth that's in perpetual motion, that it pulls everything on the periodic table, including light, like a magnet, but not a magnet. But then that was superseded with the warping of time and space. And I would even venture to say that's even been superseded by, now it's a pushing force. That's the latest. A pushing force. So gravity's changed in its definition, what it is, where it is, how it is, why it is, right? To explain what you just explained. Objects going up or down.
Mm-hmm.
What is the necessity of gravity there? Is it necessary, or is it mathematically invoked?
Actually not.
When is gravity applied to what you just said?
I mean, it's applied if you follow the round Earth principle.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, it's not applied.
I see.
Well, would you agree with that?
Dumb question, smart answer.
When I say applied, I mean practically applied.
Yes, yes.
That reminds me, Roto. Jackson, have you heard of Michio Kaku? Are you familiar with that name?
Oh, is it that Chinese guy or Asian guy who?
Yeah.
Makes like this
Have you heard a particular video where he's giving like a lecture to students about gravity?
Yes.
Where he basically goes, "We lied to you," right? Here, I've got it actually for you.
He doesn't basically go. That's quote.
So it seems as though they don't even know how to define their theory of gravity. And that it's not even needed in a way, right? Don't get me wrong. I can kind of replace, or I can even just put the letter G as a concept of something in a physics formula, right? But really, it's actually negated, right? It's negligible, if you will. In some cases, it's useful, right? Like calculating trajectories. And really what you're calculating is really that density relationship, right? The weight of the object and some sort of constant value due to its medium being of a different density. And in fact, in some cases for trajectories, you do calculate the density of the air, wouldn't you? Because that would be important to get the right answer.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is gravity, the way it was initially even conceived, was to explain these gigantic, massive balls and gas and objects in an outer space vacuum. That's why it's theorized even by Newton as, and he kind of says it at the end too. It's kind of preposterous, and I hope nobody attributes these ideas to me, because I was really just trying to explain. Honestly, here's like a hypothetical of, how the sky works in a way. I mean, does that make sense? Not really anything on the ground.
Yeah.
I think he even said it was absurd, and it is kind of absurd, right? Like, you can't be next to something just really big and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm stuck to this thing. Gosh, because it's just so big, Like, you'd think your magnetic feet on the ground, right? You'd be like, I'm stuck. And it seems like, remember how the sun's distance changed 7 times? Well, it looks like they're going for 7 with, changing what gravity, quote unquote, is too. For instance, like, oh, sorry, man. Go ahead.
I was interrupting, man. I thought you were done, but just to kind of caveat what you're saying there is that it's a cherry picking and choosing of which gravity to best suit which need also seems to be on the table. So to choose which one to best explain whatever topic, it's almost like multiple horizons kind of thing.
Okay, guys. Short information. I have a meeting. It will take about 20-30 minutes. Can I just mute myself and stay here and then come back later?
Yeah, man. 24/7. But I got to split too, so good talking to you, Jackson.
It was a pleasure.
Well, I guess I do have 3 minutes, but yeah, I wish more came in like Jackson. Just kind of, I don't know. I'm just, I'm confused. I just came from TikTok. There's all these claims flying around. It's madness, though. I mean, you think of it, it's just like the topic of flat Earth is kind of like just all these crazy claims and globe Earth and, oh, it does this and that. And to think of even all like the other made up stuff and all I mean, just, it's wild what you can get on the internet, right? In terms of wackadoodle. Which I think is what makes places like this so nice. That diamond in the rough. But that's why it's the best place on earth to talk about the earth.
That clip you put in the side chat is excellent, and I'm saving that one. We get the audio from it too. Appreciate it.
He says it with such great inflection. We lied to you.
I know. It's like he's proud of it.
He's like, please don't mob me.
He says it in a very matter-of-fact way, like, yeah, that happened. Anyway. Yeah, I guess there's a reason why he's up there on the balcony.
Well, off on another day on a beautiful, flat, topographical plane. Stationary. And hasn't changed yet. So, but yeah, I think one mind at a time, the more people that start to critically think about the situation they've been dealt or given, I don't know, man. I'm optimistic. I like to think it could change for my children, and it's a heck of a goal to be a part of. So I salute you, brothers and sisters out there. Have an excellent day.
Stay blessed, man. And keep being awesome.
I left for like 5 minutes. Everybody's quiet.
I think I was just kind of chilling. There wasn't anybody talking for a while. A lot of people just leave it on the background while they work and chill. Bring proof with you, by any chance? Anybody bring proof of the Earth? Faith of it, at least? No? Maybe not. Guess not.
You just some dumbasses.
What's that?
I think the guy left. Just you
Oh,
nonsense.
there's a squawk and run.
Yeah. There's nothing better to do, I guess.
Hey guys, guess who's back?
Shady or some
No,
Shady's
Jackson.
back.
Jackson.
Shady back again. Feedback. Now you can have that song in my head now, Chris. I created a monster because nobody wants. Oh, shut up.
Do we have here on Politics a room with like relationships and stuff?
Yeah, wrong channel probably.
Hmm?
I think you're in the wrong channel. Well, yeah, it's not a dating channel.
Does he
No,
mean
no.
like good relations with the owners? Is that what you mean?
No relation between men and women.
Oh yeah, wrong channel.
Yeah, I think that channel is called Stoa. I think it is or Stoma. There's a dating channel.
No, not dating. It's like relationship advice, tips.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's a channel for that. It might not be open right now.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a couple, like dating advice, like husband and wife. And
exactly.
Yeah, you go to the channel and you can ask them questions, and you can ask them relationship advice and asking for a friend and stuff. And yeah, I'm just checked it. It's not open right now.
Yeah. And did anything interesting happen while I was away?
Oh no, just a few squawkers.
Awesome.
People who join and just make some noise and then leave.
Yeah. I mean, I value a respectful debate, where you're just not trying to push your point, but trying to just listen what the other has to say. And It's so much more fun.
Dude, some of these people. Hey, Crit.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name?
He had a funny voice, sort of. He always talked about the law.
Oh, Cuddles.
Cuddles. That's his
Yeah.
fucking name. There's this guy that replied in the comment to the video, and it totally reminded me of Cuddles. He goes. What do you folks hope to accomplish? Flat or round, your currency is still issued with debt attached. And I remember he always talk about like the law and like how this country's in debt and like we need to change it. And I thought of him right now, but I couldn't fucking remember his name.
Hey guys, I see a few friends on my German server, so I will leave you. Thank you very much for the previous conversation. It was a pleasure.
Yeah.
Yep.
You didn't ask any more questions. You said you had more questions, but you didn't ask.
Sorry?
I said you said that you had more questions, but you had to go earlier, didn't you?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, you're talking to someone else, and then you said that you had to go though, but you'd be back. But when you came this time, you didn't ask nothing. I thought you had said you had more questions, but no worries.
So yeah, I forgot. The meeting disrupted me completely. I've lost track of.
Yeah, no worries. I think that you were talking to. Was he talking to Roto, or I forget who he was talking to?
Yeah. Next time, guys. Okay. See you soon.
All right, easy. Or was it Flatlord? Maybe it's Flatlord. Dude, this guy says, go put a droplet of water on your desk. It's curved. What? I mean, come on, man. See those Globers they got nowadays? I said, if the earth is flat, why I don't see New York when I'm in the mountain? What the fuck?
Good day, everyone. We got any spinning ball believers in here?
I don't know. I don't think any that are speaking up unless they're willing to.
You used to believe it, didn't you, Parkerphone?
Sure did, buddy. I was a huge space fan, dude. I ain't gonna lie. I
And
love it.
then you actually investigated the physical claims about reality, and then it became questionable at that point.
Yeah. I grew up I grew up watching Star Trek with my grandpa back in the
Me too.
70s and the 80s, and man, I love space, dude. I'm telling you, I was a space nerd.
Man, I'll be 63 this year. I saw the moon landing on TV when I was 6 years old. So,
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
so you were heavier in it then. You loved it more.
I was a Star Trek fan. I saw all the movies in the 80s. I went to every Star Trek movie. The Wrath of Khan was my favorite, you know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, since we're here and I got a few minutes, I want to try something real for a few minutes. If you or anybody wants to participate, I'm going to try to take my mind back to 2012, but I'm going to represent an open-minded person coming in here and asking y'all questions. Can we try that?
Sure.
Give them an example of what they should do.
That sounds good.
So, hello, my name's David, and I think I live on a globe. Tell me why I don't.
Why do you think you live on one?
Because of NASA pictures, and we went to the moon, and you want me to stop there? Or we got pictures of NASA, and they took pictures from space, and there's a ball. You know.
So you believe in the photos that they show you?
Well, I mean, why would they wouldn't show me fake photos, would they?
What if you found out that they've been caught lying and faking photos and events? How would you feel about them now? Don't you think that would discredit them?
Well, I would have to be honest and say if you've got legitimate evidence that brings into question the photo evidence, I would be willing to look at it.
How about let's focus on the Earth and let's focus on measurement on the Earth.
What do you mean? Somebody a long time ago measured the Earth, but go ahead. What do you mean?
Every flat earthers is stupid because they believe Earth is flat.
There's no objection. They're very good. Got any more?
Earth is flat, so prove me.
Share with us. Go ahead, man.
Okay. If you saw other planets with microscope, so they are round. They are not flat. So how you say Earth is flat?
Go ahead and take him if you want to, apart from. We'll put us on pause.
Okay.
Shut up.
Piazza, first of all,
yes.
Are you old enough to be in here? You sound really young.
That's a quick question. Yeah, he ran.
right when I brought that up, he's like, boom.
And he's out of here, so I'm back to 2012 Globe Believer, okay? So somebody measured the Earth a long time ago. I read that somewhere on Google or something, right?
Hey, Dave, I think you're a little too honest on that part, saying that if you have legitimate evidence, they don't ever say that.
You're trying to give these people an example of how to come in here and act,
Right.
Actually have a conversation and listen to what we're saying. It's too many people can't get past that roadblock, right?
You should have gone with why would they lie?
Yeah, I mean, I was going there next. Yeah. That was my next thing is why would they lie? Because back in 2015 when I first, I thought it was stupid when I first saw it over in my feed, and that was one of the first questions in my mind. I mean, why would anybody lie about the shape of the Earth? Smart people got that figured out. We've known that for thousands of years. Come on, guys.
There's better questions you could be asking, though, Dave. I don't feel like you're doing that good of a job.
I didn't say that job. I was making an example of how to come in here with the right attitude. But if you want to give me some better questions, go ahead.
Oh, it was just an attitude. Okay, yeah, the attitude was good.
Mushkane, what question do you think a Glober needs to ask?
I think a better question Dave could have asked would be like something that more has to do with celestial poles. Like, so there's two celestial poles about which the stars appear to rotate counterclockwise and clockwise. Now, I don't know any explanation of a planar geometry that includes that.
So let me get this straight. We have objects in the sky doing something
Yes.
that we don't know how, why. All we do is we just see it happening, and
Yeah, we can just.
it's predictable. You can count on it. Like it's going to be there tomorrow at this time. You know, you can count on it. But the point that we're trying to get at, though, Mush Kane, is we need to focus on the ground we're on, because no matter what's going on above us, that's not, helping us down here. And the problem that I find with most Globers is they want to quickly go to things that are the furthest away from the true shape of the earth, quote unquote. First of all, I don't believe that we will ever know its shape, quote unquote. But Globers always will do that. Like 9 out of 10, let's say. But let's. I'll tell you what. Let's test this theory. Let's see the next 10 Globers that come in, not the regulars, obviously, the ones that out of nowhere. Let's see how quickly they jot away from the actual Earth when we ask them for evidence. Is that fair? Is that a cool little social experiment?
As a Glober, I think you're right. I think the sky is the main evidence we point to all the time.
Yeah. So that don't even need you guys both know that we don't even maybe even have to test it. But that's the point, though. Why do we always have to get into that entanglement about the sky, the this, that? Let's stick to. That's why I do think Santa Barbara Black Swan oil rigs is the ultimate globe destroyer. That's it. It's a wrap. Matter of fact, I'm going to post a video for you guys. Want to go see it? If you haven't seen it yet, post the video for you guys to go check it out if you want.
That's ironic, Matthew here, because he's witnessed that in person. Still on the ball, right, Matthew?
Yeah, it didn't have the black swan conditions when I was there, so I just saw normal.
Well, it's because the only what's your excuse you have? 0.01% of light bending makes the horizon go 10 miles away, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not an excuse, and I had to ask him a couple times to figure out what he was saying. But if you imagine a circle, just imagine a circle, and then divide that circle into 25,000 segments, the angles, and then you'll get 0.07. So that's where the number comes from.
How is that not an excuse, man? Let me ask you a question.
It's mathematics. It's not excusing one way or another. It's just like telling you what the raw math is. You can use it on both sides.
Let me ask you guys a question real quick. If you were standing with your buddy on one side of a hill, and you stood still, and your buddy started walking, and he went to the other side of the hill till you can't see him, is there any magic light that's going to let you see that guy walking?
Probably not, because hills are pretty steep.
So that's what you're basically telling us. The horizon is doing what that guy's doing.
Well, if the hill was 8 inches over the course of a mile, then maybe it would be possible.
No, but see, this is the point, though, Matthew. Even in the math, right, with the extreme refraction given and granted to you in the calculation, you are still at a distance where it's 66 feet dropped, right? That little tiny hill that you're talking about is 66 feet dropped. And remind you, Matthew, you're on a hill, so now your vertical is diverging their vertical. So then now you are facing one way and that's facing the other way. And it's not even about, but I can see it because of refraction. No. Now my point that now that I'm trying to I'm trying to stay on this is the surface is what's important. Although the horizon itself is like saying that as well. Seeing the horizon behind the oil rig, that's saying you can see the surface where the feet is on the hill. Like you're seeing but that's not even possible. Even with your like 0.07 or whatever that's needed, no, because you cannot see the surface that's divergent away from you from your position, and that's why I made that video, and that's why I posted it. You go check it out. I explain it. I even have photos and stuff because the first photo that the first video that I put with the sun and Alima, like bunch of comments were like, like stuck on, yeah, but it's a globe, and I'm like, they're like, well, do you have evidence of it? I'm like, I purposely, I'm like, I have to redo this Black Swan, not redo it, but like reintroduce it to these people because it seemed like a lot of people never knew about it. But I'm like, that's why I said, like, for those that who had asked, and I'm talking about the ones in the comments of the other video, like, just go watch the video and hopefully a spark turns on. I don't know. It's simple.
Yeah, I'd say hardly anybody knows about the black swan outside of this community. It's not taught in schools or universities. In fact, most people are surprised to learn that the heliocentric model says that the sun is already below the geometric horizon when we see it set over the ocean.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder, right? Like, man, like what are they teaching in school then?
Yeah, not anti-flat Earth material, that's for sure.
Yeah, and if you go through the comments too, you'll see that there's a bunch of flat earthers on there that are, like they're on it, like they're over. They're like, nah, yeah, NASA's lying. It's not a globe. Like, there's a lot of people, but yet you have like the McToon and the Craigs, like, oh, flat Earth is dead. Everyone's fleeing, mass exodus. Like, dude, who? It's the complete opposite. There's like more and more people on the daily now, just like waking up. We're just waiting for Matthew to wake up. That's all. Hurry up.
I don't think I will. There's also 300,000 people becoming globers every day also.
True, because they're born.
Suckers born every minute, right, Matthew?
Right. Suckers born every minute. Yeah, they're born into the system. So every day, those 300,000, you guys stamp them and sign their birth certificate. Glober, a future Glober here. Get him a mobile that has the sun and the planets for his crib. Let's start him young.
Yeah, Matthew, you might be right. I mean, very few people might be aware of the oil rigs and as distance demarcations and the horizon existing beyond it, but everyone who has sight and leaves their house see things in the distance beyond the limitations of this ball they claim. They haven't pieced it together. Maybe you'll think of that eventually. When you go outside, you see things in the distance, do you not?
Yeah, but people don't usually think in terms of distances or measurements and that type of stuff. I would say the reason a lot of people
it's right under their nose. It's been right under everyone's nose this whole time. We've been told we're on a ball and that you can walk over the curve of it, but that's just not happening.
But I will tell you, I think that the reason that just sort of the normal person is a glober is because they see the sunset, and normally the only way to block a light is to put something in front of it. So they say, oh, the sun is setting, the ocean is in front.
Yeah, then you have abnormal people like me who hang around after the sunset and still see the sun's reflection off the top of the water.
But the fact that you can't see the sun itself is what is...
Yeah, but you can see the reflection of the sun.
Yeah, I mean, clouds light up, sure.
No, cloudless days.
You see the reflection of the sun on the water after the sunset?
That's right.
Oh, hell no.
Wow.
I could dig through my 10,000 screenshots and videos to dig one up, but you could go out and check it out for yourself, maybe. See if you see that.
I've seen lots of sunsets over the ocean, but I don't think of it.
And you've never thought to look for the sun's reflection on the top of the water after it's set, have you?
I've seen it. I've watched after sunset. But I think you might be seeing the glow, the reflection of the glow, not the sun itself.
Well, the sun's underneath the edge, right, Matthew?
Right.
I mean, yeah, you'll see the birds fishing and diving into the sunlit water.
like a flashlight behind a tent.
You're right, though, Matthew. That's why people are lost in this thing. They haven't thought to even think of it.
You know, Matthew, over there on Mar Vista and Colima, up by Whittier Area Community Church. If you keep driving up past the little park right there where they play baseball, up over into Hacienda Heights, over the hill, like you can see Colima. I mean, not Colima. You can see Catalina from there on clear days.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is impossible unless you start using all the curved wall, the globe Earth math. Like, oh yeah, it's just refracted and it's bending up and it's looming up. Like, but do the math. You shouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah, Matthew thinks that's a projection of Catalina Island, not Catalina Island itself.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Catalina should be hidden. It's not far enough to go over the curve from there.
Yeah, it's over 60 miles from Whittier. It's like, it's like, now I'll look it up again.
Yeah, but the place you're describing is like an altitude of 600 feet or more.
446 feet, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to be able to see 66 feet. Or, I'm sorry, 60. I think it's like 64 miles. I'll have to look into it again, but I looked into it before. I even got like the elevation tool, like right on the hill. You can put it on the street right there on Colima, and it will tell you the elevation. And it does climb. It goes it starts at it's like at 300 something, then it goes 4 or 5 up to 600 at the top. But I'm not talking about the top. I'm talking because you have to wait. When you're at the top, you actually can't see it because you have to go around that big, huge hill where they built those homes at. And then once you go around that hill, that's like 500, but you're still not in line with it. So you have to go a little bit more, and then you can see Catalina. And right there, that's like 400 feet. It's right next to more like right before the baseball park. How they have season.
Yeah. Well, I should go check it out sometime. That's not too far from where I live. It's about maybe 20 minutes.
Yep. But that's another, one of those. And you're right. A lot of people don't know about the black swan. That's why when I did this video, I try to explain it. Like I put an emphasis on you can't see the surface of that hill that you think there is, that there's a curve, and that curve would mean you're divergent to their vertical, and that's just impossible, even mathematically. But yeah, watch the video, I explain it.
Hey, Matthew, are you one of these that hold on to the idea that boats go over the curve? That's why they disappear?
Of course. I mean, that's historically why people knew the Earth
Okay, well,
was
have you ever noticed when you're looking at a distant landmass that you can see a boat disappear as it travels towards it?
Yep. Uh-huh.
You guys believe in bullshit, right?
What's it going over? Who's mumbling?
You believe in bullshit.
Yeah, what have I stated that was a belief?
Oh, the world is flat.
Well, does water at its surface not lay flat and level?
What does flat and level mean?
Well, you're the one that's calling it bullshit. So in reality, if you fill a vessel with water, its surface will be flat. Is that bullshit?
Two things can correspond, so it doesn't contradict my point.
What? I'm pointing out, I'm acknowledging reality, and you're calling it bullshit.
And I'm also acknowledging reality. What are you talking about? I just said two things could correspond.
What reality are you acknowledging?
The fact that waters, I guess, in your perspective, and in your little tiny brain's perspective, could be flat.
Take the marbles out of your mouth.
What? Hey, have some respect when you talk to me. Okay?
Remove. I am. I'm doing you a favor. You sound like you're chewing.
Even surface.
Who's this guy reading some sort of script?
Dude, the marbles out of your mouth.
Why?
Because it's disgusting to listen to you talk and chew.
Dude, you're just mad to the facts.
What fact?
Fact that the world is not flat.
Well, there's mountains and valleys. That makes me happy.
Yeah, it's the globe. Thank you. I don't know.
Oh, mountains and valleys, topographical features equate to globe.
Oh,
it could be.
Could be. Well,
Yeah, it could be. I mean, look, you're just mad because I'm spitting facts, right?
No, you need to spit the marbles out, bro. I'm worried
Dude,
about you.
You're rejecting truth right now. This is crazy. You're saying the truth is not real.
You're the one talking about the nature of water being bullshit. So,
No, I think gravity is the reason why. I already said gravity is the reason why it's ice on Earth.
okay, it's still flat. Whatever you want to chant with the marbles stuffed in your.
It looks flat. It looks flat because we are tiny.
Across the top.
What?
Fill up a fish tank and get your ruler out. See if there's any curve.
You're missing the point here. The Earth is big. It has gravity. What gravity does is
not a force.
Nobody said it was a force, dickhead. Don't get too excited.
Force. It's not a real force.
Who's this dumb spamming?
He doesn't even know what gravity is.
I know what gravity is, little boy. Watch your mouth.
What is it?
Dude, are we seriously doing this right now?
Well, you're the one who we were having a nice conversation with Matthew Learns, and you arrived and.
Okay, so I'm just saying gravity is the reason why the water stays on the Earth and doesn't float away.
And it's flat, you acknowledge.
It appears to be flat, yes.
Okay, do you have any appearance of it being curved?
Yeah.
Where?
Let me pull up a picture. Just give me a second.
Okay, pictures from space. Here we go.
Here we go, NASA. Good old NASA folk.
You guys are highlighting how naive you are. You know that, right?
Hey, old hoss.
Oh, let me guess. You guys hate NASA? Oh, God.
Old hoss.
Okay.
By the way,
Picture of a unicorn too.
Hey, old hoss. Remember, by the way, the little social experiment we wanted to do. He's number one, and he's already proved that. That's 1 for 1 so far, guys. Just keep count. Matthew, you called it.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just keep blabbering your nonsense.
What? So you just gave us a whole speech for absolutely zero reason?
It wasn't for you. You are the joke that we're all laughing at. You're the subject.
Oh, I'm the joke.
Keep dancing for us, clown. Go ahead. Entertain us, clown. Go ahead.
You do realize, hey,
That's
buddy.
funny. That's funny.
You do realize we were stricken with the same simpleton naivety that you are displaying. You get that, right? You're shouting to God. We hear you.
If you're saying I'm naive for using a picture to demonstrate that the fact is the Earth is not actually flat, then I don't know what
I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you.
Wait, there's a distinction between just one person making that claim versus like a whole organization which objective is outer space, right? Outer space exploration, yada yada.
Oh my God.
Oh, dude.
Look at all the
That's a fallacy right there.
Behind curtains.
Is that appeal to consensus or appeal to authority? I think that's kind of like both at the same time he's doing there.
That's going to be appeal to authority.
Naivety.
Well, that's like me saying I'm going to stop eating bad food because the doctor told me so. You say that's a fallacy because that's appeal to authority.
Do you think it makes sense to use logical fallacies?
Wait, do you think a logical fallacy means a contradiction? Do you know when we actually apply these fallacies? Are you retarded? Do you think it means we use them in everyday life? Therefore, I should listen to a doctor?
Question?
What? Like, do you realize that's a debate thing, you dumb fuck? So are you saying when a doctor tells you not to do something, when a doctor tells you not to do something, are you going to say that's
an observation?
But who's the
Listen,
retard in the back just spamming that shit?
If you're the smart guy, there's no need for you to spaz out, right?
I'm asking a simple question. When a doctor tells you to stop doing certain things, you're going to say, I'm not going to appeal to fallacy. That's an appeal to authority. I'm not going to appeal to you.
I'm not stupid enough to go get checked out by a doctor.
Does he even know what a fallacy is? Doesn't sound like it.
Oh my
Can you
god.
tell us what a fallacy is?
You're
What a
a
logical
retard. I already proved it to you. You're a retard. You still didn't answer my question. You're retarded. Please stop it.
I don't think he does.
Wait, Ryan, I asked you a simple question. When a doctor tells you to do something, are you going to say that's appeal to authority, therefore I'm not going to do it?
Non sequitur.
That is an
about medicine here.
Of course, we're not talking about the medicine right now. I'm talking about the principle here, not the substance, you dumb fuck. Again, answer the question.
That's an appeal to credential, not appeal to authority. So you got
Wait,
that wrong.
do you know what authority means, you fucking retard?
The only reason is because the doctor said it.
You're
That
so
is an
retarded.
appeal to authority. If the
That
doctor
is an appeal.
explains it to you
Yes.
and tells you why it's bad, then it's not an appeal to authority. But if
That's not.
That's not how it
not
works.
what-
The doctors appeal to a standard, you dumbass. They appeal to a standard.
So
they don't do it
what
just
he's
because they're
trying to-
doctors.
What he's trying to explain to you guys is the difference between a fallacious appeal to authority and an actual appeal to authority. If you go to NASA, a space agency, and ask them about space, it's not a fallacious appeal to authority.
Yes,
Same way, if you
but
go to a
Orion doesn't know
doctor and
that.
ask them about health, it's not a fallacious appeal to authority. Now, if you went to your doctor to ask him about taxes,
but
it's not
Cooper,
really very. That would be a fallacious appeal to
Yeah,
authority.
they're authorities on a fairy tale.
Wait,
Yeah, just
Orion
'cause
doesn't
you
even
are
know what
incredulous
fallacies are used for.
That doesn't make it less of authority.
I would love to be your guys' car mechanics. It'd be easy to sell tires to you guys.
Hey, you guys would make us millionaires until you're broke.
Orion, we already proved you're dumb. Please stop it. There's no point. Anyways, Old House, you're rejecting the truth right now. Like, there's multiple evidence to support that the Earth is a globe, but you're saying I'm naive.
Okay. Well, you
Yeah,
sound
I gotta reinstall this muffler, but it's gonna take $10,000. Pay me $10,000 to reinstall this muffler.
He'd be like,
All right, why don't we put some meat on the table and say, great, show us your best evidence for the globe. Let's take it apart.
Well, I provided one, right? That showed the Earth. So for this conversation, when he brought up water is flat, in a sense that water is actually just flat, and I'm saying no, that's because of our perspective, and the globe is actually just wrapping around the Earth. That's one of my evidence, and he just rejects it.
No,
He really just
that's a
rejected it.
claim. Hey, that's a claim. Show
I
us.
provided a picture, and he was like, "That's
picture.
fake."
So, okay, so what is the? How do you know the picture is real, and what does it show?
It shows the Earth, and the reason why I know it's real is because it's taken by Apollo 17 crew members that went to outer space from NASA.
All right, how did you validate this to be true?
I just look at the source. What do you mean?
Yeah. So how do you validate the source? Like that's a claim.
How do I validate the source? Well, I mean, it's common sense, primitive knowledge that they go to outer space to do missions.
Common sense. Your Honor, I validated the source of the picture because it's common sense, Your Honor.
Sport, you know how I know you're retarded? So if a soldier was like, I've been in the war,
Hey,
I've been to outer
you
space.
do without the insults. How do you validate the source?
I already answered the question. What the fuck are you talking about?
But you said common sense. How's that valid?
Okay.
Appeal
so
to
when we
common
look at
sense.
the agency of NASA, right? What do? What is their objective?
No. The
And it's
picture.
almost like a
the picture, how do you
stated.
validate the picture? Right. I'm putting you on mute so I can explain to you. Look, you're now talking about NASA as an agency that, for all you know, nobody there has anything to do with this picture. Right? So I need you to provide the provenance of the picture. I need you to give us evidence that it was taken from where it was and the time it was taken. This could include submitting substantiating evidence like here's the equipment, here's telemetry data, and so on and so forth. Okay? Floor's yours.
I don't need to do anything. I already provided my evidence.
All right, great. We can move on. He doesn't need to substantiate his claim. He says he doesn't need to do anything. Now, I'm going to leave him on mute so we can see if anybody else wants to talk about this, but he said he does not need to substantiate his claim. Anybody else want to give this a try? Any Globers out there with globe evidence? If there are no takers, I can unmute him and the rest of you can have at him. Going once. Anybody? Nope. Okay. All right, my friend, I'm going to unmute you. Oh, that sounded great. I'm going to unmute you, and the Sharks will have their way with the chump. Here we go.
I don't know what he's having anyway. Look, I mean, I said all I need to say. There was the evidence there. Nobody could reject it. It's not a fairy tale. I don't know. I keep saying.
So I show you a picture of a unicorn. That's evidence unicorns exist.
Show me the source. Show me the source, and I'll be like, you know what? I'll think about it. Because if there's some sort of like agency out there that their job is to explore some sort of unique life in outer space, and there's some sort of unicorn out there, then I'll be like, I'll think about it.
Let's get the source for this image. Can you show us the equipment?
The source is NASA. That's not. Wait,
no,
what?
the equipment. The equipment.
Wait.
Yeah, the source. Yeah, what took this image? Oh my God! Yeah, boy, this is really hard, isn't it, to prove Earth's
No, what you're saying doesn't make any sense.
If I give you a picture of a unicorn, I tell you what camera I took a picture of the unicorn with. I tell you where I took the picture of the unicorn. Are you ever going to believe me that it's a real picture of a unicorn?
Dude, you are roboting somewhat hard.
Robots are certainly.
Here's another thing. Like, let's say a police officer, right? Jesus Christ. A police officer clocks you going 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. You can say, you know what? I want to subpoena the police officer and I want to subpoena the radar gun. Right? I mean, in a court, you have that right. Okay, so I would like you to, because I'm right now going to say, let's subpoena the person who took the photo, and let's subpoena the equipment that it was taken with. Do we have any substantiating evidence from the person who claimed it took the photo, as well as the equipment that was allegedly used for this image?
Again, that's very irrelevant, nuanced details that don't matter to the main point. Source mean.
It does. So, like, if we're in a courtroom and you're gonna be like, Your Honor, it's just common sense. Your Honor, everybody knows NASA tells the truth.
Your whole point will get shut down because it's irrelevant, anyways. And anyways,
no, it's absolutely relevant.
No, it's
right?
not.
Because there's plausible doubt.
No, there isn't. The place of origin is going to be NASA. That's the source. Okay? Now you're asking where they specifically took the picture. It's going to be outer space. That's it. It doesn't matter what they used.
The place of origin was not at NASA, dude.
The place of origin is NASA. Where they took the picture. Wait, my source is place of origin is NASA. What do you mean?
There's a certain time and location that the alleged image was taken with a certain piece of equipment by a certain somebody.
That's irrelevant.
That's irrelevant. Really?
Tell me why that's relevant.
Can you explain why that's irrelevant?
Wait, why would I do your job for you? When you bring up a case you supported.
This is your claim. You're telling me it's relevant, and I'm saying, how the hell is that relevant?
I'm saying it's irrelevant. You're the one saying it's irrelevant.
How the hell is what I'm asking for irrelevant? Because
you don't ask the person how's it irrelevant.
I want the person to provide testimony that they actually were there doing what they said they did. I want some of this substantiated by the alleged telemetry data that NASA had from all the equipment that they were tracking in outer space.
Okay, so can we understand why? Who took the picture, or when they took the picture, or what camera they used when they took the picture is relevant to any of this?
Now, I just kind of want the how.
They went to outer space to take a picture.
I don't really need the why. Why? Because we want to endeavor to, discover shit for mankind. Great. How about the how? How did they do it? And what with?
They went to outer space and took I don't know. It's so complicated. They went to outer space and took a picture. That's it.
No, it's actually very complicated. How'd they get to outer space?
They used the rocket?
How'd they do it?
Oh, you're asking me to provide how the rocket works? What?
You're telling me that this place was taken in outer space after a journey to the moon. I'm calling bullshit.
Okay. Your Honor, he shot a person? No, Your Honor, he doesn't know how a gun works, okay? I guess you're right. Because I don't know how specifically a rocket works. This case is dismissed, right? Because for some reason I need to provide you...
find somebody who does. If you don't, we'll find somebody who does. So
there's multiple videos of rockets going to outer space. What do you mean?
Specifically, it's not about
What?
Let's get some data that has no bias, right? Let's get some data.
There is no bias. NASA has no bias. What do you mean?
All right, then just present it. Present your unbiased data.
Yeah, NASA.
That's not data.
That is data point.
No, I said data. I didn't ask for a data point.
Yeah, that's an appeal to authority.
Crayon muncher.
Oh my god, another retard.
The crayons are cool.
Yep. Anyway, it's all yours, folks. Have fun.
Yeah. I'm asking the same question. Whoever said let's appeal to authority. But he's muted since he's scared. That was fine.
Dude, oh, don't worry, Karen. I am not afraid of you.
Yeah, you are.
That's all you're admitting right now.
Don't do the meta shit, okay?
Blind faith
What
in
meta
NASA.
are you talking about? And who's the guy yapping in the background?
Why are you talking while I'm talking? Maybe you should get back on.
You were talking when I was talking.
No, I was talking, and then you started talking. Right?
No.
Yeah, there we go. Right, if you want to come in here and make claims, you can back them up, right? Or you can stay on mute. Simple as that, right? You're an arrogant douchebag, right? Your kitty giggling's fucking annoying, right? And all you've done here is admit that you have blind faith in NASA. Nothing else needs to be presented, just blind faith in NASA. Pathetic, dude. They could tell you fucking anything, and you just believe it like a sheep.
Yeah, what if they told you the Earth is flat? Oh. Yeah, seriously. What if NASA said, guys, the Earth is flat, we never went to the moon? Would you be like, show me the data? You'd suddenly be like, show me the data. I don't fucking believe you, NASA. Earth is a globe. Show me the data. That Earth is flat, right? You'd be begging for the flat Earth data. So if the shoe's on the other foot, the roles would be reversed, and we'd be applying the same standards, wouldn't we?
Unfortunately not, bro. If NASA announced they have to be flat, these guys would say, no, we were flat earthers before you. We were always flat earthers. You guys are late. We were there before you. We were just trolling you the whole time. We're actually the flat earthers. That's what they'll start saying.
Yeah, NASA recently claimed they found a planet that is a diamond, not a planet that's raining diamonds, a planet that is a diamond. Come on now. What kind of horse shit are you trying to sell me here?
I mean, I think there's kind of a easier explanation for that planet. Like, it's kind of logical, actually.
No, it's not logical. I love that word, that phrase. Kinda logical. Huh. All right, Saddam, why don't you just... I don't know why... No need for you to start with a diamond in the sky. Why don't you present some evidence that Earth is a ball? Not why it's kind of logical that there's an exoplanet that's a diamond.
If Earth is flat, why are my balls round? How about that?
See the intellectual level of these globers, folks? You hear that guy? He's talking about his testes. That's the intellectual level of these globers, folks.
I'm laughing at you.
God, you people are simpletons. No offense.
I can say the same shit about you.
Well,
brother.
why didn't you?
I just don't wanna. Do you also believe that when you close your eyes, the Earth disappears, like it's not there?
What do you mean? Also, what? Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but your brain isn't formed to a point where you can have a legit conversation. Go ahead and laugh. What say you, Nate?
What say me? I don't really have much to say. I was just going to ask about I know someone else was talking about how people were talking about things other than the curvature of Earth to prove that there's curvature, but I was interested in what people thought of the Artemis program, specifically the one that they have set for like 2027, where they plan on sending people to the moon again. Is there something that NASA could do?
The TV show. Did you watch the last one that they pushed into the middle of the night?
You mean when they last landed humans on the moon in like 1972, or
No, the last Artemis presentation.
I did not.
Oh, well, I did. They had an astronaut on there who she said she couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and actually going to space.
That's fine, but that's not. I wasn't asking about that. I was just.
Well, you asked about Artemis. I asked if you watched the last Artemis show. No, you didn't. So go back and watch that.
You didn't let me complete my question, though. Can I finish or?
Well, no, I'm just suggesting. I'm suggesting you go back and watch the. You're talking about the sequel. Go watch the original, the last one.
Right. This isn't relevant really to what I'm asking, though. I mean, I was.
Well, it's exactly pertinent to what you're asking. It's the same damn moon mission.
You can ask me that question, but can I finish my question?
It wasn't a question. It was a suggestion. Maybe go back and look at the.
Maybe you don't call upon people for a question and then give them a question yourself without letting them finish. How about that?
Oh man, you don't need to spaz out.
Way to have the conversation.
You said, have you heard about the Artemis? I said, you mean the last one?
Do you want me to finish my question, or are you just going to ask?
Yeah,
me?
Go on, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if there's anything they can show you guys or prove to you guys to show that the Earth, that the Moon is in fact what they've been claiming it is for the last centuries, decades, whatever.
Yeah,
first off, we know more about it than you do because we actually watched the fucking bullshit. You haven't. You could at least do that before you come in here and start spouting about it.
Oh, damn, that wasn't an answer to the question at all.
I'm just trying to ask.
Okay, here's an answer. Yes, I would have to incur a serious head injury and then be shown it. And then with drool coming out of the side of my mouth, maybe I would be like, oh, Earth, ball,
right.
Moon, rock.
Like I am just.
There's at least an honest answer. Is no. There's nothing that can change my mind.
Yeah, that's really what I wanted to hear. Is if there's something that.
Well, yeah. How about some Earth surface curvature for this moon story to mean anything to you?
If you're not going to give me a serious answer, why should I even?
I am giving you. It would take a serious. It would take a massive head injury.
That's all right. You ask for a question, I give you a question, and then you're giving.
Okay, fine. Relax. Calm down. It's 24/7.
I'm just trying to explain to you what you're doing wrong here. It's fine.
I've not done anything wrong. I'm sticking to the topic.
He's not doing anything wrong. He gave you a perfect answer. No, I'm impervious to evidence. I will believe what I believe.
My brain. Yeah, my brain has formed to a point where I no longer believe the fairy tale.
Yeah, when a live feed goes to CGI images of what they're doing, my brain kind of starts shooting up red flags. We were supposed to have fucking moon bases on the moon by 78. There should be a fucking 20-hole golf course up there. I should be able to take out $1 million from my trust fund, take your girlfriend, you, my girlfriend, and me, 250,000 each. Let's go up to the fucking moon, spend a weekend, take pictures of Earth, spend time in the anti-gravity room, knock some balls around that golf course. None of that shit happened, but they claimed it was going to happen. And you guys are sitting here asking us about Artemis fucking 50, 60 years after they supposedly put man on the moon. What the fuck are you doing? You're supposed to be talking about what's under your
my
feet.
Self-driving car.
You're supposed to be talking about what's under your feet, you fucking numpty dipshit, crayon muncher.
Right. So first off, who is you guys? And was I trying to ask about the Earth's curvature, or was I asking
you and Cooper?
Pretty clear. I think
you
it was
and
very
Cooper.
clear. I'm sorry, say that again?
You said who's you? It's you and Cooper.
Me and Cooper. Okay, so this is
at the moment. Yes, you guys are the globe chanters.
I was talking about Earth's curvature when I was asking about the Artemis program. Is that what I was doing then?
Well, yeah.
Go back to the YouTube's
dude.
Right?
Yeah, and all I said was, listen, Nate. All I said was, you brought up the Artemis. I said, did you watch the last episode?
Yeah, and I told you I didn't. I'm being honest.
Okay, well, maybe you should go check it out. Instead of appealing to the future endlessly.
Yeah, you're such a fan.
Why do you think it's relevant? Why do you think it's relevant?
Nate,
why should he go check it out?
Nate, Cooper, you guys are such fans of fucking Artemis, you don't even watch it. That's amazing.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah, it's like, hey, do you guys think the Yankees are going to win the World Series? Well, have you seen them play this year or no?
What very important thing happened in there that we need to see? Why does it matter to my question?
Well, what I told him was one of the astronauts in that TV show at the desk. She said that she couldn't tell the difference between her simulation training and being in space.
That
means
so
what?
if she
What does that
can't figure it out, what the hell are we going to get from it?
That's fair, Klaus, but why do I have to watch the first mission?
It's more than fair.
Question about the third mission where they plan on sending people to the moon. I was just asking about the third mission.
Okay, well that's an empty appeal to the future.
Hold on, I just want to make this clear. I was asking about the mission where they would send people to the moon. Why do I have to know about the first one to ask a question? Is my question. Well, is that not a sound question I asked? Are they not?
Well, you had already asked the question.
You're asking a question about something you know nothing about.
No, okay, that's fair. Sure, I didn't watch the That's fair. Hold on. Why?
How could you know if the answer you're being given is correct if you know nothing about what you're asking? You're a fucking numpty.
Do you see
no one fix cars? I know nothing about fixing cars. I go to a car mechanic and say, "Hey, can you help teach me how to fix cars?" He then screams at me for an hour because I didn't know anything about cars. And how dare I go ask
some
him?
car mechanics do scream at people. You're right.
I'm honestly really confused because this isn't typically how conversations go. I'm not telling you I have all the information here. I was simply asking for your opinion on something that I don't know a lot about.
Let's reset. Nate, no one stopped you from asking your question about future moon rocket.
Did cut me off a lot. Yeah, you did.
No, you asked.
And then you gave me the answer of, well, once I get a CT or whatever, like, that's not a real answer to something.
So what are you asking us to do? Wait until the next TV show presentation of people, I'm guessing women, are walking on the moon?
So, first of all,
what significance does that have to the moment?
What's up with the woman thing, by the way? I'm just curious.
Well, that's what they do. They put women on rockets these days. I don't know what's up with the woman thing, but ask them. They're the ones obsessed with it.
Out of left field, no? I didn't even bring up women. You're bringing up women now.
Well, it was a woman astronaut.
Don't try not to fixate on it.
Yeah, it was a woman astronaut who said she couldn't tell the difference between the simulation and being in space. They're the ones that keep
astronaut.
They didn't have a man astronaut. What if it is all women? Then what?
I'm just curious what their sex has to do with them being an astronaut. I mean, if you don't believe in astronauts, they're just an astronaut to you.
I don't know. Right? Yeah, so it's just a coincidence that they're loaded up with women nowadays. I don't know what it has to do with it.
Is this a reference to the Blue Origin launch with Katy Perry and all those people?
Yeah, it's a reference to all of it. NASA, Blue Origin.
I don't care what someone's sex is, to be frank.
Well, if you're frank, never mind. Anyways,
I was gonna say,
yeah. What does it help? What does it help you?
I mean,
how does it help you to appeal to a future moonwalk mission?
I was just asking if there's something they could show you guys.
What do I think of it? I think it's a circus for the naive.
It's
a presentation for simpletons who are desperately looking to reify their fairy tale.
You want my opinion on it? You want my opinion on it, Neil? I think it's a rude slap in the face to all those people that are being foreclosed on and forced into the streets and etc. That's what I think that is, man.
Fair. I appreciate you guys actually answering the question. Like, we were given joke responses before, let's be real. I was trying to have an honest conversation here. I'm not trying to...
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Well, okay.
Cool. And I get called being a spastic for explaining that I'm trying to be...
That's cool, Neil, listen, it's cool, and it's cool that we reset, but you should admit that it is odd that you come in here and ask a question about something that you didn't even look at. Like, that is really weird, man.
Well,
if you're the same guy that asked about the Artemis stuff and didn't look at the Artemis stuff, if you're that same guy, that's weird, man.
I didn't claim to have all the information here. I read about something. I'm not going to have 100% the information on something. You can't expect anyone to have that, right?
No, I said you got to admit. I said it's weird that you wouldn't watch what you're going to come in and question before you question it.
Well, that was the first mission people were talking about, right? I'm talking about the third, I believe, where they plan.
No, the latest mission. You didn't even watch that.
Do you think that's an issue that I didn't watch the first mission when I asked?
If you're going to ask about it, If you're going to ask about something you didn't watch, yeah, that's weird.
If somebody comes in and asks a question about Apollo 5, and then you start getting mad at them not knowing anything about Apollo 1, does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm genuinely confused why I couldn't ask the question just because I didn't see a video of the first.
No, you did ask the question.
I know, no, I did ask the question.
To be fair, you did ask the question, and he gave you a perfect answer.
Sure, that's fair. I'm confused about why I can't ask the question.
Okay, here's a better question. What do these future moon travel stories mean to you? Because that's the audience that these are being. These productions are not for us; they're for you, the simpleton mind.
I'll be paying attention to it for sure.
Yeah, I bet you will.
Really interesting.
And gobbling
I'm sure you will too, though. I'm right. You'll probably be paying attention to it.
Well, I watched the last one.
Yeah, that's fair. You've watched it and I haven't. That doesn't take away from the fact I can't ask the question, though, right?
Yeah. So what does it? You're asking what it means to me. And what it means to you is you're going to watch it. So,
right.
All it does is kind of highlight the fact that there is a group who continues to make productions to keep you lost in an outer space fairy tale. That's what I think about it.
And if I can address that, I'm not going to answer for all my flat Earth knowledge people that are out there, but for myself personally, I do not focus on any of it. SpaceX, Blue Shepard, all that crap, NASA, I don't focus on none of that at all. I got shit to do. I'm helping my neighbor out. I'm focused on my life. But in my peripheral, yeah, if I hear a fucking thing that NASA's claiming they found a fucking planet that's a diamond, yeah, that resonates in me, and I'm going to repeat it so that hopefully a critical thinker hears that and goes, what the fuck? NASA's full of shit, man. How the hell does knowing there's a planet that's a diamond help me in my day-to-day life? How the hell does NASA telling me there's a planet that rained diamonds, even like not even a planet that is a diamond itself, how does that help lower the price of living?
How does
that help me? It doesn't help me.
How does knowing that giraffes exist in Africa help you? It doesn't.
Oh,
I think it's still cool that the giraffes exist, even though...
Really? You just should have stayed on mute, Matthew.
But,
they have them at the zoo, too. And maybe it's something you would expect to see at the zoo.
A picture for my own enjoyment help me feed my family? Like, what a dumb fucking question.
You sell it on eBay.
There's a lot of programs in the U.S. that just are there for happiness and prosperity that don't really help people with putting food on the table, but making people happy is also important to society.
And the general public's interest in space travel is not a mystery. Space is cool and rockets are cool.
Hold on, guys. Cooper, Nate. So when the Challenger exploded, that made everyone happy?
No, what? When did I say that?
Well, you said there's all kinds. You said there's all kinds. You ran the parallel.
It was cool. It was objectively cool. It was not.
Oh my god! Well, you're a sadist. What? So I'm talking to Cooper because Cooper has a hard time when he has to cope. His name should be Coper. But yeah, you're running the parallel. Yeah. Good one, Chef. Yeah, you're running the parallel that all NASA is something to make people happy, but it's full of disasters and tragedy.
Right. A lot.
No, I'm saying that the public's interest in NASA is very easily explained.
The one guy says, if we can't even keep buildings, how are we going to make it to the moon? And points out all the flaws in their plan and ends up burning up inside of the capsule in a training mission. Yeah.
Do you think
it's a wonderful thing to be a part of.
Do you think a kid has ever been hurt during a rec basketball event?
Yeah, exploration comes with risks. They're real life explorers and heroes. They take on tremendous personal risks for the betterment of all of mankind.
That sounds like tragedy. So much for happiness.
It sounds like the happiness is a discovery.
And you can't see on the face of it that they're silencing a whistleblower. That's wild.
They're silencing a whistleblower by having a space travel accident.
It was
What'd you say about basketball, Nate?
It was a training mission here on Earth. They were testing the equipment, and the guy burned up inside of the equipment. Yeah, that's pretty tragic.
Sounds like a horrible accident. Yeah. To suggest that there's maliciousness and intent behind it with no proof or no reason just because you don't like the organization is pretty disgusting.
Shut your pie hole, or whoever. Cooper. Yeah. After he was exposing all the flaws in what they were trying to do. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was just an accident. It just a happy accident. Whoops.
Hey, Nate, listen,
Still had
Cooper.
enough confidence in the project to get in that capsule, though, didn't he?
Cooper. The same guy said, how the hell are we going to communicate from the moon when we can't talk in between towers? But here's the thing. Nate is the
That's not
one
what he was talking about. You're misquoting him. He was talking about the logistics side of it, not the technology. But, well, hold on, that matters. He wasn't talking about the technology. He was talking about the logistics, right?
Yeah, and then he burned to a crisp.
Yeah, but you admit what you just deliberately misquoted that to make a point that's
Well, I
not
did my
true,
best to paraphrase it.
Oh, okay. Deliberately misquoting, but okay.
He was talking that their whole operation was shit, and here they're expecting to put them on the moon.
Not technology, right?
Okay, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're missing it because Nate somehow lumped NASA into all these programs that are there just to keep people happy. Well, they're have you ever thought that these things are not to keep people happy, but distracted?
No. I kind of did that.
Well, can I?
Yeah, you
that was
kind of did
that?
do that, Cooper.
Can I elaborate too? I didn't really get to elaborate statement on that, but there's also a lot of technological advancements we've had through NASA.
Like what?
There's a lot of public good that has come from NASA.
For example,
Velcro.
A farmer invented that. NASA stole it. A farmer saw burrs sticking to his pants, and voila.
Let's see, memory
And
foam,
that is the
scratch-resistant lenses.
That is the truth. That is the truth.
Implants, CAT scans.
Anything you try to claim, listen, Linda, anything you try to claim NASA invented could be traced back to someone here that thought of it first.
It's probably, but the deep research that NASA was able to do because of the funding, that's important. These are things that help people today.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Those are pretty nice, right? So people can hear? I mean, I don't have to, like, what? I'm confused now with what's the issue with this. Why can't we have these programs? Should we go do it with rec basketball too for little kids? Because kids probably have died during rec basketball. That's horrible. Are you okay with that? That's like the same line of reasoning you're using with me. Obviously, no one liked to see the Challenger aircraft blow up or whatever. Like that's not a good thing. But bad things happen when so many people are involved with such a large project, right?
Challenger was capped.
Inspires confidence. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Inspires confidence in future astronauts. So go ahead.
Challenger was capped, bro.
Telling that to the families.
No one died, no one cried. Apparently, they all have twins that are still alive.
Disgusting.
Yeah, well, here's what's disgusting is you guys think that the only way to inspire people is to feed them with some fairy tale.
Is that what I said? So NASA's the only way.
That's what you think is true. Where is NASA doing all their heroic deeds?
How is it a bad thing if no one actually died, dude? What the hell are you talking about?
It's a bad thing to lie about it if people did die. That's what he was saying.
Well, if they didn't, that's a good thing.
If
you
they didn't die, it's a good thing. But if they did, then it would be a bad thing.
Well, good news. No one died. No one cried.
There's strong evidence that they all died.
Oh, you guys want that to be true, so that's disgusting.
I don't want it to be true. No, I want it to be false.
Why? No one wants that to be true.
Good news. It's false.
You're not going to get a good conversation if you lie like that.
Like NASA lies? Interesting.
Hold on. No. We're talking about you claiming that someone else believed that in here now. No, we're not talking about NASA.
Didn't you just bring up Challenger?
Things here. We can go back on the YouTube video here and listen to what people were saying. If we
Isn't NASA? Didn't you just bring up NASA?
No. You said Matthew Learns and anyone else who believes that was happy that it happened. That's not true.
Oh, I was talking about you.
Okay, you're talking about me, and I'm telling you that's a lie. We can go back on the video if you'd like.
I didn't
should
say
be
you were
dealing with
happy. I'm
facts here,
just saying
right?
you
Not
want it to be
feelings.
true.
But I don't think we should be operating off of your feelings, Creation Bear, right?
I didn't say anything about being happy. I'm just saying you want it to be true.
Once again, you're operating off of your feelings.
Well, there's
We can't
no
be doing
feelings involved here.
If a bad thing happens and I say it happens, does that mean I wanted it to happen?
You're now who's appealing to your
I'm
feelings?
saying it didn't happen. Good news. No one died. And you're like, no, they did die. That's so bad.
Didn't you just say that we wanted that to happen, that we were happy about
God,
it?
you people have been duped.
You should be
You people
relieved
have
that
been
no
duped.
one died.
Well,
You should
which
be
is it?
relieved by that.
Hold on, which is it? Are we happy that it happened, or are we sad?
You should be relieved that no one died. It's a good
You
thing.
should get it straight. No. But you're talking about how we feel about it.
You keep invoking feelings. There's no feelings.
No, but you said what we felt about it.
Are you a woman, dude?
So which was it? Oh, I think that is so perfect. That's twice now where women are not brought up at all in the conversation, and then it just comes out of
You're
nowhere.
acting like one. You're acting like one.
Yeah, it's just guards. The crossover between like the Nazi right and this sub is crazy.
Call me a woman. I don't care.
All right.
I think it's really funny.
All right, 3 or 4.
I mean, even if you think I'm feminine, I think that's fine too. I really don't give a shit because I don't hate women like you. I don't know.
Who hates women? What the fuck?
Now you know what this guy likes and dislikes. You're fucking hilarious, bud.
So, do you understand what projection is?
Oh, shut up.
Guys, you're doing. The Earth is a square. The Earth is a square. The Earth is a square.
All right, dude.
Go change your tampon, Linda.
So they were going to refute me.
No, we heard your prayer.
No, you're right.
Yeah, you guys are the ones that listen. You guys are the ones that want to strap women to rockets and put them in harm's way. So who are the haters?
Good point.
Hey, I want to strap everyone to rockets. All right, I'm an equal opportunity endangerer.
That's funny.
Wait, who wants to strap?
All right. Does anyone have any globe evidence, or is it just I believe the TV? In the future, TV moonwalks, and why don't you guys? What is it? CB, the guy was asking us what we thought of the future plans to walk on the moon.
No,
what that means to us.
It's about as good as the past plans that didn't work.
That's not what he asked.
Yes, you did, Linda. You asked us what we thought about Artemis and the latest venture to try to get to the moon.
You can repeat the question if you want. I remember it. It seems like you
I'm
guys
not
don't.
done fucking talking. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? Was there anything there that we could learn to make us understand how they're going to do it? That's what you asked. And then we asked you, did you even watch it? And you said, nope.
Nope, you totally missed the point of the question again. Good job. You want me to repeat it for you?
You're not cooking, dude.
As long as you declare it, creation.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Is that the creation there in here? Oh my god, we're blessed by royalty, guys.
Facts.
The one and only.
Who pissed in your cereal, Cooper?
I know his pussy's hurting right now, guys.
Aching, yearning for your touch.
It's quivering. Facts.
Hey, Nate, are you here?
Anticipation.
Cooper, shut up. Nate, are you still here?
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay, why don't you ask the question again? We'll have a total reset here since Cooper thinks we got it wrong.
I think I know how this conversation is going to go.
He's a fortune teller, guys. He knows the future.
Well, the thing is, I already asked the question. It was about the moon.
Yeah, and Cooper
Also not the Earth.
Gave him
Classic.
your answer, and that's really it.
Yeah, we'll come back down to Earth, you know.
Yeah, isn't it weird that you guys have
Sorry. For those of us here that are slow, please repeat the question.
Or what? Me? You're talking to me?
Yeah, you.
Okay, because I was server muted before. I don't
Yeah,
know.
facts. You'll do what you're
Would you
told.
like to be again?
Sure.
Stay less.
Are you going to do it?
You seem to be doing a good job of it yourself.
Yeah, facts, dude. Oh man, dude.
Moderation in here is fire.
Facts.
Definitely keeping the conversation going.
Yeah, facts. 24/7, dude. That's why we're the biggest channel in the server, dude. Well, newsflash. Oh man, this is so fun. This is so dope.
And Nate, anyways, when you brought up Artemis and then I brought up the old Artemis, the thing that you should look out for is the frightening. It's the presentation is very childlike. So they're appealing to people who are, already lost. You know what I'm saying, dude? I mean, it's not like these moon things are. Look at the way that they covered Evel Knievel jumping over a bunch of buses, and then look at the way they cover people traveling to space.
What?
One is palpably, it's real, and the other is just, okay, kids, now look at the screen, and Jeff's over there, and Jeff's going to tell us what we could expect. And it's just, yeah, you guys should be insulted.
We get to see awesome big fiery rockets climb up into the sky. It's fucking exciting.
Yeah, and then it goes to a CGI screen.
Wow, you saw fireworks go up like no one's ever seen that before.
It is cool. Yeah, that's the reason why people find big fiery balls cool. It's like a universal throughout all cultures.
Fireworks are fun, guys.
Yep.
And Old Haas is right. Then you see a CGI cutaway. They've got telemetry-fed, AI-driven CGI for you to consume.
Well, like the SpaceX launches, they've got the hull-mounted cameras you can watch.
Yeah, with big, fat, curvy, barrel, distorted lenses.
Yeah, who gives a shit? They're still going up into space and dropping off payloads, right?
No, then there's no space to
Yeah,
go
you're
to.
not seeing
So
curvature, though.
And if you know what type of lens they have, you could edit it and edit out the curve, adjust for the curve, and get what the real
edit
photo
out the
looks like,
curve. What do you mean?
Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice if you knew that?
If I know the
Wouldn't it be
curvature
nice
of
if you
a lens,
actually knew that?
I can calculate the distortion that's going to be there, the barrel distortion. And what you can do with photo editing software is you can flatten that out.
Why
Yeah,
would
just
we
go
do that?
call
The Earth is
Elon Musk.
already
Say, hey, man, send me the lens spec data. That easy, right?
Well, it'd just be like looking up what camera they put on it, right?
Why would you
Yeah,
need
just
to do
look it
that?
up, dude.
Yeah, just look it up.
Just look it up on the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to fact check anything on the internet. Just look it up.
Are you suggesting that they are reporting one camera, but they actually put a different camera on there? Like
No, not at all. I'm suggesting I just don't buy any old shit that anybody claims is true. Like, my default position is not to automatically believe. I like to verify.
Yes, I understand. You think it's CGI. I get it.
No, they tell you it is. They show you that it's animation. They talk about it being animation. They tell you that it's telemetry-fed animation.
I've watched a SpaceX launch with my own eyes.
Yeah, but you didn't see it go to space.
Yeah, but after you can't see it anymore, they switched to telemetry-fed animation.
I saw it go across a huge portion of the sky in like the space of like 3 minutes. So something was moving very fast.
That's fine. No one's denying
no
that a
kidding.
rocket can go up in the sky, bro. Like, come on, dude. It's just fireworks. Nothing leaves the Earth.
Yeah, where's it go?
Nothing leaves reality.
Where's it go, though? I mean, it goes somewhere.
Yeah, it had to be outside of the
it comes
atmosphere
back
because
down.
it was moving too fast.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
Goes up and then comes down.
Like 10,000 miles an hour. Can't move that
You guys,
fast.
we're inside of a container. There's no leaving this place. Like, come on, guys. You know this by now. We've given you the argument. Gas pressure requires a container. You know this. There's no
Gas pressure
leaving
does
the
not
Earth.
require
You assert it with such confidence.
It's not asserted.
guys-
It's just you can't even have gas pressure without a container. There's not an assertion.
Yeah, you guys are under a
Gravity is the
hypnosis.
container.
You can't
You're under
demonstrate
a
that. That's
hypnosis,
some
Cooper.
extraordinary claim you could never demonstrate, not once.
I could.
All right, we'll wait.
Which one? Which part?
I don't know, the thing you just said you could demonstrate. Are you okay? Are you here right now?
Sure. So gravity is a container that holds
Yeah, we heard you say
all
that
the gas
part.
pressure in.
Can you demonstrate that?
Oh, perfect. I want to see. I want to
Demonstrate
see
gravity.
some evidence for that.
Gravity can be demonstrated with the Cavendish experiment and extrapolated out to larger masses.
No. I want to see. I want to see gravity compressing gas.
You said gas, dude. Do you forget like the words you just said 2 seconds ago?
Does gravity exist?
Bro, we're not
If
going
it
to
does,
pretend
show
like
it
you didn't just
compressing
say
gas.
gas.
Like
What I'm
Hold on,
saying
Cooper.
is the Cavendish experiment.
No, you're not saying shit right now, Cooper. You said gas pressure can be contained by gravity. And then you keep blanking out like you didn't just say it. We heard you. Can you demonstrate that? Well, actually, I don't even know what we're asking. You can't demonstrate it. That's why you're weaseling around us right now. So go ahead and put the demonstration in the chat and we'll go from there. We know you don't have one.
I would say you could put it under my definition of gas pressure, but somebody deleted it. So I guess you didn't want
We're not. This isn't bring your own, choose your own adventure here. So.
Right, but deleting somebody's evidence in the chat is a little bit of hostile.
I didn't see that happen.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to leave.
Gas laws actually preclude you from claiming that gravity pressurizes gas. There we go.
Yeah. It's so funny. They'll be like, wait, what do you demonstrate what? The thing you just said you could demonstrate. Hello? Like, what the hell?
It's like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
It's so funny. Cooper's typing. We know you're not about to put anything in the chat that's relevant, so go ahead and share your pain, dude.
Yeah, I want to see, like, gravity's effects on intermolecular forces such that it pressurizes. That it forces gas molecules together, right? And creates friction and heat, because that's what'll happen.
He's like, please let me yap more. Nah, just put the demonstration in the chat. Then everyone will shut the fuck up and you'll be correct. Unfortunately, you can't do that. So you're cooked.
Yeah, they're like, I'd rather talk about swinging balls in a shed.
Isn't that crazy? He brought up Cavendish. It has nothing to do with gas pressure, you dum-dum.
Yeah, he didn't even derive gravity from his own demonstration, so...
He's like, I
Just read the
can't
paper,
post my
bro.
demonstration. Don't worry, you can't post it because it doesn't exist. You driving or not driving has nothing to do with it. He's driving but typing in the chat, guys. The fuck is wrong with this guy?
He's dreaming. He's dreaming because he can't fucking pay attention to the road and type at the time. What a douchebag.
Yeah, instead of typing in text while driving, go type in Google, pull up some sources, and drop the links.
Dude, this is funny as hell.
Maybe we should talk to Nate again because Cooper's the one who derailed that conversation. So Cooper is in a timeout right now, driving, trying to find an exit. So how about we start over, Nate?
I gotta focus on work for a minute.
Okay, we'll be here
24/7.
Yeah, this is what I usually do when I'm focusing on work. I join Flat Earth, get cooked. Oh, dude.
Your model is fucking shit.
Your model is fucking shit.
Speaking of which, I just got a new sound clip that sounds like that.
Sometimes I can't tell if it's a squawk and run or if it's somebody's sound clip.
I know, right?
If a globe is not your claim, you have conceded to the horizontal horizon.
Facts. Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to get to a point where, like, why are we even asking them? Just tell them. Rip the Band-Aid off. We don't need to ask for a demonstration of gas pressure allocator. It can't be done. We've been doing this for 10 seasons now. Just rip the Band-Aid off.
Has it been that long? 10 seasons? Holy shit.
We're
I'm not sure why people ask them permission about that stuff. I just tell them space is fake. Let's start the spiral.
Yeah, just we should just start telling them. What's the point of asking? We know that the only benefit of asking them is if someone who thinks a thing exists goes looking for it, then they might realize it doesn't exist throughout their own, persistence. That's the whole saying: a fool who persists in his folly may become wise. That's the only benefit to asking. Otherwise, just rip the Band-Aid off, tell them it doesn't exist, and send them packing.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's important that we document this too, right? Because now we've got 10 years of content where nobody's been able to prove the globe or present any curvature measurements or gas pressure without a container demonstrations. Nobody. 10 freaking years.
Yeah, facts. And chat, just you got to be careful. Like sometimes when you ask, it comes off like we need help, right? It's like, can you? I haven't been able to figure out how gas pressure. Can you help me figure it out? It's like it's not a lack of trying. It's not a lack of trying or like.
It does sound like sometimes flat earthers are begging people to please go along with the program. I've heard that before.
I'm a flat earther. Save me from flat earth. Give me your globe evidence.
Please help me. I can't seem to find it. Can you get it for me?
Excuse me, have you heard the good news?
Too funny.
Your Lord and Savior gravitation.
Dude, that was crazy though. Hey, yeah, we have gravity contains the gas. Okay, demo demonstration. Cavendish. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, just extrapolate it, bro. Just extrapolate, Accept my claim. Don't question it. Just, pretend.
I think Matthew left out of here. But like that's the best thing that they can, well, not the best thing, but that's what they typically do is they just point at the sky. They're like, well, look. It's like, no, you can't use the earth. That's the thing you're trying to prove is uncontained or contained by gravity. You can't just point at the sky. Like, what the hell?
Why are you gay?
Incredible.
You mean you don't believe? You don't believe? Come on.
All right, Cooper. You realize bringing up Cavendish was just crazy, right?
No.
Okay. You remember what you said prior to that, or no? You forgot?
Explain to me why I'm crazy.
Okay. Do you remember what you said prior to that, or did you forget?
Yeah. So, gas pressure is contained
by gravity.
Gas pressure is possible by the contained of gravity. Yeah.
Okay.
Possible.
Can you provide a
Okay.
demonstration of that?
He thinks we should just accept it's possible as if it's true. Like our default position should just, accept any old claim.
We need some sort of reason to accept that as possible. Do you have an example?
Have an example of mass attracting mass?
No. Oh my God, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. Do you have like short-term
mass attracting
memory?
gas, dude?
So
hold on.
Mass attracting gas.
No, we don't need the caramel Takiato. You keep blanking out like you didn't just say the words you just said. Gas pressures possible can be possibly contained by gravity. Then you're like, so this other thing, we're not going to pretend like you didn't just say this stuff, dude. Can you back up what you just said? Yes or no?
Is gas mass?
We're not doing that. Can you provide a demonstration where you have gas pressure being contained by gravity? That's all we need.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Is gas pressure mass?
No. You don't ask those questions. Just
no, it's not. Again. It's not. No, it's not. Go ahead now. Go ahead. Finish. No, it's not.
You're not slick.
Well, then we have a fundamental disagreement on what mass is, and we can't really move forward from here.
Okay. Well, all you need to do is you have gas pressure being contained by gravity.
I'm sorry, we don't agree on what mass is, so the whole discussion of gravity...
You don't even agree on your ability to back up the words you just said. So I don't know.
You know, CP, we can ask him what mass is. Go ahead and define mass so that we know that we're on the same page.
All right, go ahead.
Sure, mass is like stuff. It's particles. It's protons. It's electrons.
No, we're not using stuff.
Citation, please.
I thought that was
idiot.
matter. I thought that was matter. Mass isn't necessarily that, is it?
Mass is stuff, guys. It's
Mass is
stuff.
something by accelerating it, right?
That's fair. Mass is density, volume. That whatever. That it's the amount of stuff in a space.
Wow.
Stupid.
So do you need a container then for that gas in order to measure?
We don't agree on mass. He doesn't even agree with himself.
We need a volume.
Yeah, volume, right, exactly. Define boundaries.
Uh-oh, now he's in trouble.
Volume,
Yeah.
so container?
Sure. So take this forward. Where do we go from here?
We're still waiting on that
Like,
demonstration.
why does that matter?
You said you can provide us a demonstration where we have gas pressure and gravity containing it. Go.
Yeah. So
you have like
we
a
agree
box
that.
of gas.
Why do we need to agree with that? We just need to see the demonstration. What's the Yappuccino
The
for?
demonstration is real life principles being applied that have been proven.
So give me a box
have
of
no idea
gas
what
and
you're
show me
talking about.
gravity causing it to pressurize and on the ground.
You're tap dancing because you know you can't provide this. Just admit it, dude. Just be honest. You're lying to yourself right now.
It's all they can do is lie to themselves.
You can take larger principles and extrapolate them out to other things.
You do
so
that.
if mass attract, sure. So we have mass attracting mass, right?
No, we don't.
In the Cavendish, right? Is that demonstrated?
No, it's
okay,
not.
so see, we have fundamental disagreements, right? So
Right, because when you witness that Moses a rotation,
agree down lower on the totem pole. We haven't even gotten off the first. We haven't even gotten off the ground.
Dude,
so we're never going to make it up the ladder.
We're just gonna rip the Band-Aid off again. You can't provide this demonstration. You keep saying, "Well, I have gas pressure and then gravity and containing it." Cool. Can you show it? No, you can't. Done. It can't be done.
Atmosphere.
That's the claim on the table, numbnuts, bro. I just called it.
Planets have atmosphere, right?
Does anyone
He's proving the atmosphere by saying atmosphere. He almost sounds retarded.
it is. It's a retard carousel.
Does anyone else hear that phone ringing? Because I just called that shit. I told you he would point at the sky. Well, look, atmosphere. That's the thing on the table. That's the claim on the table that the atmosphere is being contained by gravity. Now we would need to see an example of that even being possible for you to extrapolate that out to the atmosphere. Just using the atmosphere is, what is that, circular reasoning? You can't use the thing you're trying to prove as the proof for that. Holy shit, dude. Just be honest with yourself.
So we look at other celestial bodies and they have gas clinging.
No, that's okay. There you go again. Guys. The phone is still ringing. The phone is still ringing because I called it. You're pointing up at the sky where the claim is, and you're saying, "Well, look, my claim is true." You're retarded. You can't provide us an example of this even being true for you to think that in the first place, dummy.
Didn't we say not to use that word like 10, 15 minutes ago?
Don't worry, Nate. We'll do the moderating. Thanks, buddy.
It was definitely one of
them. Go back to your work. Go back to your work, buddy.
All right, thank you. Yep, keeping me on track.
Yeah, we'll do the moderation. Thanks. Just pipe down. So, yeah, don't worry about it, Nate. I thought you were working, bro.
Stop acting that way.
All right, sorry. I'll stop.
Yeah, just relax. Just text us when you're done working. Yeah, they always want to chime in when their friends are getting cooked. It's just funny. Cooper, just be honest, bro. You can't provide an example.
Of what?
Of what? The thing you... Oh, my God. You have, honestly, have short-term memory problems. You say things, then we hold you accountable to those things you said, and you're like, what?
Anyway, this is really, really boring. Your monologuing is boring. Move on.
I'm not monologuing. We're literally using the words you said. And you're like, what?
Man, you are fast on that mute button today. Holy shit.
Yeah, facts, bro.
Good thing you
interrupted forgetting what the words you just said are.
Yeah, good thing you interrupted the conversation we were having with Nate, Cooper.
I don't think Nate's very interested in having your bad faith discussion anymore.
How is it bad faith? You say words. We say, "Hey, can you back that up?" And you're like, "Back what up?"
I think he was discouraged by your style of conversation, if we're being
Well, that's
honest.
fine.
But
Well,
That's
he
fine.
thanked me. He thanked me in the text chat. So,
well, I mean, you did at least give an honest answer.
that's not what he thanked me for, but
Okay, please divulge the DMs. We're all dying
they're
to
not
know.
DMs. They're in the. It's in the chat. Now you're driving, so you don't do that.
Yeah, I don't care what he said to you. It's fine.
How many times are you going to bring up this fancy lad shed? Where else have you seen objects attracted to each other outside of this fancy lad shed?
They're
I have
not
a magnet on
attracted
my
to each
fridge
other
that does a
in the
pretty
shed
good job.
either. It works 50% of the time, maybe less than that.
How big of a pile of dirt do we need to pile up until it turns into a ball and floats away, Cooper?
It's like a R squared question.
No, you're scared, not our scared.
No. R
know,
squared.
dude. It was
squared. Jesus
It was a
Christ.
joke. It was a joke.
It was a bad one. Boo. Boo on you. Boo on your joke.
You don't have
All right,
R.
You're running fast away from the things you said.
I'm sitting right here. I do have to go, though, so if you guys want to get any last minute
Classic.
jabs, now's the time.
Classic, guys. Got to jet out of here before he provides the demonstration.
That's with a better attitude, Cooper. Cooper, you're getting worse over the years.
Ever since you became a
Don't worry about it, bro. You got to go. Just scram, bro. You're going to jet up out of here.
Cooper. Relax.
The fucking so funny.
How did they get worse? I don't understand. Like, it's gosh.
Entropy.
They keep coming back.
They can't help. They're obsessed. Literally obsessed. Dude, I just find that so funny. That's when you know that he can't, like, I can do X. Cool. Can you show us? Show what? Like, what? This happens so often, too. It's crazy.
Yeah, just after he got finished telling us what he thought was an example of it, and he pointed to planets, and then 2 minutes later, he plays stupid.
I literally called it, too, bro. Literally called it. He would point up at the sky and use the claims as proof. Insane. For anyone in the back, the claim on the table is that the Earth has gas pressure contained by gravity. And then these other gaseous planets, so-called, contained by gravity. That's the claim on the table. So when we ask you, can you provide us an example or some proof of this claim? They just use the claim again. Isn't that circular reasoning? That's fallacious reasoning. Like, bro, they don't get it. Matthew doesn't even get this one.
Good with it. They're good with that. That's their jam.
It's really bad. Honestly, I haven't seen a single globe earther. Like, even Matthew Learn struggles with this one. He just raises his finger up at the sky and he's like, well, the claim's the proof. No, it's not, you fucking idiot. My God. Remember earlier, he's like, we have a fundamental difference about what mass is. Okay, what is mass? Stuff. Isn't that matter? Oh, yeah, I guess that's not the right thing. So you don't even agree with yourself, idiot. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
in a nutshell, he's like, we have a fundamental difference. What difference? Well, okay. He says we have a fundamental difference. And then we say, okay, what's the difference? And he goes, what are you talking about? Difference of what? It's, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it.
Look, and then Cooper in the chat doesn't even want to agree with Homeboy. Because he said, well, I make sure the stuff you put in your body is safe. I said, stuff? Is that mass or matter? He's like, I'm not Cooper. So what is mass? Oh, dude. Too funny. Stuff. Guys, so scientific, right? He said stuff. I was like, citation, please. He said, I can't. I'm driving. As he's typing in the chat. Wild.
Grieving. He's grieving.
Oh, yeah, he was driving, guys. Yeah, facts. Oh, chat, by the way, do I sound bothered or anything? I feel like my feet are all the way up right now. Well, he's chilling right now. Oh, did you get treated poorly, Nate? Oh. Hold on.
That's a basic question.
Let's get the violins out for Nate, bro. Hold on a second.
Damn, that took a while.
Yeah, relax, Nate. Everything's fine.
Relax, Nate.
Yeah. Okay, let's start over. You said, what about them going to the moon in the future?
What?
You asked us, what about this plan to go to the moon in the future? Excuse me? Yeah, I put the U from future in the moon.
Why isn't Creation Bear talking anymore?
What do you want to talk to him?
I thought you loved hearing your voice.
Well, how do I hear my voice when I'm talking to
Hey,
Discord?
relax.
It's
How
not
do I hear my voice when I'm on the Discord? What?
There's no looping audio.
Nate, don't do this.
Oh, Nate's hurting, guys.
Gosh, you fucking fell for it! Oh my god!
I got him, guys.
I needed that laugh for the day. Thank you.
He's bothered. Like, Olhas is actually trying to have a conversation.
Oh my god.
Where's Creation Bear? Where's my boyfriend?
Where's my boyfriend?
There he goes. Now he's repeating words I say. Awesome, got him.
I just think you're really funny.
Cooked.
Or at least you're funny to hear.
Emotional damage.
It's funny because it's true.
Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
There you go. You know when you start repeating shit, you're cooked, dude. Awesome.
You're cooked.
Artemis Moon Mission.
See, he's doing it right now.
That's
Brilliant.
not CD, genius.
So
auditory issues, hearing deficiencies,
short-term memory loss.
Bagging in, Olhas? Or Creation Bear, come on in.
Yes. Would you like to talk to me, Nate?
Perfect.
I got another simp, guys. What do you want, Nate? Where do you want me to put it?
But Nate, seriously, you thought you were going to tell us, hey, they're going back to the moon, guys. Was that a mic drop? Like, what was the point of it? I'm relaxed.
I'm relaxed. That's exactly what a relaxed person would say.
This is literally Old Hoss's speed. He's like literally one speed. It's always the same.
What is this white knighting now?
I'm just letting you know. He's not. He's not
just
turned
letting
up.
you know.
He's always like this.
Oh, that's cute.
Come on, Nate. Don't do
I've been
this,
saying
Nate.
this for a long time, actually.
Don't make us mute you.
He's cooked, guys.
I'm so afraid of being muted. It's not like it's never happened to me.
Nate.
I'm so threatened by being muted in this channel.
Nate, let me ask you this. If you weren't living on a ball hurtling through outer space, would you want to know?
No, I wouldn't want to know.
Or are you just comfortable in your delusion?
Are we back to having a good conversation? I'll answer that.
Yeah, it's been good the whole time, bro.
Right?
All good.
I'm trying to be an adult here. I know not everyone
That's what I do.
What?
Stop the cap.
Stop the cap. You love those sound bites, don't you? That's honestly pretty cute.
It's not always me, though, by the way. But that's cute if you think of me every time. That's cute. That's cute.
Oh, you like my word cute?
Nate, let's start over. Hi, Nate. Hey, welcome to the chat, Nate. Hey, what say you, Nate? How's it going today?
Trying to pull out of the fire, huh?
Trying to stomp on the embers.
The phoenix rises.
Yeah, they're. What's up? What are y'all doing?
Well, Nate's squirming a little bit. I think his pussy's hurting a little bit.
What?
Yeah. Nate told us there's plans to go back to the moon in the future, and I think that was he was going to dunk on us with that or something.
Well, I'm actually more interested in Creation Bear and his relationship with women now.
You like Creation Bear, Dave?
I have a little theories on that.
Is there a little bromance brewing or something? Is there a bromance brewing?
I'm gay for Creation Bear, but more interesting though is Creation Bear's relationship with women in his life. I'm curious to hear about that.
It's going really, really. I'm on a hot fucking streak right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sure you get along with lots of women.
Okay. You're guy on guy talking. Stop.
I'll post some screenshots in the chat if you want to take a look.
Oh,
yeah, Redwood's right, man.
I'm friends with girls.
Nate, if you're crushing, listen, dude. If you're crushing on CB, dude, hit him up in the DMs, bro. Because
there's no such thing as being friends with girls. That's gay.
We're in the friend zone.
That's gay.
Yeah, he's not gonna go.
Wait, hold on. Did you use gay as like an insult, or were you saying that to be like?
Nah, he's not going out with you, bro. Just relax. You're trying too hard.
That's fine. Okay. I'm gay, but I'm.
Yeah, dude, we don't want to hear about this. Shut up, man. Golly. This is the Flat Earth channel. Did you forget that? Freaking hell.
Literally dating 3 girls at the same time right now, bro. Dude, this guy's like, well, what's your relationship with women? Do you really want to know? God damn, you're cracked right now, dude.
Hey, CB, I got a random question for Nate or any other globe believer. How y'all doing?
Good, man.
What's up, Mr. Eagle?
What's going on, AB? What has the globe done for you? What value added do you have to your life for this knowledge of the spinning ball and nothing? What has the globe done for you? So, anybody want to answer that?
Yeah, let's see if Nate will answer you there, Hinkle.
He told us Velcro earlier.
Go ahead, Nate.
Cooper, but I was listing off a couple other things. But that was in regard to NASA, not necessarily what a globe Earth does for me. But I just told you, I've never really thought of this question, so I don't have a good answer. I am down to have a good conversation with people who are respectful.
Well, yeah, Mr. Hinkle was asking you a question, so.
Yeah, no, that was it. I don't have a good answer to that. I've never thought about it.
Does it bother you that do not have a good answer to that? Maybe the globe really doesn't add it. Maybe the globe does not really add value to your life if you really think about it.
No, but knowing whether or not it's flat or a globe doesn't really add value to my life either way, right?
So that's an argument from ignorance.
Okay, then both of them are. Yep.
Well, we got Black Mage that just entered the chat. Black Mage, did you want to answer Dave Hinkle's question?
What was the question?
Sorry, the question is, what has the globe done for you? What value added to your life do you have this knowledge of being on a spinning ball in outer space, going several directions and literally nothing? What's the value added? Go ahead.
Oh, nothing. It's just something that's taken for granted. It's not really significant at all.
Okay, fair enough. Just thought it might stir some of these guys to actually start critically thinking, but you guys go ahead.
Yeah, that's weird that something that's so insignificant is taken for granted.
So no real value in anyone's life is what I'm hearing from two people who advocate for the Earth being a globe. Very interesting. Yet when they're in here, they're protecting it like a mother hen.
But I say
It's weird,
advocate for the
right?
Earth being a globe. Once again, I'm down to go back on these YouTube live streams. I think it'd be interesting, actually.
When I hear people say it's not a globe, I just see red. It makes me so furious, like blind with rage. I just don't know what to do anymore. Sometimes I black out. Maybe I
That's not really true. That's not true. You're being facetious. I think the thing is you dislike the fact that people are talking about the Earth not being a globe, but you wish that they could comply and be a cultist like you. And that's not going to happen because people can freely think for themselves.
Membership's low. I don't know what to say. I don't know. The scientific community.
No,
has
it's the opposite, dude. Because think about it. The younger generation, which the brain rot generation, the iPad kids, like all them guys, they're cooked, bro. Like they even have a different language, skibbity toilet and stuff. They don't realize the fact that whatever's being said out there, they just abide. And then when you try to have a conversation with younger people, I mean, they don't know how to interact. They have some sort of deficiency in cognitive abilities to have this kind of intellectual discussion, which is, I mean, you could say it's the fault of the parents, but at the same time, it could be this educational system. Who knows? But whatever's contributing to that factor, it winds up being when you young people come in here, you don't know how to talk. Right? You rage and you do all kinds of things. You say funny noises and make silly jokes, but you never have this conversation like really. Few and far between, but not really, right? The majority of people that come in here are just, you're affected by the system the way it's either, like I said, either your parents or your education system, whatever it was. But you don't know how to articulate points, which is the problem. I mean, if you want to really get serious, that's what it is. Prove me wrong, Show me that you have what it takes to have a conversation. Then you can show me that you can actually, have a conversation, even if you're a young person. I mean, I have faith in you guys, but I don't know. It's dwindling by the day.
Haven't you been debating on Discord for like 6 years?
10.
Yeah, facts. Cooking.
How does that make you less retarded?
Never was retarded.
That's retarded. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, see, this is the thing, though. You want to act superior with the idea that you have some sort of knowledge above mine, but you don't demonstrate it. Show me that you're smarter than me. Go ahead, prove it.
All right, here I go.
Go.
He left.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna talk the talk, walk the walk.
He literally left.
Yeah, pretending that it's insignificant takes a lot of work.
That's so funny. Oh, man.
I mean, in order for him to say that you've been debating for like 6 years, I mean, he also had to been debating for like 6 years to know that you was there.
Yeah, but he stayed in level 1, dude. I'm over here fighting off 99 level cave trolls. It's up to him. He can stay wherever he is. Some people are just happy being oblivious, dude. I mean, that's what it is.
Bro. Too funny. Bar grunt, you got a mic? Or you
That
reading?
guy never. Oh yeah, he does talk. He's out there like who's like him? There's some folk like him that come in here. They're just like left field kind of conversations.
Did you catch the last conversation, Miggy, or you just popped in?
Nah, I've been listening. Yeah, you cooked that one dude.
Holy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, you were on it today.
Yeah, I just woke up too. Woke up immediately on the grill.
I know, man. You didn't even put your shower slides on, nothing, man. You just like bare feet, just started cooking, man. Just nothing but your boxers and the chef hat, bro. Like what the?
Bro, facts, dude. Oh my god, shower lines.
Immediately got the glowers going.
The guy has
Broke
more
Nate into
girlfriends
fucking
than
a million
Tyrese
pieces.
Halliburton.
Huh? What?
Go ahead, old house.
What do you say?
No, I was just hyping you. I said the guy's got more girlfriends than Tyrese Halliburton.
Damn, who's that?
He's point guard, Indiana Pacers.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, post the screenshots in the chat if you guys want to check it out. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you.
CB's got a good rap game, dude. He's a silver tongue devil. That one.
I'm so hot. I'm like, dude, I'm on a streak right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, but you got to find a down for you shorty, man. You can't. You know what I mean?
I mean,
304s are 304s, dude. You got to find a down for you. Like
I think I might have found one. I think I might have found one. It was slow rolling it. It's good though. I just saw her for coffee yesterday. She's lit. Anyway, I just don't want to bother Nate anymore.
No, don't, dude. We don't want to hear him yappuccino when you're gone, dude. Where's CB at? And how many girls he's like, dude, just relax, bro. Hit him up in the slide into his DMs, dude. If you want to, don't flood our chat with that bullshit, man.
I know, dude. I'm sorry. Just had to post the evidence, since that's what we do. We don't just make claims over here, like the Globetards.
Was that the baddie?
Yeah, the one that said, "How's your life? Have you ran into any other baddies yet? I hope not." So fine. Oh my god. Like that meme where the dude bites his knuckle. That's me, bro.
Yeah, like they say in Australia, good on ya.
Facts. Anyway, we'll move on.
I know they don't say it that way, but
we're not in misogyny headquarters tonight, so we'll just keep it rolling, guys. Flat Earth. What about Sauvignon Blanc?
Yeah, what about the guy that was saying earlier that you can have gas pressure with gravity? Like, what was that all about? He never demonstrated. Oh, that was Cooper.
That was Cooper. Yeah.
Cooper is, dude. He just says the same things all the time. He doesn't change his, like, it's the same dance moves, man. It's the same thing. Never changes. That's all right. And then you asked for the demonstration, and it seems like he wanted to take you off on a tangent every time, dude. Just every time. And they incessantly ask like tangential questions, like just so that you won't hold them accountable. They love doing that. It's like a kid at a store, they're crying over something, and you're just tired. You're like, here's a damn toy. You get mad. Oh shit! You just want to let them have their way so you can get to what you want to. Never works though, because they never they still keep asking dumb shit. Such is the mind of the Glober. I heard Roto in here. Roto Ox. Probably not in here no more. Let's see. Elbow was earlier. I heard Flatman in here. Who else?
I'm still
I
here.
heard Joe in here. Oh, you still? So you got like a day off or something?
Nah, man. Nah.
Are you working tonight?
Mm-hmm.
What do you have, the night shift, CB?
Yeah. Yep. That's where the money's at.
Yeah, differential pay.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, but you get paid at night more because of differential pay. You have nighttime gets usually more than day shift.
Yeah.
Because the inconvenience of working nights and shit.
Oh, not even that. It's not even that. I'll message you. It's my industry.
Oh shit! You suited up.
I dance in the club. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You dirty dancing at the old folks home? Packing in them dollar bills. Them old ladies will slide in there. Yeah, me too, bro.
Nice.
But not that kind.
Oh yeah. Yo, dude.
The other kind. Yeah, it's gonna burn Nate up, dude. He's gonna be like, "Why don't he message me?"
Why is he all quiet? Is he in the corner crying or what happened? Did he leave?
I think he got muted.
No, he left. I fucking broke him. You know when old hoss is like, all right, dude, let's restart the conversation. What's going on? Like, how can we do this? No, but how many dates does CB go on a week? I don't know, like 3 last week. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Dude, he's all about you, man. Like
I love it.
He can't quit you, bro.
Honestly,
Misogyny.
Misogyny, exactly. I've got a great role in this thing. I love what I do. So fun.
Dude, you should have heard Crit the other morning, dude. Crit was this dude just roasted. Well, him and Heretic actually.
Crit is that boy, man. I've been saying this for the longest time, bro. That's one of my biggest skills, I think, is like aligning myself with the right people. I'm really good about that. I can tell who's worth your time and who's not. And so, yeah, man, I don't know. That's one of my best skills. I don't align myself with like goofy people.
Trippy spitting facts.
You meant basic people.
Literally.
You want to meet interesting people, not basic.
True. Yeah, true.
I mean, you got your basic person, dude. It's just like, yeah, it's not really interesting. Kick that Karen to the curb, bro.
Karen, yeah, Fox. Cooper. Who's next, guys? Bar Grunt is still here, bro. I saw you speaking up earlier about muting people.
What did he say?
You guys love to mute. Yeah, facts.
That's Bar Grunt. Yeah, we have to, man.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
But do you want to hear these guys incessantly ramble on for fucking as long as they want to talk? Hell no.
I'll post a screenshot. Look at him projecting. You're so proud of your mute skills. Well, you're muted yourself. Stupid.
We got Bennett that just entered the chat.
What's up, Bennett? How's it going, buddy?
Todo bien por aquí. All is well.
Holy smoke.
Muy bien. Are you a
So you're not on this, bro? You're not on this part of town, bro.
Claro que estoy de aquí.
Órale, vato.
No
Vatos
mames.
locos for Everest. No mames, way.
Time to boot him.
Boot him.
I'm sitting here in
Dude's FE.
sunny Georgia at the moment.
Don't care.
Oh, you don't care. Okay. No, he's not.
What's going down? Any
He was not a concaver.
any heavy
Bennett
cog
was.
distance? This
Hey, dude, were you on the fence before? You were, right? Memory serves.
no, sir. No. I was back in the 24/7 server.
There was beef
couple
with
years
you, though.
back,
I know that
and,
there was some beef with you. We had something went on with you, man. You disappeared for a while because there was a falling out.
No,
I think it had to
you
do
got
with
me
like,
mistaken for somebody else.
man. I want to say it was you, bro. Like there was something to deal with.
No, my name used to be. No.
Hey, dude, fix your Starlink, man. It's garbage
3 years now.
Your internet's like trash at the moment. I think if memory serves corrected, no, it's better now. I think if memory serves correct, what happened was you had just like when you entered 24/7, like the home server, you were just like come across FE, so you were just asking questions and stuff, and then like learning the culture, like how we do stuff. And I think you had some beef about like how we did shit, and then there was like something or other, like I don't know if you got on people's nerves or something happened, bro. Then you disappeared for like a good minute. And then I see you back. That ain't you?
No fui yo, hermano. No.
All right, man. I'm just trying to.
I used to be called. My username used to be Omani, and I was in the 24/7 back when you had that other username. I can't remember it at the moment.
Miggy.
But
Miggy?
Yeah, Miggy, yep. And back when you did the daily like morning routines and stuff like that, and then on Earth Awakening, I've been back and forth on Earth Awakenings at 24/7. But nah, man, I love watching Glover's cog distance spiral out. I haven't really had any beef with anybody except for
maybe
people who are illogical.
Nah, man. All right, that's cool.
But I spend most of my time driving, so I know everybody's voices. I don't know a lot of people's usernames, but I've been listening for 2 years, so I know all the characters. But I'm more of a voice person than a name memorization, so I couldn't even tell you anybody's names. But
yo, were you a truck driver?
Yeah.
Was I the one having a conversation with you about like? Because you said I can't really be on here too often. Every now and again, like I'll pop in here.
Well, I can't be on audio. I'm always listening in. Usually, if you look on Earth Awakenings or 24/7 Politic, you'll see my username. But I
Earth Awakenings, bro. You need to delete that shit right immediately, bro. That shit. And then you gotta get one of those wire brushes and scrub yourself down, bro. Like for real.
Yeah, it's doesn't seem to have as many people in it, but every now and then I still enjoy it if it's slow in here. But this by far brings me more action.
Well, I'm telling you, man, you only need this is the spot, bro. You don't need any more. Oh, this one and the politics and religion. What the fuck? Which one are we in right now?
We're in
politics.
Yeah.
Politics. So yeah, politics and religion, and this one, politics, and then of course the home server. That's basically all you need, really. Anything else, man? Just like.
Yeah, everyone who's in here on a daily basis, I know their voice, I know their personality, and I enjoy them thoroughly. Some people funnier than others, some people more informative than others, but everyone's got something to contribute that's here on the daily, and I appreciate it.
Yep. Yeah, but it's cool, man. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
But you're Hispanic, right?
No, my wife's from Ecuador. I've just been studying Spanish for like the past 8-9 years, and
Oh, good on you.
Nice.
Well,
Thank
you were
you,
talking
sir.
Spanish, that's why I asked. So I'm not prying or
Oh
anything.
yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's getting to the point where I translate sometimes for my job, and I get pretty good compliments. So it's a nice
Yeah,
feeling, over
you
time.
speak well. Yeah, speak well. Anyway, we got Andy Hold My Beer that just joined us. You didn't come on your other alt, Andy. What's up with
Yo.
that?
Heck?
Oh, I ain't got an alt. What are you on about?
Yeah, Andy.
I've only got the one account, dude. What are you talking about?
Oh hell no!
Wait a minute. Andy,
Hold up. Wait a minute.
What's this about? I've got two accounts. What's happening? Is somebody posing
Oh
as me?
hell
Some
no!
imposter?
He's like that wasn't me, but I caught you on the counter. It wasn't me. He's trying to dude
in the shower.
Wasn't me. That's all right, man. We know you try to like see what it's like to come throw them bows on the other side. You gotta freaking. You're trying like spinning plates and shit, trying to keep up with the conversation. Yeah, we're rough in here, dude. When you come in from the other side.
No,
That's all right, man.
I hope to catch Indio because I like listening to Indio. So, where is he?
Andy,
Oh shit! Now we're looking for Indio. Yeah, hold on. Yo, Indio.
You're going
Where you
to
at, bro?
invoke it.
Indio,
You're
get
going
in
to
here.
invoke. You're going to invoke Indio now.
Good. I hope so.
Wait,
yo,
Andy,
Indio. Yeah, yo,
are you
Indio.
Indio, he said he's gonna make the square even as Andy Hold My Beer, bro. Like fuck it. He doesn't care anymore.
Andy, where you been, dude?
Well, there's a guy who came into Geo's. His name's Omnivore. He probably had him over here, maybe. And because I think he's on Politics server. I'm pretty sure. He told me he was a mod on one of these servers.
Nah, Omnivore he's a freaking fool. Nah, there was a guy named Andy. Sounds just like you.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, facts.
So he's made a new server, and I've just been basically arguing with demons for the last fucking 2 hours. So I just had to come over and chill because there's a guy. I don't know if you know Lion, but he's like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't come over here anymore, man. He came over here once, but I don't know. You don't want to come over here anymore. You should tell him to come over here.
They're all picking on him, like, and I would just because Omni offered me mod over there, and I'm like, nah, I'm not here for that. I'm just here for conversation. But I'm kind of wishing I'd have took it up because I'd have muted off these fools. Honestly, if you'd listened to them, I'm like, Lion, why are you casting pearls before swine? I wouldn't talk to any of these fucking people. They're all trying to justify fucking having butt babies with their boyfriends. I'm like, I'm out.
The fuck?
No, I'm serious, dude. If you'd listened to them, the shit they're talking about, and it's like they like fucking they're like vultures. They're all taking little pieces out of him, and I'm like, I can't listen to that. Because while I don't necessarily subscribe to Christianity, I respect it very much. And I love wisdom, right? I love philosophy. What's philosophy? The love of wisdom. So I go in there. That's what I said to them. That's why these people, they're all cleverness. There's not a lick of wisdom about any of them. And so you would think that they'd be like, oh, let's try and learn. But no. It's just all they are the literal manifestation of the mockers and scoffers that the Bible talks about, right? They are they're given to a reprobate mind, and so they encourage each other to sin, if you will. So it's just difficult to listen to. You know what I mean, Miggy?
I mean, I know Lion that he came in here that one time, and I mean he got tossed around, but. I don't think he comes back in anymore. I mean, I don't know. What does he advocate for?
Oh, he's like... oh, yeah, he's definitely a flat earther. And he's hardcore sort of Hebrews, the Bible, basically. And that's what they're arguing in there right now. So...
Yeah, but I mean, why?
Well, exactly. I'm like... They've been doing it for like 2 hours. Probably over 2 hours. And I'm like, why? Why are you bothering? I mean... They they're absolutely convinced that molecules bounced around and ta-da, here they are. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the naturalist.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I got it. No, you got the homie Amish clued me in. So I get it. Well, I mean, shit, dude. I mean, you get what you get when you're over there. That's all it is, man. I mean, it's just people talking about either degenerate ideas. I mean, there's not really, intellectual discussion happening. I mean, at some point,
well,
you just gotta...
there is intellectual discussion happening, but
Really?
it's interesting because Lion was sort of trying to justify his position philosophically, like with the teleological argument, for instance, i.e., the fine-tuning argument, which is a very good one, I think. And if you think of it like this, there's like at least 12 constants around us. Some people argue about certain ones. We can get into that if you like, but they all needed to come into existence, and if one of them wasn't, if it was even slightly off, the no life would be possible. That's essentially the argument. And
yeah, but they're arguing from a already like existing world.
Yeah, but still, I think it's a damn good argument, and I was trying to make the point that I listened to, the group of atheists who went round and Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins. One was called Arson, I can't remember, Ali or something like that. That black lady, she's pretty cool. And another one, I can't remember the other one. They called them like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, something lame like that. But they were saying it's one of the, because one of the crowd sort of asked them, what's the best sort of argument you've heard for God, these religious people? What's their best argument? And they all sort of agreed that was the fine-tuning argument is a difficult one. But they said at best, it only sort of points to a deistic God. In other words, something started it at the start and then turned his back on it. So something you can't, it doesn't intervene, essentially. That
really?
Would be, yeah, that's a deist. So I jumped in and said, and I should credit Frank Turek, because I listen to Frank Turek quite a lot, and I like that guy. And he said, yeah, the reason they did that is because with a theistic God, you have the moral argument as well. And they don't want that. They don't want to deal. They don't want to deal with that. Yeah.
But the accountability aspect of it flows into like the conversation we have about the shape of the earth. They don't want to be held accountable to any of the information. They just want to believe. So in fact, the real believers are them. Because they always put it to the religious individual, well, you're the believer. You're the one who believes all this stuff. Wait a minute. But you are the one talking about things from a book that you've never substantiated, nor do you even understand the methodology behind any of these things. So I think you're the believer. When in all reality, you can't provide any evidence of the thing in reality. I mean, we're standing on the earth, and there's no evidence that you have that it's a ball. Like, there isn't. So I think you are the religious person. Actually, it's a cult. And I've already said that before, but I mean, it's more true now than ever. Because it's like, you have dogmatic beliefs, adherence to never leaving, you get upset because somebody's trying to like think for themselves, and you're like, no, you don't be an idiot like those guys, so you know what I mean? It's like they police themselves. It's more of like a cult. So they're trying to make it sound like they're more intelligent, but they're not, dude. It's masquerading as some type of free thinking ideology, and it's not.
Yeah, it's the ultimate form of make believe. Because they won't even take a look at the very thing, like you said, the very thing that their whole idea of nothingness is based upon. They won't even take a look at that. They don't even think to. They just take that all for granted. Oh yeah, we are on a spinning ball hurtling through space. Therefore, no God or whatever. Fill in the blank.
Yeah, be free from that. And
they act like they're the smart guys, and they're just the head chanters. Well, they're the myth. I don't know. It's crazy.
No, it is. You're right. They're the ones holding the mythos that there's space, that there's, ever expanding galaxies. It's just like a Star Trek movie, in a galaxy far, far away. It's like the beginning theme for it. It's the same thing. We're dealing with these cultists every day, and they want to act like they have some, real scientific, information to pass along. They don't, dude. They're bankrupt when it comes to anything that's something produced in the practical, physical, natural world. They're not going to tell you that they utilize the Earth for anything. We just had two individuals here that we asked, what is the Earth as a globe? What is it good for? You know what they said? Nothing. It's good for nothing. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, that's what we're saying. So why is it even conjured up in the human mind? For what reason? Just to sit there?
Yeah,
Old Haas.
Yeah, to speak from authority when you refuse to look at the foundation of it, it's just crazy that they think they're the authorities. I mean, they've made a career out of it. These rock star godless chanters. I don't know. It's kind of passé.
It is. They count themselves as the wise and intellectual ones.
Yeah.
You had me cracking up yesterday, man.
Well, that's good because I usually try. Yeah, I felt like I feel bad about what I said to that guy about Jar Jar Binks because I thought the guy was trolling.
That was funny as hell.
I thought the guy was trolling. That's why I went after him. But yeah, halfway between Jar Jar Binks and C-3PO is not a bad fella.
Yeah, he's all right.
Well, the guy who kept asking us to tell us what the dome was made of, I don't even know. He said, "I'll be right back. I'm doing some trading or something." And you were like, "Are you currently being dropped on your head?"
Yeah. I feel good about that one. Yeah, and then he asked me if I thought I was being currently dropped on my head. Yeah, a lot of these people do sound like they've been dropped on their head.
Like I was telling Alpha or Miggy, is like, I listen a lot. I don't have the chance to talk because I'm driving a commercial truck. But, dude, anytime these Globers get far enough down the crazy cogdiss, you usually come in with the comic relief, and it's classic. It's a great relief because they need to get woken up.
Yeah, I'm attempting to get through to them because they'll start saying shit that's so absurd. It's bizarre. I mean, later in the day, these guys were talking about these things in a sequence, and they were talking about dinosaurs, and I was like, God, do you guys not see the absurdity of this grouping? But they don't.
They don't.
Have you heard Taylor, Miggy? Because she's actually pretty good. She's like got a degree in.
She's an academic.
Yeah, she's got a degree in like biology, and she's over there sometimes, and
she's okay, Andy. But the problem is, man, she can get too far out there with the esoteric stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that because them guys that are proposing that they can get into conversations like ether and what's far beyond the ice wall and other theories and ideas.
Yeah.
So she likes that kind of conversation. She wants to know a little bit more because we already know the Earth is flat. This kind of group, right? We all already know the Earth is flat. We want to know what we can find out, what more we can find out about the Earth. Because we don't need to be sitting here talking about flat Earth all day. That's their whole shtick, right? They want to go further. But in an attempt to do that, they start becoming globe cultists or flat Earth cultists by saying things that are like secret knowledge that nobody really knows about. It's just held to by, some idea that a long time ago, Tesla was, talking about the ether and like, oh, something's got to be there because it can't be nothing. And so she gets caught up in that kind of conversation. And Mickelson, Morley, and all this stuff. And
that is interesting, though.
I mean, to some people that want to know more, it sounds like it's good information to talk about so that we can find out more. But it never leaves the realm of speculation, Andy. And that's the issue we have with it. It's like, okay, yeah, these ideas that people have about something that they can never really say what it is, it's just like what the Globe's saying. It's honestly no different. Because they're saying, well, this is our best guess. You know, I mean, shoot, we could be living on the ball, but even though you can't produce evidence of it, the sound of it, you know, when people are making explanations, it sounds like it would make sense in a fantasy world, which is what the flat earthers are doing. Some of them are. They want to do that. They want to go into the fantasy land and describe something that could be happening, because something's got to be there. It can't be nothing. So that argument can be made for almost everything, right? That you can have an explanation to.
I'm just making the point that I sometimes chime in because I kind of feel bad because they pile up on her. There's like Schubel and then that PhD Tony, and they've got them all over there, basically. You can imagine. And so I'd love someone like Indio over there to talk about optics, because when they start getting on the iOS about optics, Schubel's like some kind of... I don't know exactly what he does, actually. But he seems to be proficient with theodolite, anyway. And I don't know if he's a... Sorry, I'm gaming at the same time here.
I think he was a professional, wasn't he?
I think so. And I know Indio, when I've tried to follow him, because I know the basics, but when I've tried to follow Indio with some of that stuff, he just loses me. He's fucking so advanced with it compared to me, anyway. So I'd love him to come over there and just throw a spanner in the works a little bit, but, you know, he probably won't.
Well, they want people to go to that server because they hold the mute button. And in here, it's a part of the culture. If we don't hold people to what they're saying, they'll escape and use another. It's just, these are all debate tactics, man. And that's what it is. They're debate tactics.
This was his reasoning for offering me mod, though, Miggy, because he's got a few flat earthers. Yeah, no, the Omni, he offered me mod because he wanted some flat earthers. Technically, I've kind of moved. I've made it very clear. I'm not exactly sure what the Earth is. I've never been far enough away from it to confirm what it is. But that was his reasoning. So he's made several flat Earthers mods. So the idea is that it can be somewhat fair.
Do you think going away from the surface would help you confirm what the Earth is?
No, but check it out, man. He's trying to do what we do in here. But he doesn't have the logistical means to do it, because I think it's just him and a few others that are attempting to do this. It's a very difficult thing. If your heart's not in on the truth, then it's just going to be for attention, for fame or whatever. But it's not going to be rooted in the thing that keeps us all together here, which is like we're all bonded together by the search for, or the understanding and the knowledge of truth. And if it's not that, it's going to fall apart, dude. So Omnivore's attempt at trying to create something, whatever he's doing, it's never going to come to fruition like the way he thinks.
I don't think it's going to last 5 minutes, Biggie, to be honest, over there. I really don't think it's going to last 5 minutes, because already, just as I described coming over here, they're just piling up on Lion, and it's like crazy.
But, you were talking about Indio. As clear and thorough as Indio is, no one gets nuh-u'd more than Indio.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, not only that, man, like, he doesn't want to waste his time going over there just so they can mute him. Because that's like, one of the guys that come in here, like those guys from that server, when they come in here, we have to finish a point. They don't like to finish points. They want to, like, Gish gallop to other points. And so it's like, we never get to the bottom of any single one point. So we always have to fight for, like, okay, no, how do you know this is true? No, but that's not what I'm saying. It's like, we never get to the bottom. So that's the fight for the mute. The mute button is there because it needs to be. So we have to mute them and, like, okay, so now I'm going to unmute you. Let's go right back to the point. We're not moving from the point. You have to explain how you know what you know. And they don't ever do it, and that's the issue. If we were to go over there and Indio would be over there, he couldn't hold them to their points. So it'd be a fruitless endeavor. You could tell Omnivore that, Andy, because it's going to be the same. Yeah. If Indio was to go over there, he cannot hold anybody to any accountability, because they're just going to keep glazing past what Indio says.
I think what I've observed anyway, it's a brand new server. They seem to be quite good with trying the best not to mute people, which is good. But I think, just piggybacking on what you said, I think that India would think about, well, I shouldn't say what he thinks, but I imagine he'd be like, I'm not giving them content, fuck that. I can see him saying something like that.
I mean, he would say that.
And I couldn't blame him. I couldn't blame him either,
I mean, dude, I'm telling you, man, like, it's like what we do in here and the stuff we're curating for the future, like, it's all going to be for 24/7. Like, we've been just a group of friends that have been hanging out for a while, and every now and again we see like rising stars like within our own group, because I think people deserve to get their flowers, you know, like, that are advocating for flat earth in a very articulate manner. But there's those who, you know, they're rough around the edges and such. But having somebody like Indio go over there and, like you said, help somebody else's content, I don't think he wouldn't even.
This is mine. He'll go to one of our, like, if we created something, he'll go to one of ours, like, whatever, but he won't go.
Maybe your mic just
Your mic shifted.
unplugged or something.
Those guys. It's not the fact that he couldn't demonstrate to the audience, is that the way they would frame it would be like he's not making points because they couldn't let Indio go, man. Imagine having somebody
Hold on. Stop the show. Stop the show. Andy, Miggy.
Are we live?
Miggy.
really know much. They can easily get cornered by these.
Can you guys hear me?
He can't hear you because his speakers are somewhere else. They're not on his head anymore.
Miggy, your mic is just unplugged or something.
Well, Andy, hold my beer. The reason why they can't get pinned down, the same people who don't want to suss out each individual claim are the ones that say, well, it's a body of science. It's the entirety of the... So, yeah, it's invincible.
I think I cut out there.
Yeah, your mic, like,
yeah, a little bit
back now.
Anyway. Yeah, I don't think he's not going to be down for that. You could ask him either way. I mean, ask him when he's here, but...
Yeah, I don't think he'd be up for it, but I'd love it because you can imagine they all get on their high horse, especially that PhD Tony guy. He's a bit emotionally broken or something. I don't know.
Well, put it this way,
quickly.
Andy, why won't they come in here?
Well, I'm sure they've all been in here from one time or another over the years, or in the other place, really.
I don't think they're banned. I mean, they could easily come in here and have a conversation with Indio if that was the case. But they know that we have the mute button, so if they're going to go to another point, they're not getting away. So they don't want that. So they want us to go over there. That's all it is.
Yeah, to be honest, it's more like I'd get my popcorn out. I'd just enjoy it. You know what I mean? I just want to see it.
Oh yeah, but
I guess it's people who, because I'm not. My brother's really into UFC, like crazy.
Oh hell yeah, facts.
And so I kind of see it a bit like that. You know, I'll be like, get me popcorn ready.
I was just telling them to come in here. We'll talk to him in here. I've been wanting to talk to that guy Shubil, because everybody's touting that he's who was it? What was his name?
I think he's a surveyor of some kind. I think he's a geodesic surveyor, maybe. I don't know.
Geodetic, yeah. There was a what the hell was his name? What was the guy in here? Waterhill. Okay, I forgot the numpty's name.
Sensible.
No.
Mr. Sensible.
Phil?
Mackey. Scott Mackey. He would always appeal to, I don't know if it was Larry. Do you guys have a Larry over there?
I think his name might be Larry, you know.
Shubil is Larry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mackey would appeal to him all the time. He would always talk about, well, Larry taught me all this stuff. Larry knows this. Larry, and I was like, dude, why doesn't Larry come over here and argue? Because you're messing up his points. Every time you talk about Larry, you don't know how his like what his arguments are. Like he was attempting to put his argument forward. He never got his argument straight. So I was like, just tell Larry to come over here. Maybe we'll talk to him and see what he has to say. But
he definitely knows his stuff. I asked him to sort of like, because I don't really understand it. I was like, look, over on Geos, I was like, can you just lay it out for me, just step by step, very slowly, as if you were explaining to a child, basically. And so he did, and I said, I hate to break this to you, but you've just told me you're basically adding the calculations in after.
Yes.
So you've made the measurement, and then you're adding this standard refraction. And yeah, we need to pin down this standard refraction then, don't we? You know, how did they actually get that exactly? And yeah, I don't know. I'll play devil's advocate a little bit, if I'm honest.
We know some surveyors as well. We know exactly how the conversation's going to go, but we want him to actually say the truth because of how it works. And if he's true to his profession, then he would say exactly like he told you. He would say exactly how it goes, and then we'll just point it out to him. Yeah, we know that. You're just telling us that after the fact, you're going to use a calculation, the Haversine formula, and then turn these latitude, longitude into, essentially a terrestrial sphere. That's all you're doing, dude. You're doing nothing more than that.
What do you make of Whitsitt and Jared and that whole TFE thing then, Miggy?
Oh Jesus, yeah, no, they're on a whole other. They're true earthers, man. So I mean, dude, because they were saying that the final experiment was they were taking some flat earthers down over there, and everybody was like shaking their head. They're like, not taking flat earthers over there. They say flat Earth, but it's by name only. But they're not advocating for it. They're true earthers. When you ask them, "Are you a flat earther?" No, I'm a true earther. Like, and flat Earth is, it's a weaponized word and all kinds of shit. So that they'll run from it like the plague, and they'll be called true earthers. So, and then of course, I mean, Jaron was never really. He was just half stepping, dude. To be honest, he was never really in flat Earth. So when it came right down,
they both had debates saying they were flat earthers. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like I said, when they say flat Earth, yet they'll say, nah, but really, we're true earthers. That's what they said. So you can't get those guys who call themselves true earthers, to be flat earthers. They're just what they say, true earthers. I know this because I've heard them say that. So you can't say that they were flat earthers. They're not. They were true earthers.
I've heard them call themselves flat earthers, so I can't call them.
Then
I can call them former flat earthers if that makes you feel better.
No, they were true earthers, dude. You want to see? Here's the thing with you guys. You want to put somebody in the corner to say they were flat earthers. They went over there and they were wrong. That doesn't follow. That doesn't follow because they were true earthers that went to Antarctica. And they were talking about the sun. If they were really flat earthers, they would have never went on the trip because they would have said, what does the sun have to prove that, we're going to tell everybody that the earth is a globe or a flat earth? They would immediately tell you prior to the trip, they would have already had the discussion. Okay, what is the sun going to prove when we get over there and we see it up for 24 hours? Either way, if it doesn't set or it sets, how does that prove a flat earth? Put it in a logical syllogism, even if you think the earth is flat. Do that. Put in a logical syllogism with a premise conclusion that you're telling me that the earth is flat if the sun sets. I want to hear it. You got one? No? How about this? Do it for a globe earth. Because it doesn't set and it's up for 24 hours. Put it in a logical syllogism that the earth is a globe. Do that. You can do neither. Yeah. So hold up. You can do neither. So the fact is, a flat earther didn't go to Antarctica.
You just want to.
You don't want to hear this, right? A flat earther didn't go to Antarctica. A true earther went over there because a flat earther would have said the sun doesn't provide evidence that the ground is in any way a sphere or not. They would have said that. Flat earther would have said that. So we would have not have went.
Okay, but
been a waste of time.
in the beginning years, they did present themselves as flat earther. Maybe sometimes, not long ago, they started changing.
Okay,
maybe they started changing their tune to like
that's not
true
the point.
earther.
Did you hear what I just laid out?
Doing a bait and switch.
No, hold up, dude. No, you coming in with the
people talk. You gotta let people talk. You've been talking for like 2 minutes. People try to put it in sentence. They say a single word you don't agree with, and you're already not allowing them to finish.
Here's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, Pacino straight through. Flat earthers did not. Flat earthers did not go over there. I told you, whatever they're calling themselves and whatever they were when they went are two different things. They are saying they were true earthers. That's who went to Antarctica. True earthers went over there. If they can say, no, I was a flat earther. Flat earthers wouldn't go to Antarctica. Are you not listening to me? We would have already said the sun doesn't provide any evidence that the earth is flat or that it's a globe either way. That's not what the sun's doing. So a flat earther wouldn't got on that plane and said, oh, let's go prove that the earth is flat. For what reason are you not listening?
There's a video of Jaron saying a 24-hour sun is not possible in Antarctica on a flat Earth. That's literally.
Yeah. So his premise was that. Yeah, his premise was that when they go over there, they're going to prove that the Earth is flat. Was that his premise?
I think he was hoping.
He was hoping. How do you know that?
It.
Did he say? No, hold on a minute. Did he say that or did he not say that?
I'm not sure exactly what he said.
There you go. So you don't even know, dude. So you don't even know. You don't even know. You're over here saying.
I do know.
You don't even know.
Say at one time because it's on videotape of him saying a 24-hour sun is not possible on a flat Earth in Antarctica. That's on video.
So not possible on a flat Earth. So why does the premise have anything to do with the shape of the Earth in any regard?
Well,
I'm asking you.
I mean, it sort of does because when you deal in reality, 3D,
sort of does.
Like,
okay, go ahead. Okay,
because in reality, when you deal with like 3D shapes,
I want you to provide a logical syllogism that provides evidence.
Let anybody talk.
I want you to do it in a logical syllogism. Provide evidence that Antarctic 24-hour sun proves that the Earth is a globe. Do that. Go.
Well, that's not what you said.
I'm not talking about what he said. I'm asking you to do it. You said it does kind of give evidence. Well, tell me how. Show me.
So you want to ask me a question, and then when I start...
Yeah, so go ahead and tell me. Give me the logical syllogism of how the 24-hour sun proves that the Earth is a globe.
This guy thinks he's smart, but he can't listen, and he wants to pigeonhole people.
Projection.
It's binary.
Grembley, step out of the way and let this guy actually do the logical syllogism, will you?
Yeah, so Jaron, my claim was that Jaron said that a 24-hour sun is not possible on a flat Earth.
Yeah, and so what? I've laid out for you that nobody, flat earther, that you say they are, well, they're true earthers, couldn't describe in a logical syllogism how either one provides that the Earth is what they say it is in a logical form. That's what I've been telling you guys the whole time. That's why a flat earther would not go over there, because they have nothing to prove with the sun.
Yeah, I mean, the final experiment got you guys to abandon the AE map, and now you guys say...
Who's abandoning the... Here's the thing. The AE map is a globe smushed down. That's all it is. It's not a flat Earth, because a flat Earth has to deal with the physical and natural world. When you go outside, that's flat Earth. Now, that was a reified image of something they're projecting. That's a map projection. Has nothing to do with the flat Earth. Yeah?
Globers made that map.
Yeah, they get stuck on that, Brad, when they want to make it sound like it's... He tries to give it to us.
Claiming it as your map for so long? Why do you have flat earthers creating models?
Who said that it was our map?
Based off of the AE map.
That's a stereotype fallacy. You just said you flat earthers. Us? 24/7's been doing that? Really? You flat earthers is a stereotype. I could say the same for you. Or you globers have been claiming that that map is the map of the world. But every time we ask you if this is the actual map, you're like, no, it's pear-shaped. No, it's an oblate spheroid. No, it's a perfect sphere. You guys can't make up your mind which one it is. You don't even know the map projection they're using right now, do you? You can't make up your mind what model to adhere to because it's all fantasy. Yeah?
Oh, I'm currently using the US Geoid Onus 18 model when I do my landscape.
So how do you know that? How do you know that right there, that model actually adheres to the actual Earth?
Oh, because every year surveyors go to known monument markers that are embedded down into the granite. They take observations every single year and they set it in and it's processed.
That didn't tell me anything. What's the methodology by which they are?
That doesn't tell you
measuring? Yeah, what is the methodology?
Yeah, the situation.
You're just yapping, dude. What is the methodology that shows that the Earth is a? Stop talking. I need the method by which they know that the Earth is a globe via that specific method.
Triangulations of satellites.
That's a flat Earth measurement. Triangles.
He said triangles, dude. I can't believe out of your own mouth, dude. How do you have a triangle on a globe? You wrecked yourself, didn't you? How do you have a triangle on a globe, dude?
It's pretty easy.
Oh,
Really?
you're done, dude.
A freaking triangle defeats you, globalists, dude. Every time. Because you need a flat baseline. The adjacent, that part that's touching the Earth, it's going to be on the Earth. Otherwise, you're begging the question. If you're saying, well, it's a tangent line. Yeah, how do you get the drop over distance from the adjacent? Tell us how you did that.
I've answered a couple of questions.
No, you really didn't, dude. See, you fell into a trap, which you were saying satellites are measuring the Earth with triangles. Well, you got to have a flat Earth for that, sir. Yeah, flat Earth.
And global
So,
measures.
if I were to give you a series of latitude and longitude coordinates, would you be able to know which location on Earth I'm talking about?
Latitude, longitude coordinations telling you where you're at geographically. What's that got to do with the Earth being a globe or flat?
So yes, it would.
What does that have to do with the Earth being globe or flat? I don't see the relevance.
I'll get to it. It'll be relevant
get to it
in a few
now.
minutes.
Get to it. No, I don't want to wait till later. I don't want to wait till later. I want it now.
Agree.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
agreeing with you. I want to know. I want to know the relevance. Tell me the relevance. What that has to do with flat or globe?
Yeah, I know you're scared.
I want the relevance, sir. What does that have to do with flat or globe? Go ahead.
Earth. So if there's specific locations on Earth, then it has to do with the Earth. So do GPS coordinates, latitude and longitude.
Yeah, specific places on Earth, yada yada yappuccino. What does that have to do with flat and globe?
Do the distances between longitudes decrease as you go north from the equator? And
yeah, how do you know that? Decrease as you go to the north. What information do you have to substantiate that?
Measure it. You measure it. That's how you know.
Okay. How do you measure it?
With surveying equipment.
Like what?
All sorts of different surveying equipment. We've been doing it for.
Say triangles, dude. Say the word triangles.
He wants to, Redwood, but he's too scared. I think he doesn't want to admit it.
He knows what it means if he says triangle.
Yep, I'm waiting for it too, because he's gonna say it. It's a matter of time.
So you disagree that lines of longitude, like the distances between the lines?
No, we're not. This isn't an agree or disagree genre, dude. You're gonna produce the method. We're gonna say, oh, that method is valid or an invalid method. So produce the method. Aren't they using triangles to measure? Come on. Yeah, you're roboting. I just want you to get to that point where you're already saying it, because you're taking your sweet time getting there.
Yeah. If the distance between the lines of longitude decreases as
you're
you
roboting.
Go north from the equator and south from the equator.
You're roboting, dude.
Well, then you're just gonna have to wait.
Okay. Not like we're not going anywhere. We're here 24/7. We're still going to be here later on when you have to admit that they use triangles and you need a flat adjacent that's touching the Earth, which shows that we live on a flat Earth. I mean, it's going to be that. Anyway. We're waiting at the end of the argument for you to get them.
Yeah, so the end of the argument is if in fact the longitude lines, as you go north from the equator, decrease distance, and as you go south from the equator, decrease distance, congratulations, that's called a sphere.
How did you measure that? Hello?
with survey equipment. Would you like to see an example of this?
Yeah, what is surveying equipment? What's the method to measure using surveying equipment, sir?
I don't care how they do it.
Come on, dude. Was that the crescendo? I don't care. What a big anticlimactic freaking waste of nothing, dude. I don't care. That's what happens when you don't have information to substantiate your claim. You got egg on your face, you know? So that's all you're going to do is sit there with egg on your face because you didn't provide the evidence that we asked for, which was a methodology to use the measurement that you're claiming was done but don't have. Look at you now, man. No evidence whatsoever. Okay. Which is what either it was going to be no evidence or triangles. Either one was not going to help you. But I want to mute you because you really didn't say much anyway. So I got to get back.
Yeah. So the evidence that we have is literally all the maps that have these coordinates, and you can actually measure the distances between these lines of longitude.
I'll catch you guys later.
And you can actually check it. You can do. It's pretty easy. It's pretty basic.
Then why can't you explain it?
I tried to multiple times. When you get server muted and you don't know where you leave off and stuff like that, it's kind of hard. But basically how it is this. Lines of longitude converge at north and south pole geographically, right? So the only way with surveying equipment. DOI.
I didn't ask what equipment you use. I asked how did you do that? You not understand the difference?
Me personally, I didn't measure the entire Earth. Me personally, it's been done hundreds and hundreds of years.
No one did. No one did. No one measured the entire Earth. You're ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a collective body of work.
You got to the end. Hold on. You got to the end. You got to the end and you said, I don't care. We got to the end. That was your end.
I got to the end of I don't care how they measure it as long as it's accurate measurements. That was my whole statement.
Yeah, because you want to avoid that they're using triangles.
I don't care the methodology. As long
we
as
know you don't care because it proves a flat Earth. Yeah, we don't care.
No, it doesn't. It does not.
It does.
It proves a spherical Earth.
Are they using latitude?
Latitude and longitude coordinates literally force you.
Flat Earth measurements using elevation angles. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Good job. You just proved we're using Flat Earth to do your measurements. Thanks.
No. You didn't.
Yeah, where do you think latitude comes from? I bet you don't even know.
You tell me.
Yeah, they use it from elevation angles of Polaris. Elevation angles from a horizontal? That's where they got latitudes from, you dumbass.
They determine the latitude.
That's where they got your latitudes from, you dumbass.
That's how they determine what latitude they're at. What is the latitude in reference to?
Yeah, elevation angles from the horizontal using a triangle. It can't be a curved adjacent. You dumbass. You didn't even know. You had to have a flat earther. You had to have a flat earther tell you where they got latitudes from.
Does the distances between the degrees of longitude decrease as you go north from the equator and as you go south from the equator? Yes or no?
What is north and south?
Is that's your reply? What is north and south?
You made a claim. You made a claim. Now tell us what north and south is.
North and south is. You
tell us what north and south is. You made the claim. Tell us what it is.
Yes. Okay, north and south is a label that we described to the magnetic field lines that's generated by the Earth's spinning iron core.
Using what?
Using what?
What tool is used?
To determine the direction of the magnetic field lines. Anything that has anything else that has a magnetic field.
What technology is used?
Anything else that has a magnetic field.
Oh, you got to avoid the fucking compass. Once again, you dumbass. Flat Earth measurement. Compasses only work on a flat Earth. Horizontal plane has liquid in it. Yeah.
No, they don't.
Yeah. Why isn't the needle pointing down? Where's the magnetism?
You never heard of a gyroscopic compass?
Where is the magnet?
You never heard of a gyroscopic compass?
Who cares? Where is the magnetism on your globe Earth? Yeah, you didn't care. Where is the magnetism on your globe Earth?
All over it.
All over, huh? All over the flat plane? Thank you. Yeah, welcome to flat Earth. Over, yeah, it means above. Thank you very much. Welcome to flat Earth, yeah. Yeah, north, south, east, west, those are flat Earth designations. So is latitude. And we know water doesn't do what you're trying to say it does. When you go north and south, we know the oceans are horizontal. Provably so.
When are they horizontal? During high tide or low tide?
Try her ass out. See if that's flat.
When's the ocean horizontal? High tide or low tide? If tide
What the heck? Come on, like.
What do you mean?
You're so quick, man. Like we want to play with our food a bit.
Is it like I did say someone else can take over. I just wanted to check the first one, you know.
Give me a second one. You have to give us lessons.
Oh, well, I was about to go do some errands, actually. Just want to do a quickie here. First check. And someone else to take over.
Coming like sleep. Is it just me, or is what's his name again?
He said, "Give me a second," and he hasn't come back yet.
Kirk, right? Yeah. Was his mic a bit choppy?
No, he said, "Give me a second," and he hasn't come back yet.
Oh, okay. Because it just sounded to me like he was cutting in and out, like Matrix was earlier, but it might be me. I don't know.
Well, when it comes back, maybe someone can go through maybe the Black Swan or something with him to give a better understanding of how it's measured flat.
Hello?
Hey, welcome back. I gotta do some errands. I'll be back shortly. Maybe someone else can cover the rest of the tracks with you.
All right, Quetzal. See you soon.
Thank you. See you soon.
I just got here, so what was the topic? Specific.
Thanks for coming, man. Yeah, we needed you to run Kirk here through the Black Swan.
Oh, okay. All right, give me a second. I'll just pull something up and I'll post it in the side chat.
Oh, sorry, I was just kidding, but like I was just volunteering you.
Oh. That's okay.
He already agreed the Earth was flat. I'm not sure what we're showing him.
Oh. Oh,
right. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Here we go.
I don't really believe in that, science nonsense. For the most
part. All right, Kirk. Is that who we're talking to, Kirk?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, Kirk, can you see the side chat, my friend?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Right, so this is one of many long-distance observations that destroys the globe. Okay, so if the Earth's a globe, it has to have certain characteristics that go along with it, right? Such as obviously Earth curvature, right? And you would also have to have a horizon at a specific distance away from you, depending on the height that you're observing the horizon from. Right, so when I was at school, they taught me that the horizon's 3 miles away. If you're 6 foot tall, you're standing at the beach and you're looking out, they say the horizon has to be at 3 miles if the Earth's a globe. Right, so we can actually go out and perform different types of observations and tests, right, to try to confirm what they tell us about the globe, right, and the size that the globe is. Okay, so this is a good test, right, to test for that horizon. Because in this observation, we have some distance markers, right? If those oil platforms weren't there, we wouldn't know how far away that horizon was, right? But because we have the oil platforms, we can look up the oil platforms and confirm how far they are out into the ocean. And this second oil platform happens to be 10.1 miles out. Okay, so we can confirm that the horizon is beyond that oil platform, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so now we can do a little bit of math, a little bit of basic math, right? So we got the observer height from the beach, 8 foot above the surface of the water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We do a calculation to check how far away would the horizon be. from that observer height, and it would be at 3.46 miles. Right? But it isn't there. It is not present.
Yeah.
Okay, the horizon's magnitudes further than it would be if the Earth was a globe. You following along so far?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, so you don't think the Earth's a globe, or you do think the Earth's a globe?
At first, I came on here. I was more on the side of the Earth's a globe.
Mm-hmm.
But you brought up some good points here.
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe
we have these observations are impossible on a globe, right? Like some of these we can see 20, 30 times further than what you would be able to see if the Earth was a globe. So these have been done over and over again in this same location and in many different locations all over the world. So it leaves us wondering. What's that?
Yeah, I wanted to say, wouldn't that render all of our scientific knowledge obsolete? Wouldn't it be obsolete? As in, it's based on falsehoods?
Well, definitely not all of scientific knowledge, right? Just the globe claim.
Yeah,
just the globe.
Just that.
So, right, it's the globe model, right? If you want to call it that, it's just a theoretical, mathematical construct that we're all taught from a young age.
Yeah.
Right? And to get degrees in college, right, you just have to be very good at regurgitating the information that's presented to you, right? You probably won't get your degree if you go out and challenge the core fundamentals, like the Earth actually being a globe and the radius value and all that sort of stuff, right? To get the degrees, you have to just parrot the information. And it's not like those people are lying, right? The people that are teaching the globe model, they're not lying. The people learning
What they know, it's what they know.
It's what they know. Exactly. Right, so what we do have is this empirical evidence that goes directly against the Earth being a globe. And so it leaves us wondering, like, who throughout all of history from the globe side has counter evidence to this? And it turns out that there actually isn't any, right? There's no validation of Earth curvature, and there's no validation of the geometric horizon throughout all of history, right? Because it doesn't exist. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. I mean, there's a lot more to it, obviously, but that's the that's a killer, right?
Basically, just the basic.
Yeah.
Nice.
We don't claim to know the entirety of the shape. We don't try to replace every single claim that the globe side makes regarding stars and planets and things like that. Tides is another good example, right? We don't claim to know exactly how everything works, right? There's a lot more to be discovered. What we're doing is falsifying the globe radius, right? If it doesn't have those specific characteristics that you must have for the Earth to be a globe, right, then we're back to the drawing board about what this place is.
So that's your primary objective, not rendering all of science useless and then replacing it with your new science.
Well, no, because, I mean, what we're talking about when it comes to science is natural science, right, in relation to the Earth and nature. And it would just be testing cause and effect relationships within nature, you know. So, I mean, it's not like science is wrong. Science is just a method. I would say scientists, right, specific scientists are wrong. Not lying, right? But just taking presuppositions and including that in their understanding of this place that we live in, and not actually testing the core variables that their whole worldview lies upon.
Guys aren't really represented well in the media.
Yeah. I mean, you search. I think that's by design as well, right? So, I mean, yeah, if you search up flat Earth on Google or YouTube or something, right, you're gonna get a whole bunch of propaganda. You know, a bunch of like discs floating in space with all the water pouring off the edges and just crazy stuff, right? And hit piece videos where they'll say, flat earthers claim this, flat earthers claim that, right? And it's crazy claims like Australia doesn't exist or something, you know. Once someone actually digs into this honestly and understands where we're coming from, right, it makes a lot of sense. It's hard not to, right? Because we're just basing our claims on empirical evidence that anyone can go and reproduce themselves, well, in most cases. So yeah, most people think flat Earth is stupid because they have a misunderstanding of it.
Yeah, but you know, for someone to propagate this agenda, they would have to. Why would they do it? I mean,
yeah, I mean that's when we start to get into speculation territory, unfortunately, because this was introduced a long time ago into the mainstream system. Right, so what we can do is we can test the claims and see if they match reality, which they don't, right? But trying to prove why someone would lie initially is not something that's possible. We could speculate. We could give, like everyone here could probably speak for half an hour straight about a whole bunch of different speculations, right? It might not just be for one reason. It might be for multiple reasons. Power control, to replace God with themselves, in a sense, to remove all sorts of reasons. I mean, self-preservation. I mean, people already don't trust the government as it is. I mean, even just self-preservation. If they came out tomorrow, right, and said, we've been lying to everyone about space travel and the globe, and we're going to have to rewrite the entire education system, blah, 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 right? People already don't trust the government, right? You ask 95% of people, do you trust the government? And they'll say, hell no, I don't trust them, right? If they came out with more lies on this magnitude, right, it wouldn't be good for them. I think that they would crumble instantly, personally, but it would be very much in their interest to keep propagating this. And I also, when I say the word government, right, it's a compartmentalized organization with different divisions of people and groups of people that have jobs to do on a need-to-know basis, right? Most people would have absolutely no idea. It's not like you get a government job and then you get taken into a room and they're like, oh, well, this is what we're doing, guys. We're lying to everyone about.
They don't know. They don't know.
They don't know. Yeah. Even trying to pinpoint who's lying, right, and then proving that they're lying, that's quite difficult. It would be a very short list of names that someone could come up with.
Well, if they didn't fake the moon landing in the first place, they wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah.
It's true. They wouldn't have to keep it up.
So yeah, if you want to look more into it, I mean, we have a home server with tons of information. You can look in the channel categories under long distance observations and laser tests, gas pressure. There's like a whole lifetime worth of research to be done on this topic. And the more you look into it, the more it makes sense, and the less the globe side makes sense. Most people don't know anything really about the globe. Like, nearly everyone that comes in here, they don't know the basics, right? Where all the flat earthers have done their research, right? They know how the globe model is claimed to work. But yeah, most of... Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I often find flat earthers to be more knowledgeable on these topics.
Yeah, because many people, even educated people, they take all of those like core variables, like the speeds and rotation, right, size and all at distances to things, and they take all of that as true without questioning it, right? Because they were taught all of that from a young age, so they bypass that whole learning section of, if you know what I mean, right? They go straight into memorizing books about relativity and things like that, rather than actually learning the basics, the fundamentals. And then they get good at parroting what I would call like the books of bullshit. And then they think that that's smart, right? Because they've got a good memory and they've managed to memorize and regurgitate some information that they've never really actually questioned, right? They're just repeating what they were taught at school, and they'll come in here very arrogant and think that just having that memory of the books of bullshit means that they're smarter than us. Right, but that's definitely not the case, and they find out that once they come into these channels and start having conversations, because we hold their feet to the fire about, okay, if all of these things that you're saying are true, then X has to be true, right? The radius has to be true. The Earth has to be a globe. There has to be drop over distance. Has to be a horizon. You have to be able to demonstrate these things to have the other things that they're talking about. So they don't have that.
The better you are at memorizing the things, so the higher you will be able to have degrees, so PhDs and degrees, higher degrees. And they made a comedy show about that. So, like, if you remember that comedy show called The Big Bang something, with that
Big Bang
guy.
Theory?
Yeah, The Big Bang Theory. So the guy has just a photographic memory. So he's well, I don't want to say disabled, but he's autistic and he has that much memory, photographic memory. So you can memorize the things, the courses, the books, and you will be able to just regurgitate that every time you have a question. So that doesn't make you intelligent, but yeah, your memory is just strong enough.
But we have AI to do that for them now, so they don't have to go to school anymore.
Okay. Would you guys rather homeschool your children or send them to academia?
Homeschool. They'll be smarter.
Personally, I'm not against sending the kid to the school. Being submitted to the same exact things that I was submitted to. So I'm not an alien, and he can do the same thing. Even if he studied those things in school, doesn't matter. He can distinguish. He will just have to try to distinguish between false things and correct things.
But aren't you worried about your kid becoming more like them?
What I will do. So if I just homeschool the kid, will I just prevent him from contacting the rest of the world, where those people just or watching TV or making research in internet and finding that there is some ideas that say that there is a globe?
You just have the internet. You don't have to shelter them from stuff. If anything, you teach them the globe arguments because the school is not doing it properly. How many people come in here, they don't even know their own lore? We have to teach them. The teachers in these indoctrination centers are not qualified.
Every glober except anti-flat earthers that comes in here doesn't know anything about the globe they think they live on.
I'm not saying that you will send your kids to school and you will play dead like you don't exist. No. You are the father. You are the one who will just show them the way. And yeah, you let them distinguish between false and correct things. Because you won't be there every time, even if you prevent them to go to school. If you homeschool them, like I told you, you won't stop them from being in contact with the rest of the world. At some point, he will die, and they will just have to be in contact with the rest of the world, have those ideas, process those ideas. So for me, it's just let them live the life like it is, like everyone else, but help the kid to just realize how it goes.
I'd say I vehemently disagree. Sending them to the indoctrination centers is sheltering them from the world, because at no point in your life will you ever be stuck in the same room as a bunch of people your own age. That's not how reality works. And I refuse to shelter my children that way.
The thing is with this is they're going to want to fit in, so they'll just go along with what the other kids believe in, and that's it. And if they go against the other kids, that's how it goes. So that's why it's not a good idea to send them with a group of globers to learn math.
Yeah. Exactly.
Well, in the real world, when I'm in the office all day, we don't talk about globes ever. It's not even a factor where I work. Neither is gravity. Neither is anything like that. Just air pressure, really. Fluid dynamics. Shit like that. That's what we worry about.
Correct. This what I did. I assessed it for myself. So I was submitted to that indoctrination, and I consider it a positive point. So for me, my personal experience, I consider it a positive point because I got a taste of that side. I felt what they feel. I just got their ideas. I used their ideas, and I just realized the reality after that when I just turned to Flat Earth and tried to understand the reality. Yeah, some people are still stuck in that side, but not everyone. And you can take the example of yourself.
way.
Very trendy.
So, I mean,
Robot in there, man. You should look into the cult of Pythagoras. That's been around for a very long time.
Look, I'm looking at something that you're showing me right now. It looks like a globe and it looks like it's spherical. I'm having a hard time understanding your point.
This is an idol of worship. It's
I know,
a
but we're talking about a bird that's flat.
Yeah, and you need to understand that the globe is the claim. The horizontal horizon is the observation, and the globe is the claim.
Look, let me ask you this, because this often illustrates it, okay? Let's imagine nobody ever told you the Earth was a globe, ever. You didn't learn it in school, nothing. No one ever told it. Would you have come up with the idea yourself?
No.
Would you have discovered it on your own?
No.
And what? And there's a reason for that. That reason is the Earth presents itself as flat and motionless. People only think that's globe because they're told that.
That's why I keep circling around. That's why I keep circling back to the point, bro. Is okay. Obviously, I know I can't prove it, but I'm going off of everything that I've been shown and told. But if
yeah, we understand. We were told. We learned the same thing in school, dude.
Yeah. So what's the point of him hiding it?
That's like
all we can do is speculate because we aren't them. You understand that? How would we know?
And you can't formulate an opinion.
Yeah, I can listen. I can come up with lots of speculations. Here's one, okay? Because the Earth is a globe, right? It's finite. You're always going to come back to where you started, right? If you go in a straight line, you just come back to where you started, right? So you're bounded. You're like in a little prison planet. Okay, that's one thing. Another one would be hiding resources. If you have an informational advantage of what the Earth really is versus what other people think it is, like they believe a false idea of the Earth, but you actually know the true properties of the Earth, you have an informational advantage that you can, in a competitive way, disadvantage the other parties. Right, and then there's other things if you want to get into metaphysical. There's Cold Earth goes with the idea of Big Bang, evolution, your infinite speck and uncaring universe, and nothing fucking matters, right? Because the sun's just going to blow up in 4.3 million years anyway. So just run around, be a fucking degenerate, and the highest moral authority is the state, right? So we can come up with lots of speculations, but we can't actually know. And most people, it's not being hidden. Okay, that is a misnomer. You've been told the story and chose to believe it. It's just like this. Like, let's say you started going to school, and they decided they were going to teach you Buddhism is the one true religion, and everybody thinks that, and they just keep teaching this to you. Nobody is lying to you. They all believe it, right? Your teachers believe it. Where they learned it, the people they learned it from believe it, but none of them actually know anything. Because they came to the idea the same way you did. Someone told them, and they chose to believe the person that told them. No evidence to support it, right?
There's a few things.
You already admitted that you don't have the evidence. You already admitted that. If nobody told you, you would never come to the conclusion yourself. That means you don't have evidence for it, right?
For instance, if I look at something else, I don't need a telescope, but if I need to look at something for reference, then yeah, maybe I look at the moon, maybe I look at the sun, maybe I look at Venus or whatever at night when it's dark. Everything circle, I would probably come to the assumption, even if anyone told me that, okay, we're at least some kind of round shape. So if looking at that, we can visually see that. Okay.
So why would you think the Earth is like those things?
I don't see anything that's
why would you like a fucking no? Why would you think that the sun, moon, stars, and where you live is the same thing?
I don't see anything that looks different.
You don't see it. What are you talking about? Everything in the sky looks different than the Earth. There's not a single fucking thing you can look at.
We're talking about
hold on, dude. Hold on. Why are you interrupting? Listen, there's not a single thing you can look at on Earth and look into a telescope at shit in the sky and go, that looks just like fucking Earth. Not a single thing.
We're talking about dates.
You broke up a little bit.
They're all circles. They're all
but you don't see Earth. But you don't see Earth as a circle. So no, that don't work.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But if I saw something else like different shapes, we're talking about in a world that nobody told me anything about the circle or the shape of Earth. If I was to look without any telescopes and look at everything in the sky, it is all spherical. I wouldn't say, oh, we definitely are the sun, but we're probably the same shape. Now, if I started to see other shapes like rectangles and whatnot, then okay, maybe we're something else. But to me,
okay. So you've adopted a presupposition, a worldview that you don't even realize you have it. It's called the Copernican principle, and that principle states that Earth is not unique. It's just like everything else. But what is the basis for that? Why would you think Earth is not unique when you look at Earth and you compare it to anything else you see, it's completely different? See, if you go, hey, dude, like the Earth is different than anything else. When I look up in the sky, stars, moons, suns, planets, I'd have to think there's land in the sky. You think there's land in the sky that you can go through and walk on?
Okay, so let's say I believe
that a little absurd.
Is the
But don't you think it's a little absurd to think there's land in the sky, bro?
Do flat earthers believe that Earth is a circle that's flat, or just like a Nickelodeon logo washed down?
It's not a shape, dude. It's not a shape.
So it's a Nickelodeon logo, just flat.
No, listen. If I ask you what's the shape of a rock, what are you going to tell me?
It's circular.
Not all rocks are circular, dude.
You're right. But I'm trying to come or know where you're at, you know? So, so Earth is not a perfectly circular flat plane. I got it. Okay.
No, it's a topographically flat plane, right? So we have mountains, hills, valleys, and we have the ocean. Most of the surface of the Earth is covered in ocean, and water lies flat and level, right? You have to believe that at some point, that you can't perceive the water starts curving.
Hey guys, gang, if I'm really bad at arguing, you should come up here and argue with me.
No, this isn't like we're having a discussion. This isn't an argument, dude. Okay, right? This is just a discussion. You don't know anything to even debate this topic. I'm just giving you our point of view, right? If you actually, if you restart from first principles, like, hey, dude, I'm gonna start from first principles and rebuild this globe idea. Okay, so where do we start? We start with, okay, what do I observe the Earth to be? I observe it to be a topographical plane. I doesn't feel like it's moving. Now, how do I construct a globe from that? I can't perceive the thing that I think that I'm trying to prove, right? I can't perceive it at all. I have to construct a mental model in my head that somehow, in my imagination, where I constructed a globe, that's how the Earth really is. That's why H.L.S. was telling you. It's a religion. There's no quality to it, dude. There's no qualities out there in the world that you can go find right now and go, okay, this is where the globe is. You can climb Everest, fly in an airplane, fucking go up in a hot air fucking balloon. You can go anywhere you want, and there's nowhere on Earth that indicates the Earth is a ball. The only place you can go that indicates Earth is a ball is you go look at a screen somewhere, right? You look at a screen, look at a book, right? The Earth's a globe in those places. It's on screens, it's a globe. And in a book, it's a globe. But out there in nature, it's not. I know I'm dumping a whole lot of shit. It's hard to, like, people don't, have never looked at, typically, have never really said, hey, let's rebuild from first principles and use the, like, critical thinking on what do I know, what do I perceive, what's the evidence. They've never thought about it that way. They've just accepted the narrative that they were told. Kindergarten, you go into school, they go, hey, what's that in the corner of the classroom? You live on a fucking ball. And everybody's like, okay, teacher, whatever you say.
Okay. Do you mind giving me some supporting? Do you mind if you can give me some supporting evidence? Like, okay, these are some of the reasons why.
I already did.
What's this?
Well, I already did, dude. That the most of the surface of the Earth is ocean and water lies flat. You know this from experience, right?
Wait, you're telling me water?
Yeah, water. Water lies flat. Yeah, water is in the ocean. Oceans of the Earth, the lakes of the Earth.
It would fall off if it wasn't for it being flat.
Where? Fall to where?
I'm trying to understand where water and flat are.
Because is the surface of water flat? surface of large bodies of still water, are they flat? Or are they curved?
It's flat.
Yeah, it's flat. Okay, so if the surface of the Earth is more than 50% water, then it cannot be a ball because you can't have a 50% more than 50% flat ball, right? Can't have a flat ball, dude. It's very simple logic, dude. It's really simple. It's irrefutable, actually. And the thing is, it's so simple, but you're taught in school. Well, this cold idea, this is complicated. Dude, you need to be a fucking super smart scientist to figure this out, right? You don't even
to what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying that's how they sell it to you. That scientists have figured out the Earth is a ball, right? Have they told you, like, you know that, right? That's how they've told you that in school. Scientists figured out the Earth is a ball. And that you, as a layman, can't figure it out. But you can figure it out, dude. You can just go out and do your own test. The globe makes very quantifiable predictions that you can test to see if those predictions exist in fucking nature, and they don't. I'll give you an example. If you're standing at the beach, like, how far do you think the horizon is supposed to be away from you? Because the horizon is supposed to be the edge of this alleged ball, right? How far do you think it should be away at the beach, where the Earth starts curving, the water starts curving? Just give me a guess. Just based on your experience of you going to the ocean or a lake.
Hey, thanks for calling. You can talk. Just say your name and what you're calling about.
Just do it, abort.
He's calling the global hotline.
Yeah,
okay.
So, well, I'll tell you, since you don't know, it's 3 miles. The curve is supposed to start in 3 miles from you at the beach. And in 10 miles, the drop from the curve should be 66 feet, which is a 6-story building. In 30 miles, it's 5,420
Charlie,
feet. Could be a
47.
Yeah, which would be a 42-story building. So this is not.
You can give me an OP. 10-4.
You still paying attention, buddy, dude? Or are you spiraling into cognitive dissonance? I'll take number 2.
But isn't it easier just to believe what you see on TV?
Sure is, man. My government loves me. I believe what I see on TV. My government loves me, and they only do things which are in the best interest of me and everyone else.
Exactly, and they're completely transparent.
Completely. They always do their duty. They never lie. I can trust them completely. So you still having a mental breakdown, dude? I don't know what's worse. Like people that like spiral on arrival and go mental, or these dudes that like they're reasonable at first and then they just get like a brain cramp, dude, and it just they can't think anymore because it's too much for them.
Yeah, I think when he admitted that the water's flat, that's when it started.
Yeah, I think so too. Decap, you ever find Kurt, dude? Did you find your arch nemesis?
How are you doing this fine morning, my fellow globetards?
Yeah, did you find your arch nemesis?
I did not, but I have someone else here who has some questions. Can he ask you some questions?
We're here for.
All right, there we go. So yeah, you have any questions? There's an army of them in here.
No, this ain't nothing. This is a little group.
Well, maybe I'll unmute when I have more questions.
Cool. I'm multitasking, so whenever you're ready.
I love that Globetard has penetrated the zeitgeist. Now they call themselves the Globetards.
That's hilarious, right? You know what I feel like this topic is, right? To me, it's like peeling paint, right? Like they painted something, and the globe has been this layer of paint, this veneer over reality, and the paint is slowly chipping off, and people are starting to see behind it.
And the mockery is like the start of every good revolution. Right? They'll make fun of the idea. I mean, they don't even recognize it, but just hearing that globe heads are called globe heads.
Wait, why was that text suppressed?
Is shaking their paradigm. Because they don't realize that their belief is something to be made fun of. And when they do realize that, it's like the biggest shake to their confidence, because their whole thing is like making fun of ideas that they think are wrong. But now their idea is the one being made fun of, and they're like, shit, am I being a dickhead with this globe idea? Yes, you are. And I'm glad yous are realizing it. Very funny. Like they come in, oh, hey guys, I guess you could say I'm a globetard. Yeah, we could, globetard.
Well, I mean, how many people now have said, yeah, I know it's just a belief, and then argue it?
Yeah.
And yell at us, right, for not believing what they believe. Oh my God, you don't believe what I believe? That's dangerous.
Do you guys just want to like circle jerk, or like what's going on?
Well, we're waiting for one of you guys to ask a salient question or present some
I asked why I was text suppressed.
I text suppressed you because you were chat skanking. You keep on insisting that votes disappear over curvature, but you don't even know what the Rayleigh criterion is. You're not even qualified to have this conversation, TY.
Yeah, and we're not interested in you coming out asking, oh, I asked if I was text suppressed. No one fucking cares about you asking a question about you being text suppressed. You got something to contribute to the actual topic of discussion?
Yeah, why are you saying ships go over the horizon? Have you ever seen that? I've never seen that.
You've never seen that?
Yeah.
Do you mean they sink
No, I've
into
never
the
seen that,
horizon?
and I'm by the ocean, dude. Like, for real. I've never seen it.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting. I got photographs of a ship 30 miles away from me. And the horizon's supposed to start at 6 miles. So, like, how'd that work?
Light refraction.
Oh. So it's almost like the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball that ships can go behind.
You're talking about sinking refraction, where objects can appear to sink into an optical phenomena we call the horizon.
The horizon can't be simultaneously physical geometric edge of a ball and an apparent fucking position at the same time. It's either there or it's an optical illusion.
Come on, bro, be real with us. Did you really think
what's
large
the
bodies of
contradiction in
water
that?
were curving around a ball?
You don't know the difference between apparent and actual?
No, there is a physical horizon, but there's also light refraction as well. Like it's.
How would you know the difference between a physical horizon and an apparent one? What would tell you the difference?
Well, there's two facets of the same, like they're two characteristics of the same phenomenon.
Yeah, so I asked you, I saw a boat 30 miles away, and you were like, well, that's refraction. Well, how do you know that? How do you know that the physical horizon isn't 30 miles away?
Yeah, I don't know if refraction makes things sink, but
Well, it's called sinking refraction.
No one brought up refraction. Okay, the claim is,
well, I did.
Over the horizon, that's the physical edge of a ball. How do you know that? How do you know that that isn't caused by refraction? And that when I see the horizon 30 miles away, that's the actual geometric horizon. And that the closer horizon's refracted and the further horizon's the actual fucking horizon, the actual edge. How do you know? Can you tell from looking? No, you can't.
The answer is it has to be, right? The answer is it has to be.
Yeah, necessity proves it.
Well, if you think you live on a ball with those claimed dimensions, radius 3959.
Experiments on known flat surfaces that show things appearing to disappear bottom up behind the horizon, right? Where there should be no horizon at all.
Yeah, I was watching that video when you guys text suppressed me.
Which one was
so
it?
Oppressed, bro. You're an oppressed minority.
That's press.
You should write.
I'm a oppressed majority since most people
not
know the Earth
that
is
isn't the one
round.
I'm talking about. That isn't the one I'm referring to. I'm referring to ones that were done on a lake that's 1,000 feet long, right? So the globe model, like so from a 2-inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,600 feet away. So on a lake that's 1,000 feet long, there should be no horizon whatsoever. You should be able to see, according to the globe, all the way to the other side, the shoreline. But there's multiple experiments that show little RC boats disappearing bottom up, cut off by a horizon that shouldn't even exist. So now the horizon is 2.5 times too fucking close. Too close for the globe, at least. Also demonstrates that the horizon's apparent. Appears closer, further. There's no way to tell from looking, is this the geometric edge of a ball? Is it not?
Yeah, there is.
How?
You break out the pendulum.
You break out the pendulum.
Bro, don't you stop.
You stop.
Well, then you stick it up your anus sideways. That's the next step.
It's easier to say stupid shit the whole time.
Don't give up already. You're on your first point.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, sorry, I didn't catch. Did somebody say something?
I don't think he brought up the pendulum. I think it was someone else.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
Okay. So Indio explained it to you. If we can observe an optical phenomena appearing to obstruct something bottom up on a flat surface, then you can't say that it's exclusive to this globe or a curved surface. Right?
Yeah, I guess so.
So another one, right? So this is awesome gold proof, man, where it shows all these windmills cut off. Right? I'm sure you've seen one of them. The one that was, it's on Wikipedia. Was taken by a guy that speaks fluent Klingon, so he's a reputable source, obviously. Anyone that can speak Klingon, obviously, he should certainly be trusted. But point is, if you examine the photograph closely, you'll see that there's a windmill that's further away than all the other windmills, but appears higher. Now we know from the laws of perspective that the further away something is, the smaller it gets. And it sinks in your view. It doesn't get higher. So if all these windmills are the same size, and they are the same heights, how would something further away appear higher than something closer? This demonstrates that these appearances of cut off bottom up are actual in optical effects, sinking refraction.
Okay, so
which is documented in no literature, it's not like we're making it up, dude. It's well documented.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I'm trying to think if there's any other way for me to argue this, or if I need a different argument.
Years.
Oh, ships over the horizon is just like a dead issue at this point. There's no. It's not exclusive to a globe. We can demonstrate it on a flat surface. It's a non-argument at this point.
Yeah, it's no longer a tree that you should be barking up. But you're on the right track. So boats over the horizon is no longer a viable globe. So now you have to think, okay, so what is? How can I argue for this spinning ball I believe in?
Yeah, I'll definitely let you know.
Yeah, when you figure it out, let us know and we'll give you your flat earth tag.
So here's the funny thing, right? So this sinking behind the horizon, that was first mentioned in Western literature by Aristotle and Ptolemy and all different Western I don't know what you want to call them. They're not scientists, they're academics. Let's call them that, right? Well, the rest of the world has ocean too, like China, India, the Polynesians, right? They all see the ocean. How come they didn't see this and go Earth ball? Did ships only sink on the horizon in the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean? It's not a thing in the South China Sea or something?
I'm pretty sure this was still debated back then, too.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. They didn't know anything about perspective or anything like that. They didn't have any idea about. I mean, if you look at old art, right, how they would draw everybody almost childlike, right? Everybody's the same size. There's no they didn't have any idea about perspective. They didn't know that light arrives at the eye. They thought your eye shot fucking light out and then somehow it sensed the object in the distance, touch. They thought a lot of weird things. So when they thought about, hey, how does this happen? They thought about it almost orthographically. And that's not how we see. We don't see orthographically. We don't have a side view of our own head. An illustration of this would be railroad tracks. If I drew railroad tracks orthographically, they'd be two parallel lines that never converge and they'd go on forever and ever. But that's not how we see railroad tracks. How we see railroad tracks, they converge in the distance. And the sky comes down, the ground ramps up, right? Why, if the Earth was a ball, especially, why would the ground appear to ramp up when it's supposed to be curving down in every direction? Anyway, the point of all that is like the fucking ships over the horizon. You know, I know they taught that garbage in school for fucking centuries. And it sounds good, but upon further analysis, it's just nonsense. And then if you bring in like other things like Alberuni, right? Alberuni got to the top of the mountain and he measured the horizon dip. So he measured it. First of all, he got the mountain elevation from assuming a flat plane. Then when he gets to the top of the mountain, he assumes a globe and measures a horizon dip. So he measured the angular dip to an apparent fucking location from a flat plane, assuming, and then assumed the globe. The whole test is a fucking contradiction from start to end. Anyway, if you have any other questions, I mean, we could just like, I don't know, we can dispense with it. Like, we've heard all these before, so I mean, you can go to 7 Reasons Why the Earth is Round, and they'll tell you climb a tree. You think climbing a tree is a globe proof? If climbing a tree was a globe proof, and evolution is true, and we fucking lived in trees as, you know, fucking primate fucking humans, how come it took all the way to fucking, you know, Eratosthenes to figure out what's a globe? No one climbed a tree before him?
I think that's actually an attempt by the health organization to get fat, lazy ass people out of their seat and get some exercise.
Yeah, get them up there breaking tree branches. Dude, how can anybody read through that and be like, climb a tree? Dude, that's great. It's just stupid as shit. Anything else besides ships over the horizon? Want to talk about Eratosthenes
no,
for the 9,000th time? How about this? How about I ask you a question? How would, not you, because obviously you don't know. How could you know that the Earth was a globe? How could you figure it out?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, how would I know if it's flat?
Well, you can go look at it.
But you just said you can't trust what you see.
I didn't say that.
You said
horizon's a feature, right? Horizon's a particular feature that is apparent. But the Earth looks flat, but there's no doubt about that. Irrespective of what I'm not talking about the left or right horizon. I'm just talking about if you go to the ocean, you look at the surface of the ocean, other than the waves, it looks flat. If you go to the Bolivian salt flats, right, they fill up with like 3 or 4 inches of water and they form like a perfect mirror. It has zero distortion. Zero distortion, right? So if it was a curved surface, it would be like a funhouse mirror, right? It would be a distorted reflection. But nobody sees that. And the argument that the scale of the Earth is so large, you can even fucking punch this into ChatGPT or any one of the other AIs and say, hey, would I see the distortion if the Earth was a ball of 3,959 mile radius? Would I see distortion? And what distance would I see it at? It tells you 0.7 miles. Okay, so you'd start seeing distortion at 0.7 miles. It would get worse and worse and worse. the reflection would be more and more distorted as it extended to the horizon. So we observe it as flat. We experience it as motionless. We don't have like. That's why I asked you, like, who would know the Earth is a globe, like from experience, primary knowledge. Or how could you?
You said a lot.
Well, yeah. Like, how could you know the Earth is a globe?
Well, you say it's observably flat, but my whole point at first was that it appears that things are going over a curve, and you said, well, it might appear that way, but that's not necessarily true. And I conceded to that, but that doesn't prove that it's flat either.
No. That's why we said it's not exclusive evidence, right? It's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What you'll find in this topic is a lot of things are not actually exclusive to either one. They can be explained in either one, right? It doesn't, like Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows.
So how could you know?
That's what he's looking for, an out. He just wants flat to be mistakenly could be a globe, because I can hear it right now.
Well, I'm gonna give him how we can know. How we can know is we can actually do an objective measure if the surface of the Earth is curving or not. Instead of using just looking, right? Just looking is a little subjective.
How do you measure it?
Well, you can measure the distance it is from laser beam. Does the surface of the Earth curve away from the laser, or does it not?
Haven't people done that and gotten the opposite?
No, not at all. You guys think that Jeranism and that freaking Netflix shit, he used the laser, he used the flashlight. And that's actually a flat Earth proof, I hate to tell you. You know how it's a flat Earth proof? Because the distance he used, the only way, so he picked the flashlight up over the boards had holes in them, and he expected to see the light through the holes. And he didn't. So they picked the flashlight up over the board, and then they saw the flashlight. But according to the globe math, they'd have to be something like 18 feet tall to see that light. So what that tells you is that the holes were misaligned. They just weren't lined up. That's why you couldn't see it. But when you lift it up over the boards, now you can see the light. But you shouldn't even see the light when you lift it up over the boards in the globe Earth paradigm.
Who thought of that dumbass shit anyway? Holes in boards.
Dude, they're stupid. Dude, it's fucking so dumb.
Can you imagine going to a construction site and your boss saying, set up some boards, drill some holes, we're going to see if this is a straight line or not? I would have to quit. I'd go to his boss and say, there's something mentally wrong with this guy.
Yo, it's worse than that. He took up like a huge GoFundMe to get the laser, and then supposedly melted the collimator to the laser. Now,
he never bought it.
If I paid money, I'd be pissed if I was donated to that. Like, you're a fucking moron.
He never
bought that's what I was thinking, man. That's what I was thinking. He didn't buy shit.
He didn't buy
shit. Like a $10 pen laser, dude, with fucking watch batteries in it. He fucking used that and said, oh, it melted. Aw. Good, I'm with you on that one, man. He didn't buy anything.
Nope, he didn't buy anything, and he didn't melt shit because why would it melt? It's designed to do that.
Well, the collimator focuses the light, so it gets super hot, and you're only supposed to leave it on for like, I don't think they get that hot. Well, I remember he said, because after the debacle, he did like a live stream with Bob, and he said that, you know, this is where he went over it. Like, yeah, we didn't use the laser. We used the flashlight because the collimator melted. He said, I left it on too long. And, like, I don't think they get that hot that fast because typically they have radiator fins on them that will cool it off. And I've seen other people use them and leave them on for, like, 2 or 3 minutes. supposedly, if I remember right, he said he left it on for 8 seconds and it melted.
No.
Yeah, there was no laser.
These guys are so desperate for money, it's pathetic.
He probably went on eBay and bought one that's already broken as is. I could buy a broken laser for $2 off of fucking eBay and act like, oh, I broke the laser.
I think it's weird that you've got the most unmechanical person in the world doing these tests called Jaronism. He's like basically an idiot. I've heard him talk before. He's kind of dumb.
Kinda? No, he's dumb, dude. Like, he can't debate flat Earth. He can't debate cold. He just can't. He's just not. He's just bad, man. He's very low IQ. I
also heard him say that he went back right afterwards, like in the day, and he reckons that there was no clear line of sight. That was like, I can't remember exactly. It was like tree branches or something.
Tree branches.
So they're just idiots. So they're just idiots. They set it up and they say, here's 2 holes. Let's go look and see if we can see light. And then we have tree branches now. Because they're idiots.
Then, yeah, like it was supposed to be like the test was supposed to be next to a canal, right? And the idea was, well, the canal's flat water, so the land above it should also be flat water. But they never measured actually like the elevation above the water surface. I think he initially sold it as he was going to do it like right at the edge of the canal, and then but the canal had like an embankment, and then they ended up doing like above the embankment of the canal or something. Dude, it was just a debacle, dude. Scary part is like hundreds of people went to that shit.
It's scary that he relies on this for his income because he's going to be done soon. I don't know what. Maybe he'll move on to something different.
No, because he's back to CBS or Jaron.
And Witsit. Witsit Vapes.
Did he ever work at Witsit Vapes? That's fucking hilarious.
No, I don't. Never heard that Witsit even had a job ever, so that's different.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, he worked at CBS, man. I'm like, I don't know about that.
Guys are desperate. If you're gonna go try to have YouTube channels like that, you're desperate for money. You should just have a job. You can make that shit on the side, easy. But no, you got to put all kinds of work into making that shit work. Where I get to play with robots all day, and I get paid way more than they get.
You know, if you're going to make a YouTube channel and be a content, you should at least have to be interesting. I mean, with all due respect to Witsit, like, he's not that interesting. I mean, I guess some of the esoteric flat earthers, they like his content because he talks about the ether and all sorts of other shit. But Jaronism, he's not interesting. It's like listening to frickin', a fucking 9-year-old talk. I mean, I think they forget it's like the entertainment part. It's supposed to be entertaining to some degree. It's not like they're teaching like flat earth courses or something. They're entertainers. Dude, I'm staring at this wooden gate, dude, that I'm fixing. And it's fucking twisted, dude, and I cannot figure out how to untwist it without taking the whole goddamn thing apart. Fuck. I've been staring at it for like an hour while talking.
What are you taking apart? I was reading one of the text messages.
It's a wooden gate, dude. It's just like the door to a gate. And it's fucking, I don't know how it got twisted. Like, it's not square. So the I don't know how to put it.
Wind.
Yeah, so like there's fence side on one, fence side on another. It's a gate, right? So it's not, the bottom is like kicked out because the whole fucking gate is twisted.
He probably left it unlatched. The wind grabbed it and left it around 100 times in one night.
Think about soaking it in water and putting like a fucking pail of fucking rocks on it and try to fucking flatten it.
Is it metal?
No, it's pressure treated wood. I could take it all apart and shit and try to fix it, but I think one of these 2x6s is fucking twisted. That's what I think it is.
Have fun.
Yeah, fuck you, dude.
Well, would it be easier just to make everything else twisted with it?
Yeah, couldn't you take the bottom half of the fence part and push that with your truck or something and then make it line up that way?
Well, nah. I think well, first of all, it's like the side of, like, I live in the city, dude, so it's just a walkway at the side of a house. And I'd have to drive up on fucking bricks and shit to fucking even get there and run over about 15 bushes. So that ain't happening.
Wait till it gets dark. I got all the answers. You just got to ask me. You wait till it gets dark now, see? I got all the answers for you.
Wait till it gets dark?
Yeah. Wait till it gets dark and steal it and tell them somebody came by and stole your gate. We got to get you a new one.
The thing is, I got like a new heating system put in, dude, and when they put like the heat, when they put in the unit, the gate was open. So when they put the unit in, it was locked behind the gate, and then you can't get to the fucking bolts because the gate's open and the hinge is inside that crack, dude. There's no way you could get a tool in there. So they had to come back, move
your
the
house?
fucking unit. No, it's a friend of mine's house, dude.
Oh, okay.
It's a friend of mine's house.
Okay.
So he can't do anything, dude. Like, he's not mechanically inclined. Let's put it
I don't
that
have
way.
any friends that can do anything. Believe me, I know how that goes.
Yeah. Like, the only way he could do anything to this is with fucking matches and gasoline. So these contractors, they put the gate in. I think they broke it and like tried to repair it and then fucked it up. And now I have to figure out how they fucked up what they did and then undo what they did. And all I can tell is that the fucking thing is twisted. Which is fucking, they cracked it in a bunch of places. It's just fucked up. I'm probably just going to rebuild it. Fuck it. I didn't really want to. I'm low effort, dude. I'm trying to do the least amount of effort. But sometimes doing shit with the least amount of effort you end up having to fucking do the whole thing anyway.
I'm setting it up real quick here.
That's why I'm avoiding this one phone call I keep getting, because she's going to want her gate fixed again. It's a gate thing. Rotted wood. I said, I need to put all new stuff in. Oh, I can't afford that. Can you just fix it the way it is? What the fuck? Get a piece of treated wood, sandwich it in between it, bolt it all together. That held for a year. I'm sure it didn't hold much longer. And now I'm getting calls again. So I'm like, this is a freebie. This will take me all day Saturday, at least the time I want to spend doing shit, just to make her fence close so she can not let her dog out in the backyard. It goes in the house. It's so disgusting.
Just crazy. That's fucking.
It's disgusting.
Dude, that's funny.
and it's one of those, I got volunteered to do work there because my wife worked with this lady and this and that, and he'll come by and check it out. I walked in, I go, oh my, who did all this work? Oh, my dad, he's sitting on the couch all wasted, drunk. And I said, okay, well, I had to do plumbing, I had to do kitchen sink, one of the floors, fireplace, the fence outside, and the patio, which is about 8 foot by 18 and 16 feet. It's small, it's a condominium. Had weeds up to my chest. So that, and there was year after year, so that took me 2 strings of weed whacking and like 3 batteries to get through that. You don't matter. Give up.
I think I figured out what the fuck's wrong with it. How did it? It boggles my mind sometimes how people fuck shit up like this.
Sending that picture that Amish just posted, that you don't matter, or you matter, don't give up. Posting it into one of engineering chats in my Teams groups here and see what the hell happens.
You're gonna get cursed out.
I was gonna send it to the new guys. They're like 2 weeks old and they're already getting the shit from us.
Hello?
He finally made it.
So I have a new thing. Lunar eclipses.
Oh, that's debunked.
Well, let's go through, or if anybody wants to go through it, I guess.
Oh, sure. Lunar eclipse. That's great. You'll love this one. You're absolutely going to love this. So we're going to look at one of your lunar eclipses. So we'll look at 2 separate ones. One's moving, one's just a still shot image after image. Notice anything weird about that? The sun's up behind the guy, by the way, in this lunar eclipse. The sun's in the air and the moon is in the air. Notice anything weird about it?
Where's the sun out?
Behind them, it's daylight. See that it's getting lighter out? Morning, getting lighter out. The sun's up right behind them. That's your lunar eclipse. It's called a Stellian eclipse, lunar eclipse.
Do you have one with the sun in frame?
You have to watch the videos where they turn around. We didn't cut that. We just cut the good shit.
I feel like that's important.
No, your feelings are like that, but you can watch the video if anybody wants to post it. They're on our main server.
I'd appreciate that.
So, yeah, you'll have to go over there and grab them.
I'm back.
What, the Stellian eclipse? Yeah. I'll get the video. Yeah, I'll get it.
I'm back.
Who cares?
I do.
Did we miss you?
I just put a battery in this fucking car.
Wow, you know what? You should probably get an engineering degree for something like that.
Fuck you.
Thank you.
You should probably go hump a rabbit.
I've got Ewans and Moxas to deal with. There's your eclipse. He posted it for you. This guy will show you. I think he turns his camera around, or you're talking. I don't remember. I've only seen it once. You only have to see this one time to say, "Yep, there's no globes in space." This debunks globes right here. This debunks globes in space. I'm glad you called that one, because this is a bad one for you. Ooh, now's the time for somebody, hey, any YouTubers, listeners out there, get your 360 camera, set up the next time, and do a time lapse, and let's see what that looks like. That'll look crazy.
Welcome.
You've got mail. This dude's on the hunt for the globe, for sure. I'm gonna pick the better globe debunk than this one. There must be some wheel somewhere they go. He came back. Okay, now I've got one for you. Eclipses. Yep, this don't happen. This ain't globes it's happening on, that's for sure. We know that much. So because of that, we can just dismiss it. We'll pretend we're on a globe. That can't happen. So the end.
Rick and Ty tapped out.
No, he's watching the Eclipse video.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's looking to debunk it right now.
Hey, well, most of them don't even look at anything we share, so I'm glad he's actually having a look.
Well, he had a got you, and I basically laughed at him, and I said, I got you. And here we go.
Nice.
And that's
I
the
can't
end
wait
of
to
it.
hear his reaction.
I pretend I'm on a ball and I see this eclipse. Those are not balls now in space, because I pretended I was on a ball. I'm on flat Earth. I don't give a shit what it's doing. Neato. It doesn't do anything besides do that stuff. You know, dragons don't appear when eclipses happen because of it. It's not magical, Globers.
Anybody else have any claims related to the Earth?
We all used to be Glovers once.
That's fair.
You still are.
But before that,
I heard in a meeting today that I'm just going to say blah, 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 you know, all around the globe. And I went, and I was just sitting there, and I had to just bite my tongue and just sit there and not say anything. Not in this one, not in this meeting. A lot of times, if it's other meetings, I'll say some weird shit, and people look at me all funny, like, what did he say? And never ask me about it, though. They know I'm already crazy. They're like, you know too much.
it's kind of a weird mentality a lot of folks have, though, ain't it? They think if they learn too much, it's dangerous. They don't want to know. It's safer that way.
Well, it's funny that they've. I guess I picked the people that I'm going to train this time. A lot of times they're given, now there was a pool to pick from. Pick this one. And they absolutely love their job now. Because I showed them what it's really about when you're designing automation in a manufacturing plant. We do it all from when it gets plugged in, all the way till you guys see numbers on the screen that are global.
They said the word global.
And then,
God.
Yeah. And then they get to hear, let's see, they get to hear me and 4 other guys. They all sound like I do. We all talk the same way. So it's super dry humor, and now they're getting it, because at first they're super gullible. Oh, it's so easy. We got more starting, so this will be fun. I'm going to let these guys rank the new guys, too.
That's great. Team building.
Team building is follow him as much as you can. Because when I get up, I just get up, and you don't see me. I'm out doing something. I don't always say, come on, let's go. Sometimes I'm at my screen and I'm like, boom, goodbye. Go look at something. Run a ping test, do something. Now, if they see me grab my computer, they follow me all the time.
They got to observe and learn from the best.
Three smarty pants like me. We're the 3 that started it. Now there's 25 of us, and we got more coming. Where'd our eclipse guy go?
I'm here.
What did all
Welcome back.
What did all the anti-flat earthers have to say that you can now tell us?
I mean, I'm sure you guys already know all of the.
No. Go ahead, say it. I want to hear this.
Okay. Well, the sun's not like above the horizon in that video, for one. And I get
what are you
the
saying?
main.
You can see it, can't you?
No, not in that video. It's still below the horizon.
Okay.
But the main point in that video is that the shadows going from top down.
Yeah, you don't want that. That's worse for you. No matter where your phone's at, you're fucked.
Yeah, but that's because the moon is going one direction, the Earth is rotating the other direction. So as the moon goes into the path of, to create the shadow, it's also
Earth rotating. Moving. So get bigger on the moon.
Do you guys have any videos of like the sun being above the horizon, or is it just?
Yeah, on the main server. Somebody's gonna have to send me. I'm too lazy to do all that. There's more. There, he posted.
Your explanation. How would rotation make the shadow go on top of the moon?
Yeah, I don't even get that. That you're making my head one.
Because it depends where you're at on the Earth.
Oh, it doesn't. You're standing on top of it because the sun and the moon are in the sky. So you must be on top of it in that triangle, right? Right on the bottom of the triangle, you're standing on top of the ball. You have to be, right? For it to be a globe. How do you have an upside down shadow now? It's nothing to do with spinning balls in a vacuum. I'm telling you. I can go demonstrate spinning balls in a vacuum and that won't happen.
This isn't the only impossible eclipse either. There should never be a sunrise or sunset solar eclipse. They should never exist.
Lunar eclipse.
No, I'm talking about solar eclipse.
Oh.
So there should never be one where the eclipse is happening at the horizon, right? Solar eclipse, full solar eclipse at the horizon.
You guys have a better video like this? I can't even resolve the moon in this latest footage.
Pay attention to what India just said, man. Hey, India, wouldn't a total solar eclipse have to be happening right above your head?
Around noon, your time, solar noon, around that time.
Should. Yeah.
Only if it's like a total lunar eclipse.
It could never be on the horizon because that line of sight from your eye to the horizon, that should be a 0.02 degree dip angle. So that line of sight to the moon, and then the line of sight, the sun can't be in the same line of sight because it's 400 times farther away.
So that solar eclipse right there, minus the pretend wheelchair guy in there, I took from my driveway. That's from a video. It was like 1:30ish, but if you look, that's like solar noon when I chart it out because, we have daylight savings time and weird shit. So we're shifted by an hour. You think they picked Stephen Hawking from a nursing home because with no family, so nobody could say, what are you guys doing? Here we go. That's the only way you could get away with that. And there's no way you're going to let somebody that in your family go up on stage and pretend all that, and then the heat comes down on you when they find out. It has to be something like that. But when you can explain to me how upside down shadows work, it has nothing to do with spinning balls. Maybe I'll turn into a Glober again. But this completely debunks your balls in space theory. Sun being a ball, Earth being a ball, Moon being a ball, debunks all that.
Hey, Ty or TY or thank you, whatever your name is, right? Have a look in the side chat. You're telling me that's not the moon. You can't tell that that's the moon.
I can't tell that that's a lunar eclipse. The first video is obviously a lunar eclipse. That one, I'm not sure.
You could just look up the alien eclipse. Right? It's not like
flat earthers not have money for good cameras.
Dude, that's the dumbest. How do you even know it's a flat earther taking the video, you idiot?
That dude, the helioskeptic?
I don't know. The first one was.
The dude's a Glober. Glober took these.
Damn Glovers. Don't you see him? Listen, watch the whole video and listen to him try to explain how it works on a globe and failing. He can't even make sense out of it.
Oh, that. Okay.
Yeah, the Cahokia Mounts.
He's like doing all these hand gestures and trying to explain it. It's so funny, man.
Dude, the only way it would work is if he freaking turned his arms into a pretzel.
Yeah, flat earthers, we don't go out and shoot these videos. For what? There's enough Globers that love space that do it for us. We just let them post it and we take it apart for them, and then they get mad.
So what's your claim anyway, dude, that you don't see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during a solennilian eclipse? Is that your claim?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's one.
It's pretty dumb. It's not even our claim.
It's a well-known astronomical event, right?
I'm just asking for that. If you guys could just provide that.
Just look it up. It's a well-known documented.
Why can't you just post it inside chat?
Just go on YouTube and look for solennilian eclipses.
Yeah, we posted it in the side chat. You're just whining about the footage because your butt hurt right now.
Yeah, I'm the one whining right now for sure.
That's absolutely right.
Correct. You are correct.
That's going to tell us refraction bends shadows upside down. I'll just
eat that, Glover.
Now.
Like, bro, haven't you got ChatGPT or something?
Yeah, I looked it up. I couldn't find anything.
That's right. It doesn't know what to say.
I'm going to go type it in. I'm going to go type in what is a solennilian eclipse into Perplexity AI and see what sources it gives me and videos. And then I'm going to deem you a damn liar.
Yeah, all of these videos, it's like early morning and the sun's not out yet. Does anybody have a lunar eclipse happening during the day? It's not a claim, it's just a question. If anybody here has that, I'd appreciate if they provided it.
You can go find your own shit, dude. Right? You want to come in here?
It doesn't
and be-
exist. Does it
wanna
not
be-
exist?
Well, look, dude. All I'm saying to you is stop telling us to go do things. Right? Go do your own
I'm
research.
asking for evidence.
You haven't.
You got it.
You're the one that made. You're the one that made the claim.
Do your own reefler.
I didn't make
Well,
a claim. You made the
You
claim.
know the sun is at or near the horizon. There's still no way for the Earth's shadow to be on top, dude.
Yeah, because the sun is below the horizon in all of these videos.
So what?
Because
You think it's on the other side? You think it's on the other side of the Earth?
Yes, it's below the horizon line.
So that means, listen, the only way for this shadow to be possible is if from the antipode position on the other side of the Earth.
No, that's a total lunar eclipse. It's not a total lunar eclipse in any of these videos.
Dude, why are you
It's a
interrupting?
partial lunar
Listen.
eclipse because you're
Why are you
interrupting
interrupting?
me.
No, I didn't. You interrupted
Yeah,
me
you
right in the
did.
middle of my.
You interrupted me.
The only. So is this going to be a new tactic? You fucking spiraling into nonsense. Listen, the only way. That
Yeah, I'm the one
shadow-
spiraling right now.
Yeah, so the only way. Yeah, that little shtick ain't going to work, dude. So the only way that he could see an eclipse come top down from his position in Ohio, right, is if at the antipode position on the other side of the Earth, it would have to be sunset. Because the sun has to be shining to the bottom of the moon, the bottom part, relative to him. That means the sun is on the bottom side of the Earth.
No, the moon is moving the opposite, like the path of the moon
Tell me
is
what I
going the
just said.
opposite
Don't just say
direction.
no. Tell me what I just said. Just tell me what I just said back to me.
You think because
Tell me
you're
what
on
I
the
just said
Earth,
back to me. No, I didn't say because you're on the Earth. I said to see this eclipse from his position, we can know where the sun would have to
yeah,
be.
that's your position, being on the Earth.
So, yeah, that's right. From his position to see an eclipse that looks like this, that means it would be sunset at the antipode. That means the other side of the Earth, it would have to be sunset when this is happening. He's on top, right? He's on top of the ball. The light is coming from the other side of the ball. Because the underside of the moon's illuminated. That means the light is coming from the underside of the Earth.
And it's getting light out.
Yeah,
And it's
the
getting light
moon,
out. So you think fucking sunset at the antipode position is sunrise at the fucking other antipode, you're high. What happened to the 12,000 miles? Look, you know, the best thing you can do is get a couple props and try to replicate it. Just go replicate it. You'll see very quickly that this breaks the globe geometry.
Damn, you guys cooking this?
He's in denial. He doesn't see suns or moons in that. He just.
Dude, when he brought this up, I was going to say straight away, Radwin, that this is going to fuck him up. This is going to break him. And that he's going to go.
I didn't go in the runway. I was like, sure, here we go. Enjoy the ride kind of thing. This is it. This ruins it for Globers.
Are you guys cooking this Skittle Guzzler right now?
The what guzzler?
You guys are cooking a Skittle Guzzler right now?
Skittle Guzzler? I don't fucking want to know what that is.
Oh, well, look at his profile, bro. It's a Skittle Guzzler confirmed.
Yo, you know that C4 drink? You know they make Skittles flavored C4, right?
Yeah,
he's guzzling that.
He's guzzling rainbow, basically. Yep, facts.
Yeah, like he probably don't like the thickness of it. He probably likes it a little thicker.
Hey, yo. So Skittle Guzzler, you're just gonna sit there and take that, or what's going on?
Yeah, these are really nice arguments you're making.
You couldn't even steelman what Indio just said.
Yeah, it's almost like he just
he's just thinking about other stuff as fast as he can.
Say it. You know you want to say it was word salad. It was word salad. You know you want to say it. Just say it was word salad because you didn't understand what I said.
You'd have no clue what he said.
So
you guys think you look good right now?
Okay, so let me tell you, the antipode position is the position on the opposite side of the ball. Okay? So if somebody's at the I got dude in Ohio, wherever the antipode position is, probably somewhere in the Indian Ocean. It would be sunset there for this to happen.
Stupid.
Because that curved part that's on the top of the moon, that's where that person is standing. He's standing somewhere in the curved shadow there. That means above his head is light. For a light to be above his head, it has to be before sunset.
Uh-oh.
You dumbass. What happened to the Skittle Guzzler? Is he still here?
I mean, I don't think you guys want my responses. I think you just want to berate somebody.
Yeah, facts.
You already said that there's no sun, it's somewhere else, even though it's getting daylight, and you can see that they see the sun. We had one here, and I don't know how long ago. I'm sure somebody recorded it. I don't watch them. I could give a shit. I'm usually doing something else.
Cooked him. You guys fucking roasted this guy. Or girl, or whatever. Thing.
Posted, if you have a mask on, then you wear a round hoop.
TV, man, you might want to chill with it. He's going to fucking go cry somewhere and fucking...
I know. I'm sorry, bro. It sounds like he's crying right now.
Yeah, I am. I'm bawling my eyes out.
Well, the fact that you're silent, I'm gonna go
split my wrists now.
Yeah, probably, actually.
Jesus.
Please stop, guys. What the fuck?
Sorry, dude. Are we cooking too hard? Let me.
Hey, dude, you can't. Hey, dude, that's a TOS violation. You can't be saying stuff like self-harm is not accepted, bro.
Discord will play your account for that, so maybe you don't do that anymore.
I don't really care. You guys are just being homophobic for no reason.
Who said that? What?
This has nothing to do with that. I was saying another thing.
What do you mean?
Oh my goodness! Homophobic.
I love
I would never.
I love Skittles.
Nobody's afraid of gay people.
I didn't think trans was homosexual.
How dare you?
Yeah, I'm not trans, you fucking dumbass.
Yeah, you are.
I know that. How would I know that? But it's irrelevant. We're not talking about that subject anymore. Okay? No one has
I mean, you guys were. That's obviously that's what you guys want to talk about.
Toughen up and take being picked on, dude. Like, toughen up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't really give a fuck.
What's your next globe proof? That we can just...
I wanted to respond to your points, but like I said, you guys just want to berate somebody.
You don't have any to respond to. How do you get an upside down shadow?
Poor baby.
Yeah,
we either want to berate somebody or give you information. Maybe we want to do both. Anyway, listen. Can you refute or adjust what I said?
Oh, what did you say? The thing about me being a Skittle guzzler, or
no?
He's gonna remember that for the rest of the week.
Dude, that's like telling a chick her nose is too big, dude. Dude, they fucking start obsessing about that shit.
I know. All right, fine.
Get your balls together, man.
So we can move on from this if you want. I mean, we have even more pieces of evidence that.
No, I don't want to move on from that. I mean, we didn't really prove anything.
Want to move on.
Yeah, that proves that the shadow's upside down, and you can't tell me why.
In what way did I not prove anything?
So the sun is not coming up? Is that what you're saying? So the sun is coming up and it's setting at the same time? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, is the sun in the sky?
Oh my goodness, yes, it's in the sky.
Yeah, can you show that?
No, I haven't taken any video of it.
Okay, then.
The sun is always in the sky somewhere, dude. Right? So where is it in the sky for this shadow to happen?
It's on the other side of the Earth.
Yeah, dude. That means its sun is setting at best over there, right? On the other side.
Well, in the morning, when it's getting light out, the sun is setting at the same time. On the west, it's setting and rising in the east. What is going on with your mind, dude?
Dude, does the sun set in the Indian Ocean at 6:40 Central Time in Ohio?
No.
I guess they just set their clocks wrong by 12 hours.
You still thinking about Skittles right now, or?
Come on, dude.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. The silence is killing me.
Yeah, I guess you guys want a reaction or something.
You said you were going to respond.
So TY,
Respond to what? You guys aren't saying anything. You're just all yapping. You're just all dogpiling. You're just
yapping,
insulting. It's very childish.
Yeah, but you're not addressing. You're not addressing the substance. You're not addressing the substance of the issue.
Yeah, there's not much substance to address, I guess.
Where is the sun? Where is the sun for the shadow to happen? Where?
Below the horizon.
Where is it? Where is it noon for the shadow to happen?
What?
Where at this eclipse time for this shadow to look like this? Where is it noon?
Where is it noon? What does that mean?
He doesn't speak English, guys.
Where on the earth in your globe idea would it be noon?
I don't know.
Okay, where would it be sunset?
The other side?
Okay, you just confessed it's sunrise on this side. Thanks for playing, dude.
Cooked.
There's no way to win this game, I'm telling you. Nobody can win it. We're still here because of that.
But you think the sun don't light up 50% of the earth, dude?
You just said that.
So, do you have a video of the sun being in the sky at the same time?
Yeah, dude. You already confessed, dude. You confessed.
So you said this is a game and it can't be won. Who just said that?
No, not with rhetoric. You can't win with rhetoric. You can only win with substance.
Yeah, I'm not using any rhetoric. I'm only using substance.
You didn't make any
that guy way down.
I'm asking. I'm just asking for a video, but
you even confessed that it's sunrise. You already confessed it's sunrise when you said it's sunset on the other side.
Yep, that's how celestial bodies work.
The Earth isn't a celestial body, by the way.
So, do you have that video, or you guys just gonna keep?
Video what, dude? You got all the evidence you need, bro. Distant eclipse is impossible for it to be any sort of daylight from where he is. It should be pitch black.
Cool. Yeah, it's pitch black until the sun is in the sky.
Is it light out?
It's just on or off. It's a light switch.
No, there's twilight, dude. So there's civil twilight, astronomical twilight, and nautical twilight.
Have you ever heard of dusk till dawn?
Yeah, I was being sarcastic. Maybe you're autistic.
So this is obviously twilight. Okay, that means
I was being sarcastic.
The furthest under the horizon the sun could be would be 23 degrees.
I wasn't being sarcastic.
Okay?
I do think the world is like a light switch. Correct.
Yeah, I know.
Dude, and once again, you're deflecting from the substance, dude. Again. You don't want to adjust the argument because you can't. We know you can't, despite all your little posturing and gimmicks and games.
Yeah, I'm the one posturing right now.
Yeah, you did it. Like, you've done that like 5 times when it's say, hey, you're doing something. Oh, yeah, I'm doing that. Ugh. Like a fucking child, dude. Grow up. Like seriously, bro.
I'm the one acting like a child right now. So do you have a
You
video?
just did it again. You just literally did it again after I said he's doing that.
Go ahead, do it again.
One trick pony, dude.
This Indio guy is insufferable, isn't he?
Ain't I?
That sounds like projection.
I call out bullshit, dude.
Yeah, he really is.
Should he put on a lip like that? Would that be better?
What's insufferable about me? That I don't put up with your bullshit?
That you're not able to engage in civil discourse.
Oh, he's not being nice enough. You're being nicer.
No, hold on. I am not engaging in civil discourse. I've asked you direct questions. You didn't fucking answer. And you
you guys called me gay.
So, who's you guys? Oh.
Bro, do you... What? No one said that.
No one said the word gay.
Who? What? Huh?
No one.
I mean, you were trans, too.
No one actually said
You
that.
said Skittles, dude. The rainbow is all sorts of shit, remember?
Wait, Ayo?
You don't like Skittles?
Anyway, this is another gimmick to get away from the substance of the topic. Another one. Listen, dude. Just address the issue.
Calling me a Skittle guzzler is a gimmick to get away from the
He's going to be
subject.
thinking about this for the rest of the week.
Where is the sun? Just answer one question. Where is the sun? For this
It's below, it's below the horizon line.
Oh, yeah.
You don't
Where?
talk about the eclipse in here. They don't believe in it.
Where is
have
the
a
sun?
video?
I don't fucking know.
Do you have a video of the sun being in the sky during a lunar eclipse?
That's a red herring. It's a red herring.
It's not. I've been asking for it the whole time, and you were willing to give it, but then you couldn't find it. So now you're like going in circles.
No, I didn't say anything about that. Now you're just lying.
Okay, that's fine.
This guy doesn't even know where the sun is. He's a joker.
This is so dishonest.
He's on your side, dude. He's listened halfway through the conversation and he thought your argument's my argument. Because he's just a home team homer, right? Just like, hey, Fighter said X, so I'm gonna just root against it. Retard. Anyway.
What are you talking about?
You.
I just want a video of the sun in the sky.
Why?
To prove your claim.
It's already proven.
No, it's not.
Okay, does the sun set at 6:40 in Ohio, right? When it's 6:40 in Ohio a.m., does the sun set in the Indian Ocean at that time? Yes or no?
What does that have to do with the lunar eclipse?
You won't answer.
That's what it has to do.
I already answered it. You can ask it again.
Listen,
I already did.
You're not answering.
That's what okay, stop. That's what it has to do to be lighting up.
Bear, shut your fucking mouth.
Or
Let us engage. Let us engage in civil discourse. You fucking.
He's talking to you.
You fucking knuckle dragger.
Knuckle dragger, bro. At least I don't guzzle Skittles.
So you're engaging in civil discourse by interrupting the key point. That the only way the moon can be lit up from the bottom is if the sun is on the other side of the earth. That's the only way. And we can demonstrate the sun clearly cannot be on the other side of the earth because it's twilight in Ohio.
Did you fail high school?
Oh, he's hurting, bro.
Yeah, address what I said.
Oh my gosh, really? You just addressed
I already
what he said.
did. I already did. I addressed it already.
Okay.
You're afraid.
Do it again because we must have all missed it.
Why should I?
You can't do it.
Yeah, fake ass posture and bullshit, dude.
Are you guys live streaming right now?
Yeah, you're cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. And you're cooked.
We always are.
How many viewers? I bet you guys look real good right now.
We do look great.
He sounds about
You look pretty fucking stupid right
well
now.
done at this time. It's well done.
Oh, he's
But it's between 30 and 40, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah.
Day after day, week after week, year after year, dude. And that's on, and plus on Rumble, there's probably like freaking 20 on X. So you probably got 100 people listening to you freaking make an ass of yourself. Not including the people in here.
Hey, what's up, Cartoon? You were speaking up earlier. You want to say something?
Yeah, 304. What are you doing out of the kitchen?
Cartoon.
I gotta ask, how do you not know where the sun's located? Like, genuine question.
How do you know?
Look, I know where the sun would have to be. Listen, I know where the sun would have is located in this video. It's right beyond the horizon. Okay.
What makes you believe though it's like flat? Like what terminology?
So you ask a question, I answer it. In the middle of my answer, you interrupt and ask another question.
Typical woman.
Which question do you want me to answer? Predators are rude. You guys can't even remotely have a civil discourse. Which question would you like me to answer?
Okay, like hypothetically, how do you believe it's like flat? Like, is it like the circumference?
Oh my god, like
Not so. It's not a belief. Belief is accepting what's without evidence. Let me ask you: does the Earth appear flat?
The 304 left, bro.
She gone. She gone.
She boot scooted, bro.
Tapped out too fast.
I mean, we had cats and dogs in the background.
Don't come back.
Come back.
You didn't hear her cats and dogs in the background, bro? She had to probably go get some more cat food or some shit.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, make sure you invest in Chewy.
Is Chewy? Yeah, is it a public company, dude? I'll fucking go all in on that shit.
We need to invest in Chewy.
Dude, I'm serious. Is it a public company?
I don't know.
Can you buy Chewy stock, dude? I'll sell all my shit and invest it all in their stock.
Dude, honestly, they're gonna blow up. Are their Skittle Ghostlers still here? I think they left.
We got Ron typing in the chat. Ron H, you want to speak up?
Neil.
All right, better.
Oh, cartooning's back. Never mind.
All right.
Oh, great.
No, I'm just saying, genuinely speaking.
Where's my sandwich?
Like, I'm sorry. So you're telling me you believe the Earth is flat?
I already told you when you weren't listening. It's not a belief.
It is a belief, though, because the Earth.
No,
is
it is
round.
not. You don't know the difference between a belief and knowledge.
What belief means?
What knowledge?
Okay, so I go down to the ocean. I'm going to tell you. I go down to the ocean, and guess what? It looks flat. Is that a belief?
That's not a belief. That's
I know it's not a belief.
You believe
It's
a
called an
myth.
observation.
I believe a myth that the ocean looks flat.
The ocean isn't flat. It's water.
What?
Okay.
You are a clown.
Are you okay?
Motherfucker, like, the ocean is...
No, the ocean ain't flat, it's water.
No. The ocean is fucking water. And
What are you doing out of the kitchen?
The Earth is round.
No.
Oh, get more.
Oh,
How is it flat? Like, what name scientific evidence right fucking now?
Bro.
Okay.
All right,
you're in
get
a
your panties out
category
of
here
it.
because there's no such thing as scientific evidence of a globe or a flat Earth. Don't exist. Science doesn't deal with shapes. That's geometry.
No, you are.
Science deals with cause and effect relationships and natural phenomenon. Okay? The shape of the Earth is not a natural. What?
You're fucking
you
kidding, right? Like,
okay. What is that? Science is defined as observation of the natural world and the things in it.
What? The chat right now.
You're fucking kidding, right?
Nobody's joking.
Are you going to actually adjust what I said, or you're going to just act incredulous?
I'm literally telling you right now.
No one really cares about what you feel.
You're avoiding the question. What scientific evidence? What evidence is there to prove that the Earth is flat?
The horizon's horizontal, dumbass.
Question. That's a malformed question.
How is that a malformed question? It's a genuine answer. What evidence?
Okay, we have measurements that the Earth is flat.
Physics of water. Physics of water.
Physics
Laser
of
measurements.
Okay, water is flat in general because it's a fucking liquid.
Yeah, so most of the known surface and territory of Earth is
water. Water will lie flat on its surface at rest. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
The Earth. You're fucking kidding, right?
That was a valid logical syllogism.
Listen, dude. Your incredulity, your spazzing, and your emotions are not refuting anything we say.
No, I just. You're freaking kidding, right?
Oh, so you just do it again. Just do it again, then. Just keep doing it.
Okay.
Stop your incredulity as if that's an argument.
So you're telling me Lance Armstrong, when he went to the fucking moon, that he saw the Earth was a fucking square?
That's a very stupid question. Can you please just address my logical syllogism, please?
What? I'm asking for evidence. Picture fucking evidence right now.
I did.
Watch your fucking mouth.
Okay, I got picture evidence of Santa Claus. You want that?
Motherfucker. Okay, you know what? This explains a lot. Ohio education system's fucking
No.
Oh my.
Yeah, as if that was the argument. So is the pictures of Santa evidence of Santa? Yes or no?
No, because Santa's a mythical fucking person.
No, the
I think
pictures.
India and Flatsy should hook up, given how insufferable they both are.
The pictures are real.
Yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I want to watch.
Santa isn't real.
No, the photograph's real. There's lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Okay, so how old are you? Out of genuine curiosity.
God! Listen, you don't understand. This is the form of your logic.
I'm just asking how old you are.
This is the form of your logic. I'm 52 years old. Why?
Oh my fucking god!
More incredulity outbursts. Oh
what,
my
you're
god,
like 44.
Oh my god, I'm exasperated. Everybody know how exasperated I am. I can't refute or address anything you say, so I'll just act exasperated. Find a new gimmick.
It's not a gimmick. I'm just saying.
It's a gimmick, dude.
Lady, you're like 49. Why are you even talking?
I'm not even a lady, motherfucker.
Grow up, dude.
Grow up, motherfucker. Okay, what evidence is there that the Earth is fucking flat?
The fucking horizon is observably horizontal, you idiot.
Where on the Earth?
Go to the fucking beach, dumbass. And I'm not gonna say another word to you.
Water. It's water. Water is a fucking liquid. It's supposed to be fucking flat.
Okay, dude. So check this out. You said water.
Welcome to the Earth.
Guys.
Hold on. Dude, just let me. Okay, is most of the surface of the Earth water?
Yes, obviously.
Gotcha, bitch.
Okay, you're done because you just said water's flat, dude.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, because it's a liquid.
Yeah, no
shit.
Liquid.
Most of the surface of the water is a flat liquid. Congratulations.
Okay, but literally, Katy Perry went to fucking space and she saw it was circle.
You already cooked yourself. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Motherfucker, you ain't right. Okay, like what?
But it was on TV.
Well, y'all probably watch fucking Fox News. But
it was on TV. I saw it on the screen.
Bush failed clearly because Jesus Christ, there's no fucking way.
Oh, now I figured out. You're a triggered atheist. Oh,
no,
there you go.
No, I believe in Jesus. I'm just saying that Bush clearly failed y'all because there's no fucking way y'all believe the Earth is flat. Like there's
we don't believe it. We know it.
Listen, we know it's flat. I gave you the
What do you
source
mean
of my
you
program.
know it's flat? Have you been to space? Did you pay $100K for Jeff Bezos to fly you out the fucking
You have a belief.
Vacuum of space isn't real.
So the only way you can tell the Earth is flat.
No fucking way did Flatsy say that the vacuum of space isn't fucking.
It's not real.
You're fucking. You guys aren't.
You don't have the mental capacity to have this conversation, cartoon.
You haven't been there. What are you talking about? Go back to the kitchen, make me a sandwich now.
Bitch,
yeah, so
I know you're not talking.
How about this, dude, lady? Okay, how about this? How do you know that there's a vacuum of space?
There's pictures. There's scientific evidence. People
Pictures
have
of
been to space.
No, you believe that? Listen, no. You're appealing to their knowledge, what you think their knowledge is. I'm asking how you know.
Because people've been to space.
No, that's their knowledge. I'm asking you how you know.
Because there's photos of space.
Okay, that would be their knowledge. I'm asking you how you know.
Okay, what do you see at night?
Not them. Not them. You.
What do you see at night, though?
Not a vacuum of space.
That's fucking space.
No, it's not.
So the black shit. So space is black shit in the sky. That's space.
That's oh my fucking Christ.
Well, that's what you see, right? You see black shit in the sky. Is that the space?
You see stars.
Or the lights
stars.
Well, the stars are the space. So the stars are the black. So the stars and the moon are the vacuum of space.
Stars, the moon. Fucking
Nobody's denying upper space. Nobody said there's no stars.
I said, how do you know the vacuum of space? You said, okay. What if I see at night that tells me that there's a vacuum of space, dude?
Literal scientific evidence. Literal fucking photos.
Yeah, that would be their belief, not yours.
Who's there? Who's there?
Whoever you're relying on, right? Whoever you are
relying on. It's common fucking knowledge. Who's there? You're acting like it's a coalition. Who's there? Like, what group you speak of?
What group are you citing?
Yeah, where do you
literally
talking
regular ass info? NASA, fucking
regular info. Okay.
NASA, fucking any.
So they told you a story. Okay, let's figure this out. They told you a story. You believe it, right?
It's not a story. It's genuine fact.
How do you know it's not a story?
Because it's literally fucking NASA.
Yeah. So what? How does it tell you it's not a story? It's NASA. It's not how it's not a story.
It's literally the National Astronaut Organization for fucking space.
Okay, cool. That doesn't tell me how it's not a story.
It's space.
Dude, you're bricked, man. Fucking bricked.
You ruined
well,
this one.
I'm not bricked. I'm just telling you that y'all are literally.
How you know what they say is? How do you know what they say is true?
They take photos. They have money. That's
circular logic, dude. How do you know the photos are true? They take photos. How do you know the photos are true?
You have money, then space is real.
They literally take photos of fucking space.
How do you know that? Yeah,
because they literally show it off. How the fuck you not know that space isn't fucking real? Like, genuinely.
I'm asking you how you know their claims are true, and you're saying because of the claim they made.
Well, how is it a fucking claim?
Because they're saying, here's a picture of the Earth from space. And you're going, I believe you.
Because NASA's been around for hundreds of years.
What the fuck?
You're just appealing to dude. You're bricked. Okay, so let's remember your argument.
How am I a dumbass? Y'all are genuinely have an IQ of fucking zero. There's no fucking. There's literally no fucking. There's literally no fucking way you people vote. Like, there's actually no way.
Stop attacking people, you woman.
No, I'm just saying there's actually no way you people vote. Like,
goddamn right, I don't vote.
You did not vote this time, or you voted for Donald Trump. Which was it?
Voting for suckers, dude. You're
I voted for fucking Harris, dumbass. So what's fucking good? Like, genuinely,
you make a good
I'm just saying, like, there's no way you guys exist because literally.
I totally spiral.
This dude just said that NASA's been around for hundreds of years.
Yeah. You believe that NASA's been around for hundreds of years, Cartoon. You're a fucking clown.
1950. You're a cunt. Like, I don't.
Hundreds of years?
NASA's been around for over 60 years, if you actually.
You said hundreds, dumbass.
I'm not a dumbass, though. You're the one who believes that.
Why'd you say hundreds? You're the one who believes that
you are a dumbass because you sat here and made a circle.
I'm not a dumbass if the Earth is.
You are, and I'm going to tell you why.
It's round. It's round. It is round.
You are a dumbass. So a crazy person chanting. A crazy person chanting, dude. That's all you are. A crazy person chanting.
Motherfucker, you probably read fucking QAnon, bro. Get the fuck out of here, dead ass. Get the fuck out, bro. Bro, the Earth is round. There's evidence. It is literal.
Chanting. Keep chanting, Cartoon. That's the way.
Lance Armstrong literally went to the fucking moon. Like, he literally saw the fucking Earth.
Somebody go to the hospitals right now. Was it Was it pre-steroid Lance Armstrong or after?
Did you figure your high heels on the moon?
Was it 18 speed he went to the moon on? So Lance Armstrong won the Tour de France. So did he pedal to the moon?
Neil Armstrong, who fucking cares? Same.
You said Lance Armstrong.
Tommy.
Bro, you're literally from Ohio. I know you're not talking. I know that. I know that education.
I'm from Ohio, I live in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where Harvard is. Good try though.
Oh, Harvard.
This person's not following this conversation.
You guys having fun or what?
Yeah. Too much cooking. I still have my sandwich.
Back to back.
That's my sandwich. I still
You
miss
got
it.
about 20 chefs in the kitchen right now, man.
Hey, Alpha, you want to take over?
Yeah, a little bit.
You just make sure you bring a bag of Skittles for the guys along while you cook.
Man,
Oh, you want to do a cartoon? You want me to unmute cartoon?
Yeah.
Cartoon, try to be reasonable. Alpha's the most reasonable person on this server, so.
That's cat, bro.
Try to control. Shut up, dude. I'm telling you. Shut the fuck up, dude. Fucking busting my fucking cake.
Anyway, I'm gonna have to address the fact that Lance Armstrong went to the moon
on a bike.
It was a 21 speed too.
Isn't that how he proved it was a ball on a bike, Lance Armstrong?
Cartoon, you can be unmuted. Try to control your emotions. We know you're emotionally invested in the globe for some odd reason. Just try to control your emotions and have a civil discourse if you can. If you can't, you're just gonna end up back on mute.
All right, so Cartoon, are you there?
Yes.
So when you joined this room, did you think that you were going to be able to just tell people that the Earth is round and everybody's going to believe you?
Yes, because the circumference of the Earth is round.
Yeah, I know, but
Well, it's not a triangle, you dummy. Circumferences don't make triangles; they make circles.
Okay, I genuinely need to ask you what state you're from. Like, I'm genuinely gonna ask.
Who are you talking about?
Because if you say the following states West Virginia, Oklahoma, or Ohio, then yeah, your education system failed you. Like,
so, so you have the position right now that the Earth is a globe, and you think that it is. But
what do you mean? I think I know it is.
Okay, so in what way did you prove it to yourself?
Pictures from space. The fucking trip to the moon.
So when you see a picture from space, right? What does it make it look like the Earth looks like? You know, the
round.
Okay.
Round.
All right. So when you go outside, can you compare that image to anything you see outside?
Yes, you can literally compare it to where you are. If you literally go on Google Images, fucking zoom out, you'll see the Earth is what? Round.
No. I'm talking about where you're at.
Yes.
Your local. So when you walk outside, you see the image that you have that looks like a globe outside?
Yeah, because not everything is flat.
Where outside, though? I'm asking you, where outside?
A hill.
Yeah, but you're looking at a hill. That's not the Earth, that's a globe. They're showing you a picture of a giant globe, right? And you think the hill is a giant globe? That doesn't make sense.
No. I feel like you're trying to trap me here with this
I want you to use,
Republican
your logic. I want you to use your logic, right? That's all we're doing.
It's not my logic, though. The logic here is that the Earth is literally round.
Yeah, but you saying it over and over again doesn't make it so. You have to show how it makes sense.
It does make it so, though.
Or does it?
No, that's not how it works.
So you go outside and it doesn't look like a globe, and you have this image that shows you it's a globe. It doesn't compare. So you don't have anything in reality that compares to that image that they're showing you, or a video.
Yep. Oh my fucking god.
Well, yeah, so you're trying to talk about people's education level, but when you're trying to learn about how to use logic and reason, you have to figure out how you know what you know. It's called critical thinking, right?
It's not critical thinking, it's common sense, but...
Okay, well, common sense. You can use common sense, too. Where in the image that they show you that the Earth is a globe, where do you see it looking like that in reality? Common sense would tell you that there's nothing out there that looks like the image.
Well,
That's common sense.
That's because the Earth is bigger than fucking land. No.
Yeah, I know, but you're believing that that's the case.
What do you mean I'm believing? It's common fucking knowledge. Also, I know y'all ain't talking with your fucking bullshit AI Twitter photos, bro. Like, don't think I haven't checked that shit. Like, that's actually fucking cringe. Bro, you literally pay for a verification on fucking Twitter. At least I'm not that fucking deranged, bro.
You're a retard.
What are you talking about?
I'm not, clearly, because at least I'm not paying for a fucking...
What are you talking about?
Bro, at least I'm not paying for a fucking check on fucking Twitter. Like, I know you're not talking. Like, dead ass.
So what? So what?
Dude,
you can't pay for it because you're broke. Doesn't even matter.
How does that have to
Bro, no, I just don't need to pay a fucking rich asshole money, bro.
Cartoon. The topic isn't Twitter, dude.
Well, I mean, it kind of seems like it though. I mean, with that bullshit AI,
it doesn't.
Fucking post.
We're dealing with.
I ain't broke.
Yeah, we're dealing with your ability to actually discern what reality is based on what they're showing you, and you can't compare reality to the thing they're showing you. So it doesn't matter if you appeal to Twitter or Facebook. It doesn't matter what you appeal to. You don't know the Earth's a globe. You just believe it is. That's all.
No, but there's no belief though. It's a genuine.
Yeah, bro.
Round.
You just have a belief, and you keep saying it's round because you want it to be.
If the Earth is round, you will see it's fucking round.
Yeah, you
Google
keep
that
saying
shit
that.
right now.
It's just an image, though. It's just an image. So all you gotta do is look at image. Yeah, the image that you see is a globe, right? But you go outside, you don't see that globe they show you.
Because the Earth is a planet. It's bigger than literally every one of us. It is a planet.
That's the idea. But how can you actually visually see that? You never will see the Earth like that.
You can literally visually see it through literally anything. Like, if you look at a fucking telescope and look at the fucking moon, it is round.
But that's not the Earth. That's the moon.
The Earth is round.
Well, you dumb.
Yeah, but that's the moon.
How am I fucking dumb, bro? You literally pay for a check on Twitter. Shut the fuck up, bro.
You dumb.
I know who you voted for, so clearly, bro.
I'm not sure. You just gotta be chanting.
Like, we know y'all dick sucks fucking Republicans, so get the fuck out.
Whoa, that's your job. What are you talking about?
You're done.
I know you ain't talking, Cartoon.
Seriously, this is the dumbest conversation I've ever heard.
I know the Skittle Guzzler's not talking right now.
Yep.
I think we got enough clips.
Dude, I am clipping this shit. This is
It went
the
away.
greatest fucking crazy chanting I've ever heard in my life, dude. You want evidence that the globe is a cult?
It went away.
You want evidence the globe is a cult? This is it. This is.
It's literally a globe because it's common knowledge. You can't see the globe because it's so big.
Bro, she was peeking, bro.
Let's see. Why don't you help your friend?
Hey.
Help her. What's she gonna do?
What am I supposed to do? Good grief.
That was no she, man.
That was a guy?
That was
What
a
was
she-man.
Yeah, 100%.
That was a she-man.
It's a man, baby.
She-man.
The lady.
That was a guy.
A she-man.
That was a guy, man. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Fucking guy.
Don't call me lady.
What I missed?
It is ma'am.
Dude, you missed the best shit ever. We got Lance Armstrong went to the moon, and NASA's been around for hundreds of years.
It was a party.
The best shit ever.
The when they closed down mental institutions, they became Democrats.
Hey, that's Overlord's kind of party right there. He wanted to have that conversation, but he was busy.
What, politics?
No, that lady, or he, she, or whoever it was.
What the hell? I don't know what they're putting in the water, man.
Turn in the frogs.
They're putting shit in the water and it turns the friggin' frog. Okay.
Oh, you guys are gonna know about that. If you guys want to know about that, go look up Camille Paglia's work. Otherwise, we could just drop it because it's actually deleterious to the topic at hand, which is the Earth is flat. Get smacked about it.
Yeah, sorry, my fault.
Facts, bro. Facts.
AI ruined the party. Boo.
Hey, that was a $10 word right there, man. Deleterious? Is that what you said? God.
That's what was that? $100 word?
The fun police.
But that's why I can't afford super chats, because I use too many expensive words.
Yeah, facts.
Good Lord.
So I'm doing a job where I'm going to be staying over in a location where if the internet's good enough, I'm going to have time to do some powwows and after action reviews. I got some lined up videos that we're going to go over. One of them is going to be an interaction I just had with a Flat Earth show within the past 3 days on the topic of gas pressure without a container versus pictures from the moon versus you can't go to the moon.
Well, we know you ain't got that good connection now because your mic be sucking.
Yeah, I don't know what you think a good connection is, dude.
You'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Where's your sexy mic?
I packed it. I'm bringing it to where I'm going. Hoping it'll be good enough. I don't have time.
I'm actually about to be going to somewhere in Georgia for 2 weeks for Sterling's job out that way. And we're going to be staying in a camper Airbnb with Booger and maybe his daughter Shar, but it's just it's pretty great.
Dude, Ramlin be having a pretty shitty mic on the regular too, bro. So nowhere in my league, though. But to be fair, he's nowhere in my leagues, and he's light years away from Elijah's leagues.
Oh yeah, Elijah. Shit, boy.
Yeah, Radwin's always in a lab. He sounds like he's in a lab.
Yeah, he does always sound like he's in a lab. But you and Elijah probably right there together with crappy mics.
Nah.
Damn.
Not as bad as Elijah's. No way.
Yeah, you're gonna sit there and take that?
Well, I mean, what do I expect from someone who doesn't know how to cook Southern food?
Oh shit!
I do know how to cook Southern food. That is a lie. You are a liar, sir.
Damn. Drama. Matrix is here. Matrix is here.
There's a way to settle it. You're going to cook me some Southern food, then I'm going to eat it, and then I'll know whether you can cook it or not. How does that sound?
Yeah, you're gonna. If that actually could happen, you would be blown away by my cooking. It is amazing.
If you survive.
If you like squirrels.
Pagana, the globe is the claim. The horizon, the horizontal horizon, is the observation. The globe is the claim. An outlandish one at that.
Who are you talking to?
About that. I heard someone saying they're going to clip out this awesome interaction that I missed, so hopefully that'll come out and I can watch it.
That one's probably going to go viral for somebody.
This dude's trying to say the claims that the Earth is flat when the horizon is observably horizontal, and that globe claim has never been proven.
Well, AI, did you hear why I'm going to clip it? That person has the world record for chanting Earth is round. Must have said it 50 times, at least.
And Lance Armstrong took so many steroids, he made it to the moon.
Bro.
Just went with straight chanting spiral, just like, Earth is round, Earth is round, Earth is round, Earth is round, like 10 times in a row, man. It's crazy.
Is it gonna be like that clip, what do DJs even do?
Oh, there you go. Oh, bro. Oh my goodness, dude, that's a great
We should
idea.
do it, yeah. Can we could take that clip, what do DJs do, and then just like jump scare Earth is round right into it with a bass drop. Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Dude, the crazy thing is, the Globers are actually gonna like.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. They won't even be ashamed that like they're in a cult. They'll be like, Yeah, man, that's how I feel. Earth is round. I just want to chant that shit over and over again.
Oh, India, did you listen to my new song?
Nah.
Where'd I post it? I'll post it. It's not my old new song. It's my new song. This one's about refraction. Once you hear it, you'll know why.
Ooh.
Let me. All right, how do I do this? Oh, files. Give me a second. All right. Audio. The title of the song will give you a hint.
Release us from the suspense.
All right, I posted it. Should be uploading for you guys right now. All right, the title is Okay, It's Not Refraction. No, So Okay, It's Not Refraction. There you go. I think I'm going to come out with a new show called Fed Up. F-E-D Up. Fed Up. Sardonically,
You going for that, really?
yeah, sardonically critiquing the arguments that the FED panel puts forward and that their accolades proper in other venues, and how they're a lot of times absolutely incapable of parsing out any of the particulars or even understanding what they're saying, and they just chant it like it's some kind of, magic win-all catchphrase, and some of the arguments don't even prove the proposition. So, yeah, so we're gonna get some spite.
You're going to have an 8-hour show about their 4-hour show?
No, it's going to be more concise and precise.
I'd say you can take like half an hour then. Get it overdone in half an hour.
I found that 2 to 3 hours is like what most people can handle if you're really going to do an extended show. Like after that, like you need like an intermission and
yeah.
Whatever.
As long as you can get through 2 sentences without pause.
Yeah, well, we did some beta tests in our main server, and it worked out great. And I think the main content was about 2 hours, and we did a lot of stuff in that 2 hours. I mean, a lot of stuff. And then we had about an hour of just chit-chatting afterwards, not before. Okay, one more time. Afterwards, not before. That way the people who just want the deets can get them and then go about their day, because they don't want to hear a bunch of dudes talk, personal, whatever. Like, if they want to hear that, they'll hang out. You know what I mean?
All right, nigga, watch out. Gotta close the door.
What?
Sorry, I was talking to my cat. My bad.
Well, according to the FED panel, I got to ban you now.
What? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
That's right.
I was going to
They want equal standards. They want equal standards across the board. So if you call your cat the quote unquote permutative,
Did you hear that? No way, you guys heard that?
disambiguated N-word, then that's the same as being in a show that's broadcast, public, and caveated.
That's funny. I didn't know you guys heard that.
That's what you called your cat, didn't you?
I do call my cat that. Yes. Oh, Lord.
I wonder how many people just shook their head when they found out that CB's a cat person.
Dude, they're better. They're just better.
you can leave a cat and like generally your house ain't gonna be tore to crap and poop everywhere.
Yeah. Dogs kind of like they can be dumb sometimes. Like I don't know.
Yeah, CB likes
most.
CB likes a challenge.
Dogs. Cats are like women, kind of. You know. I'm in training mode at all times.
The challenge is keeping that kitty litter.
It's gonna smell like shit. I hate pets.
At least with a dog, you can just let it outside and it just goes in the same area, and then you just go. With cats, you got to leave it in the house.
Yeah, you answered the question, brother. You have to let him outside.
Right. And if you don't, he's gonna shit all in your. He's gonna shit in the house. You know what I'm saying?
You know what that means? I mean, you can't go on vacation. Yeah, everything you do, you have to plan around the dog. Like I can't stand the fact that I know dog people, and we're trying to do anything, and like everything they talk about is, oh, we have to do this about the dog, that about the dog. What about this about the dog? I'm like, dude, you know, you are allowed to be human and go about your lives. You don't have to be a prisoner of a dog.
I know. I literally just dog sat over the weekend. That's crazy.
So now you're doing it for other people. So you got a cat, so you wouldn't have to do it. Now,
I mean, I don't mind as long as I don't have to take full ass ownership.
yeah, it's good if you get a house in Malibu, look after their dog, stay there for the weekend.
That's right. Facts. Malibu, that sounds great.
They have this thing here where it's called PetSitters.com. And you get like people that just go, they want to travel around Australia or something like that, and they'll go, oh, okay, well, we're going on holiday, we need someone to look after the dogs, and they've got police reports and stuff like that, like you got all their details and stuff like that, like, and they come and stay in your house and look after your dog, and they travel around the country like that. I don't know whether I feel comfortable doing that, but it seems to work for them.
I gotta run a couple errands, boys. I'll be back on. Maybe later tonight. We'll see.
Gonna pick up some kitty litter.
Well, I gotta get some shit done before my little date later. So I'm trying to be somewhat productive.
Trying to look after the cats.
I got some pussies to look after. Wait, pause.
Just cats.
Anyway, good job cooking those Skittle guzzlers earlier. That was great. That guy's gonna be thinking about that for at least a week straight. Guarantee it. Skittles? What do you mean? All right, chat. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Hey, mate.
Yeah, take care, bro.
Anybody else going to see Kill Switch Engage the 14th?
I haven't heard that band in forever.
I'm gonna go see Dragon Force in September. That should be fun.
That's some old high school music right there.
Yep, Guitar Hero 3. Let's go.
Well,
Got
Kill
the high
Switch
school in a
Engage.
different place.
Sorry.
Oh, it's cool. It's gonna be at like a little venue, a little theater with like, I don't know, like 2,000-3,000 seats. So I'm like 5th row. Sound should be awesome.
Sounds fun. Where's that at?
It's in Vancouver, at the Queen Elizabeth Theatre, Canada.
That's way up.
Siamese cat.
Oh yeah.
What's up?
What is your favorite proof for your worldview?
A lights on the sky.
I can see the curvature from a plane.
Lance Armstrong went to the moon.
Oh,
Bush disappeared over it.
my favorite is it's not refraction.
I have the capabilities of playing that out loud if you'd like, Overlord.
Alright, as long as it sounds good.
Alrighty. Can I have your permission to play your song?
Yes, but keep in mind that people who are listening. This is in the context of a song that's making a commentary on an argument as if it was happening in line with an argument where someone is proffering the idea that refraction debunks flat Earth observations, right? And then somebody else comes in and goes, oh, refraction doesn't apply here. All right, cue the song.
Okay, so it's not refraction.
Refraction?
Not refraction. What about all?
Oh my god.
I'm not afraid. I just wanna know.
Kill it.
Refraction. And what the heck
It's not coming through?
Yeah.
Heck no, dude.
It was
breaking levels, bro. No, it's breaking levels because whatever you're using is not a
not loud enough.
Like a mic, not a mic, but what am I saying? A pass through.
It's interesting. All the other sounds go through, but that one doesn't. I wonder.
Are you talking about the...
Dude, stop already. You sound retarded.
Or are you talking about Yahweh?
Look, do you have something for your globe or not?
I don't know. He said it was created by the creator, but I'm trying to ask him which creator is it?
Why would it matter? Why would it matter?
You're obfuscating here.
Because there's multiple different creators.
Yep.
You're not specific. You're not telling me which one.
Well, it doesn't matter to your argument.
And why did the creator make it flat? Why did he make it flat specifically?
What do you mean, why?
Why do you think anybody here would know the answer to that?
You guys might have the answer to it. I'm just asking. You guys are flat earthers. You guys should know that. Why he created it flat.
Why do you assume
why?
Yeah.
Well, since you're a glober, why did your God create a ball in a vacuum?
Technically, there was no God that created a round Earth. It was due to how our universe works.
Is that so? Boom, so nothing, then boom, then balls in a vacuum, then dinosaurs, meteors, then ball again.
Don't forget the shape-shifting monkeys.
Yes, and how did you create? Which creator was it that created you? Was it Yahweh? Yahweh, do you know who Yahweh is?
No, I never heard of it.
That's God, you idiot. That's God. That's the old Hebrew way to say God, Yahweh.
Oh, I'm not religious. I wouldn't know. I don't believe in the boogeyman.
But you said a creator created the flat Earth, so I don't understand why you don't believe in.
It's not a belief system. Cakes don't bake themselves.
But you know what does create itself? Nuclear reactors.
Wow, you're just spiraling so hard, dude. Did they ruin you? Because I came in here later. Did somebody pinch you too hard?
No. But come on, just tell me why the creator created a flat Earth.
Water lays flat and level.
Wouldn't it just be easier just to make a ball?
Nope. Water and air don't stick to a ball in a vacuum. So no, it's not easier.
But he's a creator. He can manipulate.
No, you can't.
So even the creator himself cannot manipulate.
No.
How come? He's the creator.
Nope, it doesn't work like that.
So you know how it works then. So how come the creator?
Yeah, gas pressure requires a containment. Yep, I know how it works. So space is fake. Your day is ruined.
So did the creator create like a?
Linda, shut your ears for 2 seconds. What you're doing here is so obvious, it's not even funny. Like you're trying to bait somebody into fucking dispute that you're not going to win and you don't want to have. Like, you're asking questions and people are being straight with you saying, look, it doesn't fucking matter. And you still keep repeating the same thing. Well, which creator? Was it this one or that one? Oh, you don't know the name of God? Oh, you're an idiot. You're not helping.
Well, I'm just asking which creator was it and how did he create the...
Who gives a fuck is what they're telling you? What's your evidence for your globe?
The air spins around big fireball in the air.
That's a claim. Prove it.
Nope, that doesn't work in a vacuum chamber, so it doesn't work in the vacuum of space.
So how did the creator do the air? Did he just put us in a giant vacuum seal and put air in it, or what?
No, that's your claim that there's a vacuum.
You keep trying to get away from your stupid claims by asking a bunch of stupid questions.
Okay, fine. How does the seating work? How come we have endless amount of air?
He just does it again, just right on cue, just keeps going. Makes a bunch of dumb, stupid claims.
I'm just asking.
You can't be 27 because I work. Yeah, I work with 27-year-olds, and they do not sound like this.
Bro, do you know what it means to progress a conversation?
I'm asking to progress the conversation. I'm not sure how the flat Earth works. I'm asking them, and
you're asking a bunch of sea lining questions. You're trying to distract from the point. You don't have any globe evidence. That's the point. You think that everybody's just going to notice if you use this little sleight of hand of asking a million pointless questions, and then you're going to interrupt me too, so you won't hear what I have to say. So you definitely won't be updating.
But I don't understand how this works.
You don't understand much. That's clear.
I mean, you don't understand how much a flat Earth works in the first place. It seems.
Well, here's how it works. We ask you for your evidence. You don't have any, so you start asking a million dumb questions to distract.
Well, when I asked you for evidence, you gave me an attitude. So I don't know why.
See
you
right there. There you go. See, keeps going.
I don't know why you gave me an attitude.
Evidence is water is flat and level in all sides except for drops where it's pushed on from all sides by air pressure, creating a round form.
Okay, my next question is it a glass that we're above, or is it plastic?
That's your claim. That's your claim.
But that's
No, it's not. No, we have gas pressure, and you're the one that needs to have a glass dome or something because you have outer space. We don't have outer space. That's all on you.
Okay, here's my next question. Are we on a giant turtle, or are we just on a table?
Just keep
Space is fake. Space is fake. No giant turtle.
What about giant table? What are we standing on then?
The ground.
I'm standing on the floor in my house.
No. The flat Earth. What is the flat Earth surface?
Maybe you shouldn't be standing. Maybe you should sit down, and maybe you should, I don't know, check yourself into the nearest psych ward. Don't know where you're standing.
No, what are we all standing on then? The flat Earth, but what is the flat Earth laying on?
We're standing on dirt.
So you concede flat Earth?
No, I'm just asking about what is the flat Earth standing on? What is the flat Earth sitting on?
So there's a flat Earth. So you're conceding there's a flat Earth.
Let's say
so there's a flat Earth, and now you want to ask some questions about the flat Earth that you've already acknowledged.
So I have
you're conceding there's a flat Earth, and now you want to know more about it. Is that it?
No. So I have.
Okay. What do you mean? So you're just asking questions about like what fiction? What are you trying to accomplish?
Yes. So I have a. Let me give you an example. So I have a
question. I have a question. You've asked enough questions. Stop being greedy with the fucking questions, dude. I'll ask you a question. How do you know the Earth's a globe?
I just know it's a globe.
How?
Seasons.
Okay. Give me a logical syllogism that proves it. No, don't gish gallop. You said seasons. Now use seasons to prove a globe. Go.
So Earth is tilting Earth is not like 100% spinning around on the axis tilt, so it wobbles up and down depending on which time of year it is. So its axial tilt is different. Right now we're heading towards we're actually slightly far.
All right, that's good. The tilt's different. Okay, I got to give you an F- because you know why? Because I asked for evidence and you just gave me another claim. So I think you need to go Google both of those terms, claim and evidence. Figure out the difference so that you know what we're asking you, and then come with the evidence, not a claim. One second.
So what is a claim and difference of an evidence then? So let me give my example. So I have a plate. So is the flat Earth on a different surface, or is it floating?
Okay, so you already gave up talking about your globe.
Oh, well, I'm just asking a question.
So you said seasons, and then you gave an explanation.
You say you were going to go somewhere.
How seasons work on a ball.
You say you were going to go somewhere. You say you were going to go somewhere.
Provide any evidence for it.
You say you were going to go somewhere. Hold on.
There's no logical syllogism tying seasons to a globe. There's just nothing. Just a claim on top of a claim.
I told you how it works.
Sedimentary layers of claims stacked on claims. Horizontal claim layers.
Okay, Brian. How does seasons work on a flat Earth then?
Sun moves. Yeah, that was a lot easier than all that shit that you had to add to it.
What do you mean sun moves?
You don't know what moves? Okay, well, let's see. Let's troubleshoot.
DT knows what sun is. A sun is, yeah.
Okay,
fine. It was two words, and somehow you brain farted it. So let's try to troubleshoot. Which word did you have trouble with? Sun. Do you know what that means?
Yes, the big giant fiery ball in the sky.
You're familiar with that. Must be the word moves that you're not familiar with. Do you need me to Google that for you? Get a dictionary
Okay.
definition, or do you think you can handle this?
Okay. Is the sun just floating in the midair, or is it?
Why are you asking another question? If a minute ago you were bricked on sun moves, shouldn't we try to sort that out before we move ahead?
I think it's a language barrier.
Yeah, we should probably get you sorted out on that. You want to know what that means before we progress the conversation, or else it's probably not going to be very productive.
Okay, so the sun is nothing more than a giant hydrogen ball in
Nobody's
space.
saying any of that stuff. You're hallucinating again. Nobody's saying any of that. You're adding all that shit in. Just focus on what's being said.
Okay.
Sun moves. Nowhere in that two-word sentence do we hear the words hydrogen, fusion, space,
Gas
any of that.
balls. Nothing was heard. I didn't hear gas balls or any fire. Nothing.
Nothing like that.
So how does the sun actually work then?
I don't know.
Is it held by a string?
I don't know.
How do you not know if you're a fucking expert in flat Earth?
So he says I don't know, and then you go on to ask more questions about how it works.
Okay. Do you know how the little sun works then?
Okay, I'll be right back. I got to do something.
He's running from the conversation. Does anyone want to debate Grandpa by chance?
Hello, Grandpa. Why did you call yourself Grandpa?
Well, Power, this is where you're slightly wrong.
So that's why he wants to get muted. That's why, after all that shit with Crit, he wants to come in here and get muted.
Oh my goodness.
You know what? In fact, get rid of him. Ban him again. Just so he has to go through all the shit again.
You're asking how does the sun work, which is different than the observation that they told you about, that the sun is moving, just like you can observe it doing. How does it work? You will have to go up there to the celestials and dissect the mechanisms in place to be able to say this is the cause of the effect that you're observing, the movement of the sun. But since you cannot, no one here can do that, go up there and check and verify what is the cause of the effect. Then the correct answer will be, I don't know.
Why don't you just post it? Why don't you just have a telescope at the sun then?
Well, you and I can use telescopes in different light spectrums and observe a bunch of phenomena. But to go and manipulate the cause of the effect, the independent variable, to see what's causing the dependent variable and determine what is the cause of the effect, you wouldn't just be looking. You will have to go and dissect it and check it and experiment with it. But no one here can do that. No one. So to say this is what is causing it, you'll have to do a scientific experiment, which you cannot do.
I'll bet you he's going to go and tell you what's causing it now.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
So I think you just don't have a lot of evidence for your backing of flat Earth, and I do have a lot more. Obviously, I'm not a professional. I'm just
that's obvious. Yeah, you're just a moron. That's clear.
But what makes me a moron and what makes you not a moron then?
Well, you don't know the difference between claim and evidence. You don't know what the sentence "sun moves" means. You think that you have evidence, but you just keep stacking claims. I mean, you're a demonstrated complete abject moron.
I mean, I'm stacking evidence, but you're not taking it as evidence.
Yeah. So you're stacking claims, which aren't evidence. So you said that you do know the mechanisms of the sun. So why don't you tell us what you did to test them out?
You're stacking baseless assertions.
What baseless assertions?
I think it's funny you needed to clarify you're not a professional, like none of us ready.
But
I thought this guy was a professional. What's going on here? I thought we were talking to a PhD.
No,
But he was an astrophysicist. He's
No,
got to be a brain surgeon at the least.
you guys
And he's
gotta be
really
like.
smart.
Do you guys have degrees in anything other than art?
Why did you assume we have degrees in art? I do, actually.
But do you have a degree in astrophysics or anything else like that?
Why are you even asking that question, dude? Why are you talking about credentials? Bring your evidence for what you just claimed.
I did, and you just
Me
said
having
no.
a degree or not is completely irrelevant to your claim of the sun's mechanisms.
None of us here would want a degree in something imaginary.
So
seriously,
I don't know. That seems like very.
Astrophysics, the ones that you believe in, that might be art as well, because that's what you're looking at. You're looking at cartoons and say, "Look, cartoons." Therefore, it's.
I don't know, bro. It seems pretty real to me.
Of course, everything seems real to you. Santa, unicorns, Bigfoot, dinosaurs, they all seem real to you.
Earth being a globe in the vacuum of space.
Well, one of them was actually real. The dinosaurs were actually real.
You're just making his point.
Have you not seen a fossil in the museum?
Wow.
Because I have some fossils, like a trilobite fossil.
Yeah, but the fossil that you find is not the cartoon that you imagine it to be. Those are two different things.
What do you mean it's...
You think that dinosaurs are like the T-Rex and all of these things that you have cartoons for, but then you find a fossil and you think, yeah, this fossil is the cartoon.
Look, I have a tooth.
Whether
Look,
you're
I have
looking
a
at
tooth.
How do you know if you're looking at fossils or model pieces?
I have a tooth. Now I have a dinosaur.
Well, all the fossil, all the displayed fossils in the museum
Anyway,
are...
yeah, you got off track again. I don't really give a shit about dinosaurs. It's not really the point. The point is the globe. Is there any evidence for it?
No.
I did, and you decided not to take it. But obviously, it's fine. It's fine. It's
you
fine.
did the evidence? Wait, you did?
Yes, but you didn't take it. Obviously, it's fine. Look, it's obviously you guys are never going to break out of this mindset. It's obvious. It's fine. Thank you. But I'm just saying the facts of what it is, okay?
Break out of the mindset that you have, that you believe you live in a cartoon?
I don't know. We might. You know what? Have you guys ever heard about this theory where everything might not be real and it might be just be in someone's head?
Wow.
Is that real?
Everything is.
I knew it.
I mean, what's the difference between that and flat Earth?
Well, everything you just said then is pretty much negated because everything could just be not real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, is your statement real? Is that statement real?
Yes.
But you say it's not real.
I
But
mean,
now it's real?
I can just say you guys are just I'm in a dream right now, and you guys are just like NPCs, and nothing would change.
Wow, so your entire conception of reality might be false according to you, so we can just basically discard anything you said.
No, but that's the same kind of logic that you guys are using when it comes to flat Earth.
Yes, we can just discard everything you said.
No.
Yeah, you might be in a dream. You don't even know. A minute ago you were talking about what's real and you know it's real, and now you've said, well, actually, it could all be completely fake. Maybe I'm just delusional. I'm in a dream. So you don't.
You, but not.
Yeah, you obviously. Yeah, you obviously don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You don't know.
Well, you gotta remember, he believes he lives in a cartoon globe in a vacuum of space, so he is delusional. So he's just, sticking to it.
Yeah. So it's like you can't demonstrate that that's real, so now you've got to throw all of reality under the bus and say, well, hey, maybe nothing's real, so anything goes.
Okay, but can you explain to me why the governments would hide around?
I don't know. Why? Who cares? Who made a claim about it? You go outside and you get what you get. What it is what it is. I mean, what do you want us to tell you?
I don't know. You guys seem to have all the answers. I just want to ask some like deep.
Well, actually, I think most of the answers you were given were I don't know. So.
Well, what does that tell you then? I don't know.
Yeah, it tells you that the guy you're asking questions from that you think is some sort of oracle doesn't actually know. So why do you keep asking endless questions?
You should know. You guys are the flat earthers of the server.
Well, what's the claim of flat Earth?
I don't know.
You don't know. No wonder. Okay, well, maybe you should pay attention more.
I was paying attention, but you guys don't give me good answers.
What? Okay, well, so you don't know what the claim is because you've been paying no attention, and it's our fault. I think the claim has been pretty clear. Surface of Earth is demonstrated flat.
I thought the surface of Earth was demonstrated round.
How?
It just is, bro.
Just is. So that's not a method. So that's a fail.
I mean, you guys told me I don't know too. So
Para, stop. Less words. How was it demonstrated to be a ball? We're trying to get out of it.
He said round, and round doesn't mean ball.
I know, but like then we got to teach him English too, and like it's just never gonna
do that.
Well, you gotta take him. You gotta take him step by step, because if he doesn't know the ABCs yet, what are you gonna do? Take him to the end of the book? Final chapter when he's in the first page.
You're right. I mean, he got confused that sun moves. It's not a surprise he doesn't know what words like round mean.
The guy told you, the heretic told you Earth is flat, and you said no, it's round. But round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have, pennies, round tables, frisbees, CDs. So you're claiming Earth is a table or something when you said round?
Like a ball, like round as a ball.
Oh, now you're saying it's a ball, but that will go against the physics of water and everything we know about, because water doesn't stick to the outside of a spinning ball, and you're claiming it does.
Have you guys ever spun a water bottle and watched how the water sticks to the
container? Yeah, I've had a container. If you put water inside, the water is contained. But if you put it on the outside of the container, the outside of the container doesn't hold it. So that doesn't go for your argument.
No, but it does show that it's
exactly no.
It does show gravity though.
Oh,
Gravity
shut up!
Fuck. So still no globe proof?
How do you
denying physics? Why are you denying reality, bro? Why are you the reality denier?
What do you mean, bro? You're denying the reality, bro. What do you mean, bro?
That's cool projection.
You're denying water.
Yeah, you do that.
Okay, fine. What is water made of then?
What the fuck, dude? Why are you asking? Who cares?
He's in trouble. He's in trouble. He's desperate. You can hear it. Now he wants to know what water's made of. What is a sun? What does move mean? He is confused as fuck.
Yeah, you're having a lot of trouble, dude. What's water made of, really?
Listen, the fact that you have water in a liquid state, it means that you are in a contained environment. And on the globe, you can't have that because you don't have a container. So in reality, you have water. Therefore, you're not living in a spinning water ball in the vacuum of space in a cartoon. That's not real. Cannot
so
be.
Are you saying
it's impossible?
When I put water in a jar and I spin it around, the water sticks to the edges of the jar. Globe. That's gravity.
That's air pressure. Sorry, guys.
Are you sure that's air pressure, not gravity?
Yes, I'm positive it's air pressure.
Are you
Chuck water
positive?
on the outside of your container and spin the bastard around and see what happens.
It's gonna fly around, but not when it comes to.
Isn't it?
Because it's open air.
Oh, you just said air. Why did you say that when you said, "Are you sure it's air pressure?" Now it's open air.
And remember, you also have water that lays horizontal, and you cannot have horizontals on a globe. So therefore, water again debunks the cartoon that you believe in.
I don't know, bro.
You don't know about water lays horizontal? When you want to establish a horizontal, let's say in your house, to put a TV on the wall, or lay the first brick, you used water for that horizontal.
We might be at a standstill. He doesn't understand what that means now. He said, I don't know. So that might be it. He might be bricked.
You've never put a TV on the wall?
No, why would I do that?
Use a water level, to establish the horizontal?
No, he doesn't know what even a level is. And you're 27 years old?
I mean, how old are you again?
Old enough.
Old enough.
28. I'm 28.
Start thinking, boy.
I don't know, bro. You guys seem to believe in some goofy ass shit sometimes.
Wait, the one with the belief is you.
We believe in water levels. That's some goofy ass shit. Ask anybody on a construction site what a water level is.
Hey, Para, ask yourself a question before you start speaking. How come you're having so much trouble proving something that you believe you've lived on your whole life? Why is it so hard to do? It's playing with your head, isn't it?
I'm not really playing with my head.
So why can't you do it? Why can't you bring proof of curvature? What's so hard about it?
Because you're going to be asking more questions if I do.
Because you've got all these claim stacks, the usual bullshit, gravity, photos from space, refraction. That's it. All that comes now is sophistry. Why is it so hard to prove the curvature? It's a very simple question. The answer is because there is.
Well, he could be in a dream. So anything he claims, you just got to discount immediately because he doesn't even know if he's real.
Oh shit! He's a brain in a jar.
You know how? Have you guys ever seen a photo of Earth from space? How beautiful it looks.
No,
because there aren't photos from places that don't exist.
It's quite mysterious, you know. It reminds us how small and insignificant we are.
Not to mention the fact, Linda, that they admit that there's CGI composite images. They're
even from the 1980s.
There's that, Linda. They're not real photographs.
Yeah, even the moon landing was faked. Are you gonna cry now?
Yeah, he is.
Is this guy's
photograph? How do you know that there's a photograph
conversation
violation in the sky when you don't even know if you're real or not, and if this is all just a dream?
And how come your dream has a flat Earth in it?
It doesn't.
Yes, it is. Go to any beach and look at the horizon. It's horizontal.
Just look at a picture of the Earth and you'll see what I mean. It's quite beautiful.
No, that's fake.
How's it CGI?
I just told you to read the attachment to that image. It will tell you that it is an artist rendition of what the Earth should look like from space, not an actual photograph. Clean the wax out of your ears.
Listen to what you're defending. You're defending something that you have never ever seen with your own eyes firsthand. I'm not talking about a picture. Like where you have looked out through your own eyes and saw that image directly. You're defending that.
Yes.
And you won't defend going to the beach and seeing a flat horizon.
I've seen many beaches in my life, but never the actual Earth itself.
Yeah, you've never seen curvature of the Earth, my friend. Never.
Do you even live by an ocean?
Yes.
Never.
You never live close to the ocean?
Yes.
You have never seen the Earth curvature that is claimed to exist. Because it doesn't exist.
Look how beautiful that. Look
For
how beautiful
sure,
that
not at the ocean. For sure, living on the ocean, you are not going to see a globe.
I've crossed the Strait of Georgia several times from Vancouver, mainland. So yeah, I've been around the ocean.
Have you seen this photo I posted? It looks really nice. Beautiful.
Hey, Para.
He's just pretending we're not even here.
Remember the water that we're talking about? Why are you denying real water? Because over there, you believe that fake cartoon water is the real water. So why are you denying reality, bro? Why you believe in a cartoon again?
I don't believe in the cartoon. I'm believing in reality.
You just posted a cartoon.
That's not. You guys keep posting a bunch of cartoons in here.
You claiming that's the Earth and that's water.
Yes, that is the Earth.
Hey, Para, at 10 minutes past the hour, there's a picture of a globe, and it says, said this. I want you to read the next bit underneath that for us, please.
I got something for you, Para, to check out. It's the latest from NASA. Check this out.
Para?
Yeah.
10 minutes past the hour.
Uh-huh.
What does it say? The guy who made this said this. What did he say? Can you read it out for us, please?
Where is 10 minutes past the hour?
He might be, there's something wrong with him. He can post in text chat, but he doesn't know how to look at timestamps in text chat.
That's an AI image of Earth. It's not even look like what we have. The climate is wrong. There's no huge deserts in South America. It's all rainforest.
And that's the image that was on the iPhone when it was first released.
Yeah, sorry if someone was coming in.
That is not Earth.
What is not Earth?
That's that AI image picture you guys posted.
Well, but that's what you're saying is proof of a ball Earth. That's not. We didn't create that. Listen, Linda, we didn't create that. That's been given to you by NASA, and you're claiming those images are real.
There's a lot wrong with this photo. Why does the Caribbeans? How come the Caribbeans don't even look the same? Why does South America have no rainforest? It's all desert.
You'd have to ask the guy that created the image, not us.
Why are you using it?
Listening? Are you listening?
And Florida is gone, dude. Florida is gone. The East Coast is covered in desert. Not even forest.
How come there's no globe?
All I know is I've been there.
How come there's just an endless array of sea lining questions instead of globe proof?
He's going to ask you a question next. Watch.
Yeah, another question. How come there's no curved water?
I don't know. You should know that.
Because it's flat.
But it's not flat.
Air pressure's pressing down on it. Yep.
It's gravity pressing down on it.
Whoa.
So it's a flat Earth.
I can debunk you. Yeah, I have a vacuum chamber, so I'll go ahead and put a cup of water in it and remove the air that's pressing down on it, and the water will turn into gas and also leave the vacuum chamber. It wasn't gravity, so you were debunked. So, haha.
So what did that mean that it bubbles away? Why do you even have a vacuum chamber? How do you even afford that shit?
Oh, I have a job. I work for a living. I have all kinds of toys.
I work for a living too, but I also go to school for stuff, so I don't know about you.
Keep saving up. One day you'll be able to.
His mic kind of cut out.
He said someday you'll be able to move out of your mom's basement.
I don't even live in a basement. What are you talking about?
He might be the older brother. He might be up in the attic.
Oh, he gets a window view out looking out.
And yeah, you still don't know anything about a flat Earth, and I know more about around.
Yeah, water is flat and level. Go check it out. It's measured that way. Called sea level, 14.7 psi at sea level. We already have gas pressure, so now you have some splaining to do.
I don't know anything about gas pressure, dude. I'm a horticulturalist. I don't know anything about that.
So you're a florist?
Yes.
Use the proper name.
That's the proper name, horticulturalist.
I said you sell flowers.
I don't sell flowers.
Do flowers prove you live on a ball?
Yes.
Go ahead, tell us how. Somebody make sure you're recording this.
Why does that even matter, dude? Why do you want to record it?
Oh no, we're always. This is 24/7 streaming live at all times. We're just making sure that people are clipping it. We know who.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're doomed. You've been live the whole time.
Oh, I know, because of the YouTube thing. All videos on live. Oh wow.
You've given us some soundbite gold.
Yeah, you're gonna probably go viral. I want you to tell me how flowers make a globe.
What's wrong, Junior? You're not so talkative now.
Hold up, I'm trying to look for the YouTube channel. What's it called?
We had to do our own research. You will too. See if you can figure out how to figure it out.
I mean, it's pretty simple. You do like a lot of done, and you go and try to verify your globe logic and your globe paradigm, and the harder you try to prove that to yourself, the more you'll be your eyes will open more and more and more.
Well, he's not going to be able to prove flowers equal a globe, so that's going to fuck him up.
Yeah, has anyone even made like a decent argument for a globe Earth at all yet? Take that as a no.
We won't hear from him anymore.
No, I'm just tired of this conversation. I think we've been going on for too long.
Right? Were you even like interacting? I joined in late. I just don't even know if like you even made like an argument at all.
He doesn't even know what an argument is.
Yeah, I agree.
He doesn't know
I've
what the
been
word
listening
sun
ever since
means.
he chimed in.
He doesn't know what the word sun means.
He's
moves. There's a few words he doesn't understand what they mean.
Evidence definitely
Yeah,
doesn't
he's
understand
not progressing
that.
the conversation.
Well, he's retarded.
Like, yeah, how are you gonna come in here and call everyone like in here moronic or idiots when you can't even like engage with the conversation?
He sells flowers on the corner to people on Valentine's Day.
Oh, cool. Homeless people in California do that. That's awesome, dude.
Para realized how stupid he sounded. Now he shut up. Now that everybody. Yes.
He's just busy eating his boogers. Well, he doesn't deny it.
I'm not eating any boogers.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you because you're you're the kind of people who turn people into flat earthers because they hear you and say, "Holy crap, do I sound that moronic?"
No. I don't know. You guys can believe it in the flat earth. I don't never believe it.
Wait,
All you
why
have
are you even? Wait, I'm sorry. Why are you even in the channel then? This is like the politics server. This is like where debates go on. There's like there's an obvious prompt that's going on in this channel, and here you are saying like, "Oh, you guys can believe what you believe, but I just don't really believe in it," and then not do any sort of like create some sort of argument or prove how this our way of thinking is illogical. All you're just doing is just like, I guess, snickering with a muted mic. Being like, oh, I can't believe how dumb these guys are.
He came in to troll, and then when he found out it's recorded, it's like, oh shit.
No, I did. I already knew it was recorded. I just like nobody knew it was
No, you
recorded.
didn't. You're a liar. Liars don't go far in here. You've been.
I'm just tired, dude. I was going on for a while, and I'm just tired.
How come they lie?
Proof of curvature.
No, because I don't know the curvature.
Hey, Para, how come people lie?
I'm not lying. I don't know how the curvature works.
Not about that.
How it works.
Do you know how anything works?
Yes.
All right. Can any of the things that you know how they work, right? Can it be used in order to prove that the Earth is a globe?
Like I said earlier, climate models and climates and biomes can help you understand how the Earth is round.
How? Post one and then walk us through it. Actually, let's start here. Name one of the climate models. Just give me the name of one. I'll go do the Googling. Name one, please.
He probably doesn't even know the name. This is just something that he's regurgitating from like one of his professors. This is just like all the rest of the American students.
Yep, I know. He has no clue what he's talking about. He still thinks he can bluff us like that. That's pretty stupid. It's never worked once, but he keeps trying. You've never looked at a single climate model. You wouldn't be able to name one if your life depended on it, as we just saw.
Hold up. Found one.
What's it called?
Posted it in the site chat.
Doesn't know what he just posted.
No, I do. It's from the Pennsylvania state.
What's it called?
Globe Climates Earth 103 Earth in the Future.
Right.
Okay. So we got some progress made here. All right, now walk us through how what you just posted demonstrates the Earth's a globe.
It shows us what the Earth's climate would be like in the near future. So basically, it takes analytic data from multiple different places on Earth.
In 5 million years.
No. It's the data point is from 1961 to 1990. So it tells us a period of time how the climate has changed over the past few times, past those 3 to 4 decades.
Cycle. Yep. Keeps doing the same thing over and over again.
So you're studying. So you're studying the weather, therefore globe.
No.
Yeah, I agree with you. No.
No, but it does show. Like this here. Here's another one.
Okay, we're gonna just scrap that one.
Just
that didn't
hop it
work. Go to the
around.
next.
Yeah, nope.
Go
Nope.
to the
All right,
next
what about
Google
this
hit.
one? Nope. What about this one? No. Okay, what about this one? No.
Okay, how's that cartoon prove it? Do you think that drawing a picture of a globe proves that there's a globe?
No, but does it by drawing a picture of the Earth flat, does it prove flat?
I agree with you. No, that doesn't prove it's a globe. Okay, next one. Next Google hit.
Here, let me show you a simpler model.
You're gonna get even dumber?
Just for you guys. Do you guys know about climate zones?
Well, they haven't done anything to prove a globe for you yet, so I'm not sure why you're still harping on them, but carry on. I'm going to study the weather, and therefore the Earth's a ball. And then when I break down the logic and you hear it like that, you're like, yeah, that is fucking stupid. And then you just keep doing it. Like, I mean, maybe you should be licensed before going on the internet. There should be some sort of licensing for it.
So here's another one, and I'll show you a little cartoon picture of it.
Really?
Yes.
They're literally going to cartoons now. It's even a cartoon by your own account.
Well, it's a 3D model.
Oh my god.
That's the proof now.
So if somebody makes a 3D cartoon of something, does that mean that that's something?
Oh, look, okay, so let me point out my.
Scorpion in Mortal Kombat obviously exists because I can throw you with. I can show you a 3D model of him.
So do you see the white line? Do you see the white line in the
standard, right? So if I show a 3D model of something, it exists.
Okay, so let me show you the 3D. Let me show you
Grand Theft Auto is real, then, right? That's what you think, probably, right?
No, it's just to show you
That
what I
guy lives on a pool cue. Look at that perfect sphere.
do. You see? Do you see the white line in the equator at the equator?
That's a
That is-
cartoon, dude. Is your globe a cartoon or is it reality?
No,
I actually see all kinds of white lines on that thing going both directions, all directions.
Hold on, guys. Let's hear him out. Explain the cartoon.
So basically, it tells us where climates are. So the tropical is at the equator. Once you get further latitudes, it becomes drier. Even though this doesn't show you an exact like what the continents are, it does show you a basic representation about how climates work on a
Okay,
on this
thank
round
you
Earth.
for showing us the climate zones of your fantasy map. That's awesome. Now, can you prove a globe? Can you prove it? Your only thing that you're doing is like explaining what the climate zones of your supposed claim is. It's not actual proof. Like, if anything, I'm like I can give you the rundown of like the setting of like a Lord of the Rings, like a scene in Lord of the Rings, and then that's proof of that existing.
Well, here's the thing. How do the climates work though? Why is he at the equator?
Not the thing. The thing is geometry. So a ball, that's what you claimed, a geometric shape, a sphere. And so the thing would be providing measurement to demonstrate it, not just point to a cartoon, unless your globe is just a cartoon.
Let's see.
Weather has nothing to do with it. I don't know why you keep getting confused about this. Like, we're talking about a shape, and then you go, oh, yeah, weather. Yeah, right, I got you. I mean, most people don't get that confused that quickly. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Like, because if anything, if we did it on like the inverse, right? If we just showed you the climate zones of our flat Earth model, would that prove the climate zones of our flat Earth model? Then proving flat Earth model?
Like, can you explain to me why the climates are like that in a flat Earth?
Just answer his question. Yeah, he can. He's going to come up with an explanation and a story and a bunch of pictures and stuff that show you the climate zones on a flat Earth. Does that prove flat Earth?
Probably not, but it'd be a good example of what a climate would look like on a flat Earth.
So what you just posted probably doesn't, that's progress at least, probably doesn't prove the globe by your own account.
It does, because of how... Yes. Do you not know how climates work?
You got a double standard then. Yeah. So if we do the same thing for a flat Earth, it doesn't prove that.
Well, how come I haven't seen a climate model? How come I haven't seen a climate model of flat Earth where it says tropics? Well, let's go more. Have you heard about the Köppen climate? I know it's not the most advanced, but it should show tropical rainforest, tropical monsoon, savanna,
dude,
desert,
globe,
semi-desert.
not fucking trees. Globe. Prove it.
That is part of the globe part.
See, Para, I want to show you something. See the first one you posted at 26 past the hour, where you've got the little rainbow ball?
Yes.
The one you were telling us about, the white line on the equator. That one. If you scroll down to the one I posted just below it, that's off the exact same website. So now you've got a problem. Which cartoon is reality?
No, both. What are you talking about?
Okay. One of these shapes is not like the other.
So this is more of a simplified version of that. Let me show you a more complex version.
Yeah, because things should be complex to understand where we are.
So you're already doing the wrong thing, and now you're just going to complexify it.
Well, not complexify it. That's just a more simpler model I try to show you guys. But you guys
A more simpler, yeah. Okay, but it's a complete category error. We're not asking you about weather or climate zones. We're asking you about a shape.
The weather and climate do
The weather.
It's shapes, you know. It's the Earth is round.
The weather and climate, it's shapes, you know.
Weather is shapes. Wild. These Glovers never.
What the fuck is going on here, dude? Weather and climate, it's shapes, you know.
The time they had off just fucking completely ruined these guys.
Here, I posted the new extra climber model.
That's nice. Nobody asked for it though.
I know,
When
but
I
it's
look
still
out-
nice to post.
When I look out my airplane window and I see flat clouds,
Did he cut out?
Yeah.
Did he post his flat Earth map or something? Is that his
Yeah.
version of flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, so he has his own. Neat.
Here, let me show you the weather on a flat map. Weather is shapes and stuff, so the Earth's a globe. I mean, like, you just set it up for us so that we don't have to do anything. We just let you talk.
Hey,
And it's already so
horticulturalist.
stupid.
What
So
shape? What shape is a cloud?
It's round.
What shape is a lake?
What does that even matter? It's flat, but it's not really flat.
Shit. It's flat. Okay.
Goodness. He's just punching himself in the face at this point.
Well, thanks for that. Thanks for the flat Earth proof. I'll take it. Appreciate it.
Thanks for the soundbite.
Yeah.
Para, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. What?
Oh, good. Making sure you didn't faint.
Why would I faint?
From the stress that you're under right now, realizing that you don't live on a ball inside a vacuum chamber.
Because we don't.
No kidding. That's the point of this room.
We live on a ball spinning around a giant ball of fire.
In a vacuum chamber.
Not in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, you said space is a vacuum.
I never said space was a vacuum.
Oh, space is in a vacuum now? You're making up your own shit?
But space is just space, dude. What else do you want me to say?
You're going to repeat what everybody else says. Space is a vacuum, the vacuum of space. You know,
It's
they have
not
to wear special suits, you know, the whole 9 yards, or you don't buy that. You're one of those, you can just float in space in your jumper.
you guys know I'm into t-shirts. I should put.
I know that I know that you're not into microphones.
Yeah, you keep cutting out, Flatman.
T-shirts. I know that you're not into Discord and talking. He's just talking away, I'm sure.
Better now?
Yeah.
I was just saying, you guys know how I'm into t-shirts. I think I'll put that on a shirt. Space is just space, dude.
You gotta go ahead and rewind an hour. You're gonna get all kinds of quotes.
No, I've been here. I know. Weather proves we're on a globe.
I said, what shape is a lake? He said, lakes are flat.
And he just said clouds are circular, right? Like balls?
He said they're round.
That's it, round.
Yep, I think this one's overcooked. Chuck him in a bin. Let's get another one.
How come clouds are flat on the bottom, though? Oh, I know why. It's because I live by a lake. If you don't live by a lake, they're round.
Or they curve. There was one in here a few days ago trying to claim the clouds do curve with the horizon and the ball shape of the Earth. I couldn't believe it.
Nope, they're just flat.
It was another one of those globers exceeding their stupidity moments.
Yeah, that was unbelievably stupid.
So flowers make a globe because we're going to call trees flowers also, and all their roots connect together and they hold each other's hand around the whole ball, and that's how it holds it together when it's spinning. That's how I proved trees equal a globe.
Thank goodness all those roots are holding those people in China upside down and in Australia to the ball. Thank you, roots.
Do you agree with me, Para?
No.
Well, come the trees aren't flying off in outer space at 1,000 miles per hour the Earth is spinning at.
All right, I'll catch you guys later.
Thank you for hours of entertainment, young fellow.
He's going to lick his wounds and come back in a day or two.
I'm back.
Finally left.
What'd you call him? Para? You call him Para, did you? What'd you call what's his name?
Para. It's Karen.
Oh, his screen name, sorry.
Yeah, Karen.
Karen, same thing.
Karen. Him and Karenism. Buddies?
Karenism. Busby, welcome.
What up, dogs?
Just scrambling for some glow proof here. Trying to throw something together last minute. Just wonder if you could help.
You got a report due or something?
I'm really trying. I can't find anything. Starting to panic.
Shit. Well, let me see if I can find something.
His professor's putting pressure on him.
Busby, do you have anything? I need help, man.
What are you looking for?
Some glow proof. Can't find it.
Oh yeah, I don't think I can help you, my man.
Oh fuck, I'm gonna fail this one.
Can't you say trilobites? Or earthquakes or tectonic plates or something?
Oh yeah, I could probably say climate model.
Oh, that could do it.
Yeah. That could probably just be the whole report. I'll just say climate model. Probably get an A+.
What about the sun moves?
Well, I don't know what moves means, so I don't know. I might get myself in trouble there.
Can you define move?
No.
The thing is you're constantly moving at that speed, so you can't feel that you're moving. That's all.
Here's the guy with the climate models right now.
I'm not here.
He's out here. We had a globe proof, which was climate models.
Ooh, okay.
That's pretty much all he said. And then he started posting cartoons saying,
Climate
look,
change.
and the
Climate
weather's like
change
this
proves the
here.
globe. And flowers.
Yep,
Oh, look at that. He did. He paid the Köppen climates. That's cute. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I was like, okay, so the weather, therefore globe. And he's like, no. And then he just kept presenting his models.
Yeah, I see he posted. Yeah, so by the way, fun fact, everybody: Northern Africa is a desert. Okay. In case you didn't know, and also we have different climates in the United States depending on the region. Now, I don't know why that gentleman brought up the map. Not you, but the person that was bringing up the map, because I don't know how that really ties into the globe. Interesting.
Didn't know either.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know. That's a hell of a stretch, but
We lost him when he found out he was being live streamed. He fell apart.
Is that what happened?
Man, God, it's like he's presenting to the fucking Walmart board of trustees here. I mean, just having a conversation. Poor guy. Oh well. Damn, I missed it. That frustrates me. Maybe I should just be in here 24/7. I should just fucking leave my Discord on all day and hope for the best. I feel like I miss everything.
Let that sink in.
Yeah. But then again, do I want to hear it? Sometimes I don't know. I still have that one guy, as you all know, messaging me. He still messages me to this day about the damn rockets through the mesosphere. I hear it at least maybe a couple of the days. He's made like alt accounts too. At this point, I've had to like block each one. So, but oh well. I find it funny.
Sound check.
What up? What up?
Sup, Alpha?
Oh man,
Quiet in here.
quiet in here. Oh,
Yeah, I said it sure got quiet in here all of a sudden.
yeah, you got some stimulating conversations going on.
Well, I caught the tail end of it, but yeah. Yeah, pretty much. There was a guy, sounded like all he had was cartoons and stories.
Oh yeah, that's always fun. Was that guy's name Par or Para?
Yeah, yeah, that's the one. Parry, yeah.
They got such forgettable names, dude. That's the bad thing about it. He's not really saying anything new. Nothing that nobody else is saying.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of them are just trying to like trigger, like they just keep like. There was this one guy. What was he saying over and over again? Something about the globe, right? He just kept on repeating it, like he was trying to trigger people. And then, like this para guy, he was saying, "Do you see that beautiful image? Do you see that beautiful picture in the side chat? Beautiful picture of the globe." You know, like over and over.
Gets under people's skin, yeah. But a guy like that this morning, or now about 11 hours ago, he came in and just saying, he's chanting, bro, just chanting. Man, the earth is a beautiful globe and whatever, yada yada, over and over again. It's annoying. It is annoying.
It is, yeah. But they think it's going to get under your skin psychologically or something like that. Or they're just doing it just to get, like, see if they can get a bite or something. You know, I don't know. It's. I was aware of it straight away. Like the guy you're talking about. Yeah, I was there. And I was just.
That this morning?
Bro, yeah.
Or
I was
whatever.
like, bro, it's not working, man. Yeah.
I just wanted him to engage. I don't care about what he was saying. Just dumb shit.
Right, yeah, I remember you were asking him, like, so what's your evidence? Like, yeah. He just kept on repeating what he was saying.
Unfortunately. The Globe Cultists. We got some more people in the other room too. Politics or religion. Looks like they're going over there.
Okay, cool.
Hey, we got non one AV just joined. What's up, dude? Non, are you there? Cowards!
I guess he's not.
Who just joined?
Not sure. I'm on another screen, so it's yeah. I'd have to switch over when I see the panel.
People are so bored out there. They're doing tests with like 100 guys rush one gorilla. That's so silly.
What's this? Is this like a what was this, a challenge or something?
Yeah, Mr. Beast put up challenge.
Oh yeah.
If we have one guy that survives from there, like whoever survives gets like a Tesla. I don't know if it's an internet troll or whatever, but everybody's talking about it like, yeah, what if we had 100 guys versus one gorilla? Just on brute strength alone, you know?
That doesn't sound like a healthy challenge.
Because they can't use any weapons or anything, just, you know, nothing. Just your wits.
That thing
Agility.
would just tear them to pieces. Like,
Yeah, like a, you know, human to him is like a little paper doll. Like,
right?
yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't feel the. Like the human strength is so minuscule compared to a gorilla's. There's like, I think if you had maybe, I don't know, if you up the number, maybe it would be a difference. Well, I don't know, man. No idea.
Maybe 10 Shaolin monks.
10 Shaolin monks. Let's freaking go. No, I don't think so. Because there has to be some, you know, some beefy dudes that at least get the weight on the gorilla. At least, you know. Get a couple of guys on each leg. One, like, if you're gonna do it, everybody has to be focused on one thing, you know. Like 5 guys on a leg, another 5 on an arm, another 5 on another arm, 5 on a head. You know what I mean? Just break it all down. What's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome. Sauvignon Blanc, has he ever spoke? Not really.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think he has.
And we got Sarah, Ahmed, Nabi. Welcome to the group.
Welcome.
So what brought you to the room? Just clicked in here, see what's going on. Hello? I guess Sarah's not there anymore. Oh, she's in text. I can't talk currently. Waiting for Globers in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Well, room, channel. Hey, welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight. We have T-Dub, the Magnificent. He'll be performing his new feat of debunking the globe effortlessly. You gotta make it at least sound a little attractive, right? I had to put a little more oomph into the sales pitch.
Yeah.
Step right up, don't be shy. We got the amazing T-Dub. Effortlessly taking on the globe. Only 25 cents. He'll do it for free if you ask him.
That's classic. Right?
Dude, I freaking love this topic. Waiting here for somebody to come in here and tell us their globe cult ideas. And we're like, nah, bro, you're tripping. And they're like, dude, I'm not tripping, you're tripping. No, you. Becomes a no you session. No, you. Or they're explaining something and they're like, well, tell me how plate tectonics work. I'm like, bro, I didn't bring that shit up. You did. That's so funny, dude. I started laughing.
Right.
It's hilarious, bro. Well, what else can it be? I don't know. Shit. I don't need to make stuff up like you do, bro.
Tell me how this derivative thing works.
Always, dude. Well, we got dinosaur bones. Dino bones? Really? How the hell do you know they're dinosaur bones? Check those suckers out. Bet you didn't test them.
Right?
We got
But you didn't have... Sorry, go on.
No, I was just saying we got Abdu in here.
Abdu? I was going to say, yeah, bet you didn't have a mung on it. Right?
Yeah, no shit.
Shoot.
Abdu, you there?
Abdu.
Abdu. Abdu. Porcelain? Porcelain was muted? Apparently Porcelain is a troublemaker. Okay. What's funny is that Paro was bringing up all these information about like stuff that he's heard, and then every time you ask him like how he knows that one thing, it never amounts to him knowing it. It's crazy, huh?
Yeah.
Find that crazy. But they don't see that they don't know. It's like, wouldn't that wake you up? Like, oh shit, I really don't know. I've been saying this the whole time, and I don't know how to. This is true.
Wait, was that the guy that was talking about the place that had a disaster and the trees are all laid down because of something that was the power of 60 nuclear
That was Mushkin.
That was Tunguski event. No, that conversation was yesterday, I think.
Oh my gosh, so funny listening to them guys.
Yeah, I mean, you could ask them because they're like, well, that conversation was about a meteor that came from outer space. Like, bro, how do you know any of that is true? Like, there's stories that you're listening to. It's like, at no point can you validate any of this stuff, bro. Like, you're taking all of this on credit. Like, the whole thing.
The guy that did a podcast on it, though, he told me it had the power of 60 thermonuclear warheads, dude. So
I know. Cool stuff. How does he know? The answer, he doesn't. He doesn't know, man. They're just everybody's parroting like other stories they've heard from somebody else, and like, well, I just heard it from that guy. Well, I heard it from a story about some guy long ago, and that long ago guy, if you went back in time, he's like, well, shit, I just made it up. It all just it doesn't. It never amounts to something that you could verify. It just never does.
but I got so excited hearing about thermonuclear warheads that he had to be freaking telling the truth.
Yeah. You just say that, man, that's automatic. It's got to be. Thermonuclear warheads. Yep. Who'd have thunk it? Well, thank goodness for that guy, right? Guys are so funny. They could bring their academics in there, man. It doesn't, like, at this point now, the level that we are, like, with the conversation is, there isn't anybody that we couldn't talk to that would be in here and be like, I know the arts are glow. Like, no, you don't, bro. You really don't. You think you do, but you don't.
Well, out of the supposedly billions of people that have ever existed, there's only, what, 26 or something that have even, like, claimed to have seen the full one side of the globe Earth, right?
Yep. No, but yeah, you're right. And that's because they weren't worried about the Van Allen radiation belts. So therefore, it didn't affect them.
That's right, yeah.
So they weren't concerned with any of the precautionary things that you would have to take into consideration, because it's like they didn't know about radiation back then. So it'll be fine. We're going to the moon. That's all right. Be all right.
And the one guy he saw little things of light zipping by when he had his eyes closed or some shit. And the other guy's like, I don't know. If we went through it, we went through it, man. You say we went through it, man? I guess we went through it, man.
That's the way he said it. Yeah, it's just like, well, I guess so. We went through it. Did we go through it? Yeah, we went through it. So crazy. Then, of course, that meeting after the first guys went to the moon, came back, the press conference, man, they were having a blast. I mean, the looks on their faces, right? It could look like somebody run over their dog.
You would think that at least by now, like Russia would have not like at least sent a human far enough away from the Earth to also achieve that perspective. Like not necessarily all the way to the moon, but like at least to like far out enough, right? So that they could say, "Hey, yeah, wow, that's beautiful," you know, like I saw the Earth, you know, in all its glory. Like they're telling us that they can't do that. They can't do. They can. They've claimed to have fucking sent a probe around the fucking sun. Like, you know, astronomically speaking, relatively close to it. You know, they've studied Venus. They've studied Mars. They've sent Cassini out to study Jupiter and Saturn, Neptune. They've sent Voyager out beyond the solar system. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, the moons of Jupiter, man. Io.
Man, they've been laundering some serious money. Man. Every one of them damn things. They have somebody build some little bit of bullshit. Doesn't go anywhere. Millions of dollars going into people's pockets.
Dude, I'm telling you, it's the biggest racket. You wouldn't believe it. But imagine, just add up over the years. How many years they've been doing this? Crazy.
And that's freaking something else, man. It's a scam of scams.
Brown
Recluse. I've got to look up. I was in Doctor Surgery yesterday. I was reading the National Geographic magazine, and apparently in Australia, it was Australian National Geographic, and apparently there's an observatory in Australia. It's like it's world class. Apparently, is it the Coonabarabran one? I think they were talking about, and it said that amongst its many achievements is it penetrated through the cloud layers of Venus and saw the surface of Venus.
How about that?
Let's freaking go.
Like, what?
Wait, haven't we been just getting pictures of Venus for years and years anyway? Well, I never knew it was just clouds. Thought we had tons of pictures of Venus. Mm. So their lenses were powerful enough to what? It just got rid of the clouds?
So you said you said they could see Venus? So they got VPICs or what?
They didn't. There was no imagery with it, but it was just in the article that amongst their many achievements was penetrating through the cloud layers of Venus to see the surface.
Oh, they penetrated and finally got to the V. Unbelievable. These guys, man.
They got a bunch of VPICs, huh? Yeah, these globe cultists will believe anything, man. Raining diamonds on Jupiter. Oh shit! Really? It's okay. They're happy little cultists. Most of them are. I don't care about the evidence. I still think it's a globe.
But my pappy's pappy worked at NASA when they put man on the moon. They lost that technology, and we can't go back now.
That's stupid. Every time I hear that, it's the dumbest thing ever. They make it sound like that, the dad who lost his keys, to the car. He's like, where did I put those? He's patting himself down. Like, no, they're here somewhere. Where is it? I guess it's lost, man. I don't know. I had him at work today, but I don't know where they're at.
Then they destroyed it too, though, because technically they destroyed the machine that reads the reels that had the telemetry data. So they kind of destroyed the technology too, because they can't, even if we found the tapes, even if we found the records, the old 45s, we don't have the record player.
We're too dumb to build one, right? Like, not even Elon Musk could build one of those.
Nah.
Well, no, we don't know how we built one back then, so we can't rebuild it.
See, we also destroyed the technology which showed us how to build the stuff that reads the technology. So, like, we've just destroyed it all. Like,
there was a fire, you see, and in the fire we lost everything. By everything, I mean everything.
well, because I've seen a short on YouTube the other day saying about like the original footage or something they were talking about that got taped over, right? And I'm like, well, what the fuck are we seeing? What do they show then? What is it that we see when they say this is from the Apollo 11 mission? What are we looking at then?
It was America's funniest videos, dude.
We had somebody's wedding to tape, and we didn't have any tapes. We had, we took the,
Oh, that's right, because they say that they had news reporters filming the TV screens at Houston, right? At the control center. So that's where right. So that's where all the current imagery comes from, right? From news reporters with their cameras filming the TV screens at Houston. Is that
Yeah, for sure.
Is that what like?
Yep. That's how you get it done.
Well, you see what happened is Lou, the janitor, was getting married to his fiance, Linda. So when we needed a tape to record the wedding.
Linda's a very important person, by the way. You didn't know that, right? See, Flatman knows this. That's how come all these Globers become Linda when he's talking to them. That's the mystery behind that. Bet you didn't know that.
Wait, Linda Ronstadt?
Yeah, dude. That's why he's referring to the Globers like Linda, because, Linda, the one that was getting married on the tape, the footage that got taped over.
Right.
Another mystery solved. Yeah, did you ask for Brown Recluse's ultimate evidence for the globe Earth? It's got some pretty good evidence, man.
I'm just passing by, guys. I'm just passing by. I'm just playing the game, listening in.
Passing by? What the hell?
Here for a bit of drive-through.
Yeah.
He's He's like an asteroid in space. He's going to pass between the moon and Earth.
I need a short order of, let's see, cognitive dissonance with a tall order. Just give me a large, spiral, please.
I can do that.
Yeah, can I have that to go?
I'll give it to you right here, right now.
So are you going to always remain a globe cultist, Ron Recluse? Or someday you're just going to be like, you know what? Just going to... There's no evidence to this thing.
I'm probably gonna stick it with the globe, if I'm honest. That's just
damn.
Yeah. It feels right.
It feels right.
It does. It does feel right.
It feels right. What's the globe good for? Do you know? Like, what is it good for? The idea of it.
I mean, personally, I think it's true. So, truth.
It's good for truth?
Well, I think it's true, so it's good because it's true.
No, I mean, that's not what I mean. I mean, on a practical level, what is it good for? Like, practically.
Oh,
what is it good for?
Navigation and understanding our place in the universe.
A globe is good for navigation?
Yeah.
That's interesting. In what way?
Well, here we go.
Understanding the area in which you are.
Understanding the area in which you are. The area is not the globe.
Yeah, okay, the surface area.
Surface area.
Can you imagine to navigate if surface is not curved? You cannot do that.
No, but I mean, just think about it, man. Brown Recluse, you're not going to take a globe everywhere you go. But like, okay, we got this globe, see? And we're going to travel from here to Chicago. We're going to use a globe.
Yeah.
You never do that. Like, that never happens.
No, I bet you someone's done it, though.
Huh?
I bet you someone's done it, though, for sure.
I bet you
somebody's done it. Oh,
I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it.
Who's done it? Bro, you're just imagining that the globe can be used practically. It's not, it's never, dude, it's not even used practically for no reason.
I'm going to start calling some people. I'll let you know.
Dude, I would challenge you, call somebody right now and tell them if you take a globe with you to travel.
Okay.
I guarantee you, a mariner, a pilot, somebody that's traveling the Earth, nobody's going to tell you.
I only know one of those guys that steers circus trains. Do you think he might do it?
Circus trains?
Yeah, like those trains that have a bunch of like lions and clowns and fat ladies with beards. It's like a train with that stuff on it.
Dude, come on, man.
That's my buddy. Buddy.
What's he gonna tell you, dude? The railroad tracks are flat.
He might use it.
A globe?
He might. I don't know. He's all I got. He's all I got in terms of connection. So
I hate to break it to you, man. He's gonna tell you no.
You think he's gonna tell me no?
Yeah.
You think Roy Robert, the confident conductor, is going to tell me that he
100%, dude. Now, if he tells you he uses a globe, I would like to know how he's doing it because he ain't. It goes to show that anybody that's traveling the surface will never use the globe for anything. It's not practically used for anything. Which I mean, that was your thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask him. You're gonna look real silly when he says yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will.
I mean, yeah, it's not used practically. That's the whole gist of what. You're not going to use it practically.
I'm gonna call him.
He's probably going to first of all laugh at you and be like, "Dude, what the hell are you asking about?" Like,
we always laugh together. We're chill like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not being used as a globe. So
it's ringing.
Man, put that shit on speaker.
It's like he's a private guy.
Oh God! You might give up your secrets.
It's a Brown Recluse.
You
You made a claim. Can you cite that? You have a source for that, or was that just a ridiculous claim, dude?
That my buddy works as a circus train driver. I don't really have. He's not published yet. He's writing a children's book.
Good.
Bring your circus friend in.
Bring him in. He's on the phone. It's still ringing. It's a long. He hasn't picked up yet. I don't know if he has his voicemail set up. Second.
He probably has you freaking ignore right now.
You think he does?
Yeah, he doesn't want to be bothered by you. He's probably busy. Doing his whatever he said he was doing. Now we got Callie L that just joined. What's up, Callie L?
How's it going?
Yeah, we're just asking the question, what is the globe actually good for in any practical means? Like a globe, what do you need it for?
Probably to encompass someone's attention so much that they can't use their common sense.
Hey, okay. So you're saying if somebody has a globe and what it's good for is to get somebody to not use their common sense? All right. I'm with that.
To bend the globe, to bend the... Okay, we're going to bend the truth. We're going to bend everything.
All right, right. No arguments here.
Guys, Robbie's not picking up.
Yeah, send him a text, dude. That usually gets through.
I'm gonna send him a text.
But don't make it sound like you're desperate or anything. Just be like, hey, just what's up, man?
Oh no, I put 3 exclamation points already. Do you think that's gonna sound too desperate?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
desperate.
desperate.
I'm deleting it in a second.
See, that's the thing. When you come off needy, dude, nobody wants to answer that text. Usually people look at it like, I'm not gonna answer that.
That makes sense.
Where's let's see, we can ask Daza. Daza, what's a globe good for, man? Practically.
What do you mean by a globe? Like a desktop globe, or the idea that
Oh hell, man! If you need a caveat to that, I think we got some issues.
I have a globe. Is good for debating flat earthers.
True.
Good point.
He's got you there.
I know, but that's just like an argument for it. Like, we're looking for the practical use.
No.
Come
I
on,
was thinking
guys.
about this morning, Alpha.
You guys have let me
Imagine
down.
you were,
I thought you guys are globe enthusiasts. I mean, you guys should come through with the answer like quick.
Imagine, Alpha, you were...
What?
Wait. Imagine you're in a boat, right? And you're crossing the Pacific, South Pacific, between, say, New Zealand and South America. And you have a shipwreck, and you've got 2 lifeboats. And both lifeboats have a sextant, a compass, and a watch, and a copy of the Nautical Almanac. One guy is a glober, and one guy is a flat earther. Which one would you trust to get you home before you run out of fuel and food?
All right, now, are you making this choice easy for me or difficult? Because it's easy right now.
Easy right now?
Yeah.
You're
Flat
in the middle of the
earther.
South Pacific. You've got enough.
Yeah, the flat
food.
earther all day, dude. Because you think about it like this, right? I know that water is flat. Like, if the guy that's a flat earther says, "Hey, look, I can get you with this equipment. I'll get you home." I'll be like, "Bet, dude, because water's flat."
How will
But
they
the
get
guy
you
thinks,
home, Alpha?
yeah, but the guy thinks that Earth's a globe over here, man, and we don't. It's not demonstrated like that on the surface, so I can't see the Earth looking like a globe. Why in the world would I jump in a boat with a guy that says, "Hey, man, Earth's a globe. Can you? I'll get you home." I'm like, "No,
Yeah, that guy
you're gonna
sounds
get us lost, bro." We're already in a bad position, man. We need these lifeboats. Like, I don't need more stress, dude. I need to get home. So yeah, flat earther all day.
That's fair enough. You can drown in the South Pacific. That's fine.
I wouldn't drown.
It's a
I would go
one-shot
home.
thing.
Like, how am I drowning
How would
right
you
now?
get you
Like,
home, Alpha?
you're telling me I'll be drowning. You're not giving me any hope, Dazzler.
A particular island within a particular time, you would die. Whose navigation method would you trust?
I mean, says you.
He's got you there.
No, he's got me because he's got me in his hypothetical. I mean, I could do the same to him.
Oh, it's a hypothetical. Yeah.
No. I mean, I could do the same to you. I could corner you and say, like, well, you can't get home because unless it's flat Earth. And you'd be like, dude, you didn't demonstrate how that's possible. Like, what would give anybody the indication that the guy that thinks the Earth's a globe is going to do a better job than the guy who says the Earth is flat? Because right now, I'm observing a flat horizon. That's what I see.
Yeah,
I
but
see a
it's been
flat
demonstrated
horizon.
to work, right?
Outside.
Yeah.
Celestial navigation at sea has been demonstrated to work, but there's no demonstration of anything based on a flat Earth working, especially in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah, but your argument is not for the practical. Are you totally sidestepped my question?
It is a practical.
You gave me this hypothetical about
It's a practical application of the globe, right?
That's a straight out lie. That's an absolute straight out lie.
Yeah, he is lying, but like I was talking about the practical
lie,
use
sorry?
of like you're talking about almanacs and all this other stuff. Yeah, I mean that's already you are assuming that you're on a globe. You don't know that you're on one. I'm talking about the practical use of the globe. Like, what is it used for?
T-Dub called me a liar. I want to find out why.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, T-Dub.
No, quick. I only have to say one thing: plain sailing. Boom.
That's not how you do celestial navigation, Timbo.
Sea level.
Sorry, it is.
Sea level.
But continue on with Alpha, please.
The plain sailing, short distance stuff. If you want to work out how to get long distances across the ocean, but no other landmarks, you can't use plain sailing.
You can use celestial navigation in plain sailing. Now, does plain sailing take into consideration the curvature of the Earth?
It only works on very small parts of the surface.
Does it take into consideration the curvature of the Earth?
If you're using celestial navigation, it must.
Does it take into consideration the curvature of the Earth? Just
normally
yes or no,
it doesn't, no, because it's flat.
Doesn't.
Right? It's like building a building site. You
So
don't
that's
need to consider the
navigation
curve.
based on what? The Earth being what?
Vertically flat.
Right. Thank you. Enough said.
How do
Now
you
go
use
back to
plain
Alpha, please.
sailing
Continue
to
on with Alpha,
across
please.
an ocean?
Continue on with Alpha, please. Continue on with Alpha. I've said my piece, and you've said yours.
If surface of water does not change 10 miles, how do you call that surface?
Static.
Locally flat. Yeah.
Locally flat. Okay. Can you have locally flat 10 miles of surface on the sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles?
Because because of that radius you just mentioned is so large. It's pretty tough to actually measure the curvature over a short distance.
Yeah. Can you have 10 miles of the flat surface on the sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles? The answer is no.
Flat.
The answer is no. You can have the 1.22 miles, the flat surface. You can have the 1.22 miles, the flat surface. Even that is not flat because it's always curving. But let's say that's what is could be, you know. But 10 miles of the flat surface you cannot have on this sphere radius. 395.
Yeah, I'm back. So did he answer the practical reason what we use the globe for? Is it still using almanacs on the ocean?
Yeah.
And even plain sailing does incorporate some globe, because when you use latitude and longitude, plain sailing, you use sine and cos, is a spherical function of latitude.
Yeah.
Yeah, celestial sphere. Huh? Didn't mention a terrestrial one, dude. Come on now. That's the thing, though, man. You're trying to make it sound like the globe, the Earth being a ball. is in any way practical, and it's still not. I mean, that wasn't a demonstration of the Earth as a globe being in any way practical. That's what I'm looking for. I mean, if you globe enthusiasts are going to come through, and, huh?
If you needed to navigate between two points in the South Pacific very precisely, the globe method is the only known method to work.
Are you from UK?
I'm from Australia.
Okay. Can you make elevation profile of Australia? You know, the topographic stuff and all around the water and everything.
Elevation profile of the water.
That's a good one.
That's pretty flat.
Yeah.
But it's a profile, right?
Yeah.
Profiles are relative to a datum, right?
Yeah,
Bro, you need a horizontal baseline. That's what he's saying.
You need a baseline alpha. You need a baseline.
I just said a horizontal, but that's important. If you don't have one, I mean, what's your reference? A curve? That's not going to work.
Yeah, it is because elevation
on an elevation profile,
distance along a vertical line, right?
No, I think you're mistaken, dude. Elevation profiles don't use curves. That's how you know something is curved.
They're a graph, basically. Elevation profile is basically a graph. The x-axis is a straight line always, regardless, like a camshaft, right? If you know about camshafts,
but
they have a particular profile. The profile graph is flat.
What? Do you know what is topography? Do you know what is topography?
Yes, I know what topography is.
Do you have hill like a 100-meter hill in middle of the Australia?
Middle of Australia is about 600 meters average elevation.
600. But do you have a hill, one of them, in the middle of Australia?
Yes. Yeah.
100 meter. Do you have that one?
Yep.
In the middle of Australia. And what is that 100 meter? What does that mean?
It's 100 meters above the mean sea level.
But sea level is 1,000 miles from that point.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky to measure elevation.
Yeah, and in 1,000 miles, how much curvature you have?
1,000 miles?
Yeah, because sea level is 1,000 miles.
I don't know. It's a lot.
That means it's not. That means if it's a sphere. Yeah, that means if it's a sphere, it's not 100 meters above the sea level. It means it's more.
Not if the sea level's curved.
Yeah, if sea level is curved, and if you have a hill 1,000 meters, 1,000 miles away from the sea level, that means that it's curved 1,000 miles. You can calculate how much curve you have in 1,000 miles. But you have hill. But you have a hill 100 meters above the sea level. But sea level is 1,000 miles away from you. Did you get it?
I think I know what you're getting at, but
okay. Can you have 2 meters? Let's put it even less. 2 meters hill 1,000 miles away from the sea level.
Yes.
You have 2 meters hill 1,000 miles away from the sea level, and that's curved or it's flat.
So the hill is topography, but it's relative to a curved baseline.
What if you have in between that 2 meters hill? You have 100 meter hill. You have after 10 miles. Then after another 10 miles, you have 75 meter hill. Then another 10 miles, you have 125 meter hill.
Yeah, you just said a curved baseline, bro. Like, that's a lie.
I don't believe it is, Alpha. So if you look at something like...
There's no evidence of that. Where's the evidence of a curved baseline? Like, you don't use those for elevation profiles. Come on, bro.
No, because elevation profiles are local typically, right? When you do them, but if you want to do one nationally, or say something like the NAVD 88 leveling network,
like a bike
anchored
race
to the ground in Quebec,
like a bike race, like a 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. You know what is bike
it's all
race?
got
Do
to
you know
do
what
with
is
vertical, right?
Do you know what is bike race?
Yes.
Yeah, they are going for 200.
You know what vertical is?
Yes, perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah, but it's got another property, right?
Is it vertical? Something has
vertical
to do
is
with is it vertical has something to do with the curve?
Well, it does actually indirectly, but vertical has a unique.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Vertical has to do only with the straight, nothing with the curve. Ever.
If you're anywhere,
this is off the back of. Are you using the Earth in any way practically as a globe? And then none of this is pointing to that. You're off on a tangent right now, Daza, talking about different things.
Oh yeah, we've got
I just wanted to know
what level is, right? Yeah.
No, yeah. You don't know what that is.
Ocean celestial navigation requires the Earth to be a globe. Plain sailing, you can't do it for long distances.
No, it doesn't. It requires a celestial sphere, not the terrestrial sphere.
Are you saying it would be impossible to navigate?
You go back into saying that it's needing the terrestrial sphere. You don't have any evidence of that.
Yeah.
No evidence of that. Celestial navigation, celestial sphere.
Yeah.
Makes sense, dude.
Celestial navigation is mapping the celestial sphere onto the sphere of the Earth, right?
Oh,
that's what
my
the GPs.
God. Dude, you're begging the question that the Earth is already a globe. You got to prove it being one.
This
You
is
can't
not
just
proof
say,
of the Earth being a globe, Alpha. This is a practical use of the Earth being a globe.
yeah, you're not practically. Oh my God, you're far removed from practically using.
It's
the
not
Earth that
begging the
way.
question if it's a thing that functionally works, right?
The
I'm saying
Earth is
celestial
flat.
navigation
You're
works.
using the celestial sphere to dictate ground positions. So you're not using. That's where you're getting it wrong. You've already
Those ground
inserted.
positions only make sense on a sphere.
No, see that
do not
right
make sense
there?
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, see that right there? That's not evidence. Making sense is not showing somebody how you know that the Earth is a globe. That's you begging the question and using a confirmation bias that you have.
Okay.
That's what you're doing. It only makes sense. That's not evidence. I mean, let's get real here, right?
What's
Like
evidence?
if I said
Well,
this
let's
makes
turn it into evidence, right?
when's that going to happen?
So at any given point in time, every GP in the almanac has a lat long on Earth, right? You agree with that?
Yeah.
We can take a point in time. We can say, here's all the lat longs of all of these things.
Yeah. So
we also know the distances between all of those lat longs.
So what?
Wait, whoa, I don't know about that.
Are you saying that 2 miles are curved?
Yeah,
we know the distances between the lat longs, or a lot of them anyway.
Are you saying that miles? Are you saying that 1 mile is curved or 2 miles are curved? 5 miles.
I mean, we're just begging dude. You're just assuming that the distance, like Sasha's saying, is curving. Like, you're not providing evidence that it's curved, bro. You're not doing that.
Well, the evidence is that the distances between GPs and the angles to them simply don't line up on anything other than a sphere.
No, dude, what? That's still. I told you it's a big old assumption. You just did it right now. It doesn't line up with anything but a sphere. You're begging the question once again.
It's not begging the question. That's a statement of fact, right?
A fact?
No.
Your assumption's a fact?
If I was to conclude that the Earth can only be a sphere from that, then that would be begging the question. But to say
that's what you did. You said it can only be a sphere. You just said. Can I rewind the tape where you just said it can only be a sphere?
Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I think I am right, dude. What's this? What's all this sophistry about, bro? You're tap dancing. I just want the evidence. That's it. Give me some of that.
Why is it begging the question when the evidence, when some measured evidence says this only works on a sphere?
It's not measured, bro. Like here's a
No, it is. It is. The distances on the ground are measured. The angles to the
we're not
stars
worried
are
about.
measured.
Why are you're? That's the wrong thing. First of all, we're not worried about from here to your house. We're worried about if from here to your house is curved. That's the question, not distance. Distance isn't the question. I mean,
That's
you're like,
the
well,
thing,
how do we
right?
know? That's how we know what distances are. Like, dude, that's not
Because the
you're
distances
avoiding
don't line up. Distances and the angles don't line up unless the surface is curved. There's not another geometric way of describing it.
Yeah. I know, but that's the point. You're saying they don't line up if it's not curving. Yeah, but that's because you're inserting curve. You're not proving it.
No. No. So if you measure the angles, to the GPs or to the stars, and know where the GP is, then measure the distance on the ground physically. Okay, you get that relationship between the angle and the distance, right? Any direction, and that just doesn't work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but you're using angles, which you need a flat baseline for that. Gonna need a flat Earth.
Yeah, but the primary angle in celestial navigation is from the vertical. That's where the geometry is actually done.
Oh my God! Yeah, you can't derive things unless you have a baseline to actually begin your angle.
Because
you're not just gonna say vertical.
Yeah, angle to the point. One line, and that's 90. Is that correct?
The fundamental angle.
Can I ask you a question? Is that correct that you have vertical line to the point, and that's 90 without any second line? Is that correct?
No, you need a second line for an angle.
And what is the
angle
second
that you
line?
measure?
Is it second line curved
the angle that you're aiming to measure?
Is it the second line curved or straight?
Straight. So you're trying to measure the angle from your
welcome to the flat Earth
to the star. That is the aim, because that angle is the same as the angle between
that's
you
the one straight
and
line.
the GP of the star.
Yeah, that's the one straight line. Where is the second one?
So one straight up to the vertical, and one straight to the star. They're the two angles you need to measure.
No, one to the star, straight up,
Not
and
how
one
they do it. And one to vertical. That's the other line.
No,
that is the angle you're aiming to work out.
No, one to horizontal.
No, you can use horizontal if you like, because horizontal and vertical have a relationship.
That's the way
aim
it's always
is to
been
get the
done.
vertical angle.
You're lying. You're just a liar.
I'll show you a picture of the geometry.
Are you saying that they have two lines in the air and measuring the angle? They are not using the surface of the Earth to navigate, are you saying? They're using only the sky.
And a point on the Earth. So there's 2 points on the Earth.
The
points in the sky.
The point and the sky. Only the point on the Earth.
So you're trying to find out your position on the Earth, right? And all you have is where vertical is for you, the angle to the star.
And where
the star is on the Earth.
And if you're on the middle of the ocean,
can you see the image I just posted?
Okay, let's see.
Can you see the image I just posted in the chat?
What are you posting now?
Is
that evidence?
It's just a picture of. This is a picture of the geometry. That's the basic geometry of celestial navigation.
Oh, for crying out loud, Daza.
So.
And that's it. When you are on the sea, you see that picture. When you are on the ship, you see that picture.
Yeah.
Or you
so
see
how do we do celestial navigation on land?
Man, don't obfuscate. You do see that picture, or you see the ocean flat and only the sky and the sea. What do you see in reality when you
see is the horizon, and it looks pretty flat, right? Because you're on a ship, you can't see far.
Okay, good.
But can we have a look at this geometry, right? I want to explain to T-Dub why I'm not lying.
Are you saying that you are not using that horizon and horizontal?
Remove all your lines which you call horizontal. Remove them. Take them out of that imagery, please.
So
remove them.
And I'm explain the image first, right? Because
take
the horizontal
them
lines
out right now, and then show how
the horizontal
it works.
lines.
take them out and show how it works with only your vertical.
That's not gonna work.
You just ignore them, right? You can ignore the green line and the yellow line, just the red and the blue, right?
Yeah.
So we have an angle from the zenith of the observer, the star, which is the blue angle.
Oh my god!
We have a distance between the observer and the ground position of the star. That angle across the surface of the Earth is the same as the angle from the zenith to the star. That's why we only need those two angles and that distance relationship.
You guys are allergic
Horizon
from
is there, so we can.
horizontal lines, bro. Like honestly,
Horizon is there.
You guys are allergic to horizontal lines.
So we can find vertical. Right?
Using the horizon. That's a horizontal line, bro.
Way.
What you talking about?
Yeah.
That's what the horizon is, a horizontal line.
Yeah.
Duh.
We use it to find vertical. So we can get that zenith to star angle.
Don't use
distance angle.
What is it in reality that you're going to be referencing for that?
Or to measure that angle?
No, to get your horizontal.
Get your horizontal. So if you're at sea, you'll be using the horizon.
Oh,
the
thank you
visible
very
horizon,
much.
yellow line.
There you go.
Match.
Yeah, you're gonna need a flat Earth for that. What do you mean? No.
So let's
He's like, no.
Let's go to my backyard.
No, we don't want to do that.
Do celestial navigation in the backyard, right? I can do a celestial fix.
Dude, you're cooked, bro. Like, you've already proved that you need a flat Earth for that. You're cooked, Azza.
Oh, you only need a horizon, right?
You just
so how would this work in my backyard?
Hey, you're double.
Flat Earth arguments to prove the globe. That's
it's weird, bro. It's getting weird, Azza. It's getting weird.
How would I do celestial navigation inland?
Start to speak about
horizon available.
Start to speak about parabolas, curves, spherical, that stuff. Not flat angle, that stuff. That's flat, not that.
Are you going to address my question? How would I do a celestial fix where I don't have a horizontal reference available?
The rest of this is just a Yappuccino, bro. That's it. You've already proved that
this is the
come on,
the crux of how celestial navigation works.
Bro, the crux
how do you do
was a horizon
where there is no horizon?
Dude, the crux was a horizon that you just whistled past the graveyard, bro.
Horizon
you're still doing it now
on a globe, right?
No, it doesn't. It's curved. It'd be a curveizon. It's a ball,
it's gonna
bro.
be...
Come on, man. Yeah, you laugh.
If you can claim horizon on flat Earth, there's going to be one on a globe, right?
No, it's no. What?
Isn't that what he just said?
What are you
If
talking
can claim
about,
that there'll
bro?
be a horizon on a flat Earth, there's going to be one on a globe.
Dude, you're smoking that good stuff today, I think. There is. You can't have a horizon on a globe,
but
bro.
a globe wouldn't.
Yeah, you can't have a horizon on a globe. That'd be total. That's a contradictory statement. Yeah, cannot. You're not able to.
Cannot have a horizon on a globe.
No. How are you gonna have a horizontal line on a curved surface, bro?
No, a horizon,
Does that make any sense to you?
A horizon.
It's horizontal.
You have a horizon on a globe.
Which means it's horizontal, Daza. You can't square this circle, bro. It is the thing that defeats your whole case. It undoes everything, all your arguments. And you want to take us to your backyard and all kinds of stuff and mental gymnastics. And
it
doesn't work, bro.
And that's the thing, right? Celestial navigation works when you can't establish a visible horizon.
Okay.
Because you need that angle from the vertical to the star. So if you can establish vertical accurately, you can then do an accurate celestial fix. This is what they do in
just with the vertical
geodesy.
Just with the vertical.
Just with the vertical. Yep. Just with the vertical. Because you need the vertical.
Dude, that is some
to star angle.
That is some that's some bullshit, dude. Are you even?
No, it's not.
That is because you just finished saying that you need the horizon. Now you're just taking everything away. You only need a vertical. That's it.
You need the horizon because it's the most practical way to measure the angle.
Duh.
You need.
Thank you.
Yeah. When you don't have a horizon, you use vertical.
What did Lewis and Clark use?
Lewis and Clark, I don't know. Where were they? They were Australian explorers, aren't they? I think.
American.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sacagawea. Did they do celestial navigation?
I think they did, yeah. I think so.
Yeah, so they probably would have had like a celestial, a theodolite kind of device. Is what they use in celestial geodesy. It's basically a theodolite, more or less, designed for looking at stars.
So it's not used practically in any way, which is what I was asking you.
Geodesy, huh?
Geodesy.
Yeah, it's fucking geodesy, you glue
Geodesy.
sniffer. My God,
Wait,
get
I
the fuck
missed
out
you.
of here.
Would you agree, QE, right, that you can do celestial navigation without a horizontal?
We're tired of your hyperbole. I ain't agreeing to shit. I was just going to come and listen. If I'd have seen your dumbass in here, I wouldn't even fucking entered.
Can you see my image that I posted?
I don't really care about your fucking image. I don't care about your debunked ass. You're getting into Matthew Learns territory. I'm tired of dealing with you. Go fucking kick rocks, you glue sniffer. Fuck off. Talk to somebody else. Mr. Geodesy. What's happening, Alpha?
Nothing much, man. I was just driving home, trying to see what trouble I can get into in here. And,
yeah,
I was asking.
Go ahead.
I was asking the question: what practical use does a globe have? And he came up with what he's talking about right now.
Geodesy.
Geodesy, yeah. And this wasn't the only time he said it. He kept saying it like this whole time, yeah.
Might be my southeastern Australian dialect. You never know.
Like Jaren with Ptolemy for 5 fucking years.
What about you, QE? If we went back to the question I asked Alpha, and you were stuck, abandoned in the middle of the South Pacific, and you knew that you only had to survive, you had to get to one of 2 islands.
I don't care.
That were, say, don't care. Yeah. Do you trust celestial navigation, or would you go flat Earth way?
Piss off.
How do you say horizon and ball in the same sentence? And not contradict? I don't know.
No, they can't, but they do. They're morons.
All day today, I've been asking the question: what practical use does a globe have? Nobody's chimed in. All these globe enthusiasts that advocate every single day in and day out, nobody has any idea what it's useful for.
Oh, that didn't Daza tell you geodesy?
Geodesy, yeah.
Yeah, at least you got one.
Well, yeah, he attempted.
Oh, you're talking about a coherent practical demonstration or application.
Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
He's just floundering around, but I mean, yeah, that's all I got.
Halfway through the book. On the second run through. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we did. I'll tell you what. The Globers aren't going to know what fucking hit them. When you get Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker putting them up against the wall and ripping them to shreds once that book's out. I'm telling you. Got about 7 chapters to go. We're going to do some broken field running because the first few chapters were done a long time ago, and they were we didn't like them, so we rewrote them. But we're about to do some broken field running, and with the next 7 chapters, and then we go through it one more time, third time with a fine-tooth comb, and then look the fuck out. It's going to be glorious.
Who's reviewing your stuff? Is it just all you guys, or
reviewing in the sense that, like what? Like punctuation and grammar?
Yeah, structure, all that.
Well, structure will take care of that. The punctuation and grammar is pretty darn good. But Flatsy is looking at it over our shoulders.
What's the topic?
Welcome to Flat Earth, the ultimate Flat Earth reference.
Yeah, when they mean ultimate, that's what it means.
Yep.
Why do you need 7 chapters? You just want the cover on the end, don't you?
We don't. There's 14 chapters.
You could probably stop on the first, but I mean,
it's a lot of bullshit. Jeez,
it's not bullshit. It's the death. It's their death now. It has each time Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker read it. That's their time of death.
Like, you imagine Daz's neighbors are gonna be coming up to him. Hey, did you see this new book that came out? He's gonna be like, dude, don't even.
Yeah. All year and celestial navigation, that's part of it. You got that shit right. Yeah. Science. Just got done with that today. That's your ass. Right there. Say goodnight. Each one of them's your ass, but that's really your ass. We didn't cover everything. It's the
have some of that stuff off your website, I imagine. Will that kind of material?
Some. Yeah. It's like I was saying, it's basically the housekeeping questions and expanding on that, but it's even more than that. So the housekeeping questions, you go over everything. You know, there may be a couple isolated things we don't touch on, small potatoes. We can't touch on absolutely everything. All right. That would be too long. But the major ones, the big guys, they're there.
All right, I just got home, so I was driving. But I'm going to catch up with you after a while.
Catch up with me after a while. Shit, stay in here. That's why I came in. I seen you in here, and I said, "Well, I'll pop in."
I was just trying to make my drive a little shorter.
Okay. Well, I got some best ball I need to research, so I might take a break and go in there. It's best ball summer, baby.
Yeah. Thinking about getting something to eat too. Not sure.
That'd be a good idea.
I think it's best ball.
What's best ball? Best ball. Well, hey, later, Alpha. We'll catch you coming back later.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably.
All right,
most likely.
All right.
See ya.
Yep.
Cheers, Alpha. Man. See ya.
Best ball is fantasy football with a twist.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
Yep. I like it. But it takes research. There's a science to it, but it's more art. So I have a difficult time with the art part. But, I know ball. But I got to do my research, so we'll catch you guys a little bit later.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Have fun with your Oblate Spheroid fantasy. Oblate Spheroids. Why didn't has that ever caught on in Australia? Like fantasy AFL or fantasy rugby or fantasy cricket? I don't know. They're probably
Yeah, they've tried, haven't they? They've got like those all Australian teams and things like that. But I think there's a limit to how far we can Americanise Australian sport, or it becomes ridiculous.
No, I was only probably like 13 or something, and then they did an exhibition match in America. I can't. Who was it? Was it Parramatta and somebody? I think, or it might not have even been particularly specified teams. But yeah, at first, like everyone was geared up. It was like the crowd was roaring, and as soon as the game started, it just fell dead silent, and I think people were getting up and leaving, and it was fun.
I know you want to touch me because I got two. I get that. I get that. I see you, your qualm. I understand. I understand. It was a fucking man. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Where you going? Pussy bitch. Come here. Thought that's what we were doing. You grab the fucking orbs. Alright, I'm gone. You need to go over here and press the F button. Hold on.
Galliel, mic was open, man. I don't know if you're aware, and you said a very bad word for this server. Sorry, bro. So if we don't take action, it's our ass. You know, it's the whole whole channel's ass, basically. No, nothing personal towards you. Sorry, man.
Daza, how in the hell are flat camshafts sequitur to a horizontal horizon? If you got flat camshafts, you got a big engine problem.
Yeah, no. So the analogy there is that any profile graph is relative to the baseline. So a camshaft profile graph is a flat baseline, but it doesn't mean the cam is flat, right? Cam is circular. Because all of the measurements of the displacement of the cam are relative to the center of rotation.
That's
why I showed you that one. No, not really. It means that if you look at a profile of water level or elevation profile of a canal or something like that, or even a piece of land, you know that it is relative to some baseline. And the real question is, what is the baseline?
I feel like I'd just be wasting my breath.
Google Earth Pro is a camshaft.